Within the hushed halls of Mills Academy, a day of quiet anticipation had dawned for every new student of the magic class. You could almost feel the collective tremor of nerves, a palpable energy that rippled through the young initiates as they prepared for a pivotal assessment. This wasn't merely a test, it was an unveiling, a precise measure of their innate mana sensitivity. The instrument of this revelation was known simply as the mana room, an enigmatic structure organized into distinct levels. Each successive tier within its walls boasted an escalating density of raw magical energy, beginning with the first level, which mirrored the ambient mana that permeated the world outside. Yet, as the students ascended through this arcane crucible, a profound shift in the very fabric of reality pressed upon them. With every new level they reached, the concentration of mana intensified, a subtle but relentless weight. Initially, the progression seemed effortless. Nearly every aspirant sailed through the first two tiers without so much as a tremor. But by the time they confronted the third, half of their number had already succumbed, their will bending under the invisible pressure, unable to push beyond that threshold. And as the challenge mounted, with each subsequent elevation, more and more found themselves overwhelmed, their hands rising in a silent, often tearful acknowledgement of defeat. For one student, Jae Hyun, however, the entire ordeal felt less like a struggle and more like a leisurely stroll through a park. While others gasped for breath, their bodies struggling against the unseen currents, he ascended through each level with effortless grace. In the end, a mere 4 of the most promising new students remained on the 7th level, a tier typically reserved for the Academy's most seasoned graduates. The sheer accomplishment left the rest of their peers in disbelief, marveling at how far they had even managed to come. Even so, on the 8th level, where the mana density surged with every passing second, even these top 4 began to falter, their resolve fraying. The most talented among them could barely maintain their footing. Ultimately, only Jae Hyun reached the 9th level, accompanied by the instructor. Beyond that point, even the instructor found himself pushed to the very edge of his endurance. But together, they pressed on, conquering the maximum, the 10th level. As they emerged, Jae Hyun appeared entirely unbothered, not even a bead of sweat betraying the immense feat he had just achieved. Some students erupted in applause, their admiration clear, while others quietly nursed their envy, sensing his extraordinary strength. But none among them could have truly comprehended the depth of Jae Hyun's power. He was, after all, a regressor, a soul returned from the past, bearing with him the incredible advantage of a divine artifact. A stark contrast to his past life, where luck had rarely favored him and overwhelming power was a distant dream. Our story truly begins not in the hushed halls of an academy, but in the bustling clamor of a public restaurant, where the illusion of normalcy shatters with a sudden, furious shout. The voice belongs to Jae Hyun, our protagonist, who finds himself incensed by the revelation that his latest employment offers him nothing more than the role of a mere meat shield during an upcoming raid. The man seated opposite him, a figure with glasses, quickly urged Jae Hyun to temper his anger. He reminded our hero that it was he who had sought a quick means to earn money, and this particular job, despite its grim implications, was the only one currently available. Though our hero, Jae Hyun, might have dragged his feet, a quiet resignation settled over him. It seemed he had very little choice in the matter. We soon learn that the bespectacled man is Young Wooman, an employee of the Raider Agency. His role involves connecting ungilded individuals like Jae Hyun with available jobs. When Young Wooman finally got in touch, Jae Hyun had initially believed he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, a truly sweet gig. Yet, it quickly became apparent that his role was to be nothing more than cannon fodder, a disposable frontline warrior thrust into a dungeon teeming with the undead. It was the equivalent of being told you are a mere shield of flesh, ready to be discarded the moment the situation grew perilous. Jae Hyun sighed, a heavy sound, as he wondered why this was the solitary opportunity available to him, especially when individuals of a lower rank seemed to be securing far more lucrative positions. Young Wooman then gently reminded him of his martial arts class, which, despite being regarded as top tier, rarely received any job offers. Jae Hyun's frustration mounted, and he questioned if he was being unfairly underestimated simply for being a martial arts raider. The man with glasses reluctantly conceded the point, explaining that the harsh reality of the job market meant magic users predominantly dominated the scene, effortlessly snatching up almost every available request. The truth, as he laid it bare, was that martial arts raiders typically required more time to complete missions and were far more susceptible to injury. These were factors employers undeniably considered, painting a bleak picture of their prospects. Unlike mages who could position themselves safely at the rear while battling monsters, martial arts raiders stood directly on the front lines, naturally rendering them more prone to harm. This inherent difference granted mages a distinct advantage in combat. The young man further revealed that approximately 10 years prior, martial arts raiders were in high demand. That, however, was no longer the case, and he expressed regret at not having chosen to become a mage when he had the opportunity all those years ago. The pivotal moment had arrived some 11 years earlier, when our hero was in his third year of high school. He had excelled in his awakened aptitude evaluation, a performance so remarkable that he was selected to attend one of the prestigious academies specializing in the rigorous nurturing of raiders. At that time, his aptitude results for a mage were an impressive 97%, a score verging on perfection. Even the most prodigious students of that era, individuals like Lady Siona, typically managed only around 92%. His results back then were, quite simply, unbelievable. On the other hand, his aptitude for a martial arts class was a mere 34%. Despite this glaring disparity, he had made what he now considered a foolish decision, choosing the path of a martial arts raider. His choice wasn't born of some noble ambition. He simply harbored a deep-seated aversion to becoming a mage. Back then, mages carried a somewhat tarnished reputation, often perceived as mere buffers, incapable of even handling low-ranking monsters without the crucial support of martial arts raiders. But the tides had shifted dramatically since then. Martial arts raiders found themselves in a steady decline, while mages had become highly sought after, revered for their power and utility. If our hero had opted for the mage class 11 years prior, his life would undoubtedly be far more comfortable now. Yet, even contemplating a class change felt futile, as raiders typically reached a growth plateau by the age of 20, leaving no room for further improvement. There seemed little point in dwelling on such regrets, as nothing could be altered now. Young Wooman then reiterated that opportunities like this were increasingly scarce, and Jae Hyun should not afford himself the luxury of being particular. He further revealed that he had initially intended to offer this position to someone else, but chose our hero instead, out of a personal consideration. Hearing this, Jae Hyun felt a complex mix of sadness and irony. His talent, once envied by all who aspired to become mages, had been squandered by his own ill-advised choices, reducing him to an insignificant D-rank martial arts raider. With no other viable options, he reluctantly accepted the job. His friend, visibly perking up, happily assured our hero that he was making the right decision. As Jae Hyun prepared to depart, the manager informed him that they would reconvene at 8 o'clock the following morning at an address already dispatched to his phone. Curious, Jae Hyun inquired why the manager would be present, assuming he would be occupied with agency duties. Young Wooman casually brushed off his concern, mentioning that he, too, had some business to attend to there, implying their meeting was inevitable regardless. The next day arrived, a morning that saw everyone congregating outside one of the formidable dungeon gates. There stood our hero, alone. Jae Hyun checked the time, a tremor of jitters running through him, as young Wooman had yet to appear despite his explicit promise to be there. He let out a sigh, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. Perhaps young Wooman should be managing more capable raiders, considering his own status as a mere D-rank martial artist, while young Wooman himself was in a rank mage. Jae Hyun pondered why young Wooman bothered lingering at a raider agency when someone of his caliber could effortlessly join any guild he pleased. If he were in young Wooman's shoes, he would have undoubtedly secured a more advantageous position elsewhere by now. Suddenly, a jarring thought surfaced in his mind, a disembodied voice calling him a useless bastard. It seemed to be a fragment of Jung Wooman himself, though the full implications of this internal voice remained unclear to us. Lost in his introspection, Jae Hyun heard someone call out to him. It was Mungho, clad head to toe in gleaming armor, a familiar friend of our hero. As they chatted and exchanged light-hearted jokes, Mungho exuded a palpable pride in his identity as a martial raider. He expressed a belief that the younger generation failed to appreciate the inherent coolness of martial arts raiders compared to mages, whom he disparagingly referred to as useless hobos standing at the back, throwing fireballs. But Jae Hyun saw it very differently. He felt that being a martial raider was far from cool. In fact, many of them could barely afford basic sustenance these days. Mungho, undeterred, encouraged them both to perform their best regardless of their respective positions. He then suggested they grab a drink after the raid, an invitation Jae Hyun accepted, though he quickly added that he was financially strapped and couldn't cover the bill. Mungho shot back that it wasn't his turn to pay, as he had covered the last round. Jae Hyun felt a pang of awkwardness and embarrassment at this retort. But upon seeing Jae Hyun's helpless expression, Mungho decided to cut him some slack, agreeing to pick up the tab once more. Jae Hyun chuckled, offering an apology for always relying on his friend to settle the bill. Deep down, however, he couldn't help but suspect that Mungho was perhaps a little too easily convinced to pay again. Abruptly, another figure arrived, instructing everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance, as they would be commencing their entry in 30 minutes. For some inexplicable reason, a palpable sense of worry and anxiety permeated the group upon hearing this, including our hero. Perhaps it was the disquieting experience of this new individual barking orders. In any case, the armored man decided to rejoin his party to prepare, while Jae Hyun remained, repeatedly checking his phone. As he awaited the raid's commencement, we learned that when raiders entered a dungeon, they needed to be particularly mindful of two critical elements. The first pertained to the unexpected discovery of hidden treasure within. Once exhilarated by the prospect of loot, their greed could corrupt their judgment, causing them to abandon rational thought. It was at this precise moment that the dungeon chose to test them. Surviving such a stroke of misfortune was rare. More often than not, it culminated in utter disaster. As for the second element, we were left to ponder, as the armored man once again interjected. He admonished Jae Hyun to cease staring at his phone, declaring it was time to enter the dungeon. He then offered a jocular remark about our hero, suggesting he was likely ogling a picture of his girlfriend before venturing inside. Jae Hyun waved off the comment, asserting it was of no consequence, but the truth was, he was actually gazing at a photograph of his mother, not some romantic partner. After a brief message to his mother, he headed into the dungeon. Once inside, the mages deliberately lingered at the rear, wands at the ready, while the martial raiders advanced to the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately materialized, their grotesque faces contorted in silent menace. An arrogant wizard began to bellow orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form a defensive line, even if it meant risking their very lives. This was precisely why our hero detested this occupation. He loathed being dictated to by these overbearing individuals. Yet he had no alternative but to comply with their commands. The mages commenced their incantations, conjuring their elemental powers, and unleashed sizzling fireballs directly at the zombies, incinerating the creatures into crispy husks. Jae Hyun observed the wizards, pondering if they were indeed affiliated with the Meteor Guild, a guild that had been relatively new not long ago. However, it appeared that was not the case now. Despite the palpable tension, he surmised that today would not be his day to perish, a sentiment bolstered by the mage's considerable power. Seizing a moment of respite, Mungho grabbed a bottle of water and rapidly consumed it to refresh himself. He then pointed out that the dungeon's objective now revolved around confronting and defeating the formidable big boss. The older man then joked about feeling the creeping weight of age, admitting he couldn't keep pace with the others as he once had. The old man then inquired if our hero had received any item drops. He asked this question with a note of cheerful anticipation, as a rank dungeons typically yielded decent loot. The young man decided to check for himself. But the moment he accessed his system window, it began to glitch erratically, and a sudden, sharp headache assailed him. Then, another system message materialized, stating that the Asir system was offline, and the connection to the user would be temporarily severed. A subsequent message followed, explaining that for reasons unknown, the Asir system had failed to reboot. Our hero had never before encountered such a situation and found himself utterly bewildered by what was transpiring. Abruptly, a voice resonated within his mind, urging him to pursue the light. Startled, he turned, only to see the glitching system notifications declaring that an unknown entity had infiltrated the system, and safe mode restoration was failing. Jae Hyun remained utterly clueless as to the unfolding events. The old man, noticing his tense expression, inquired if anything was amiss. The young man simply explained that someone had instructed him to follow the light, and right on cue, something began to manifest. Bubbles of light materialized seemingly from thin air. He wondered if this was indeed the light he was meant to pursue. It appeared no one else could perceive this light apart from our hero, and the old man asked why he was behaving so strangely. With no clear answer forthcoming, the young man's eyes remained fixed on the enigmatic light. He swallowed his fear, resolving to investigate its nature. When the old man inquired about his destination, our hero assured him he would return shortly. After following the ephemeral light for a while, he found himself in an unfamiliar, strange place. Immediately, the system window appeared, announcing that the Asir system had been disabled and the status window could not be loaded. He attempted to interact with the system, but it remained unresponsive. Another notification arrived, stating there was partial damage and the system would attempt to reboot in safety mode. Jae Hyun scratched his head in confusion. Ever since he first awakened at the age of 10, the system had never once gone offline in the 17 years that followed. There had never been any damage or reboots. He wondered if the voice he had heard was somehow connected to the system's malfunction. The system continued to glitch, bombarding him with the same repetitive failure notifications. Despite this persistent disruption, he continued to pursue the light, pondering if some fundamental change was occurring within the Asir system. A little background on the Asir system. It was said to be named after the Aesir, the gods from Norse mythology, such as Odin and Thor. The system was believed to have emerged from the Aesir, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of disaster back in 2011. During that tumultuous period, a massive tree had suddenly erupted in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, soaring to unimaginable heights in a mere 9 days, casting an ominous shadow over the entire world. And that terrifying arboreal entity from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree of mythology. Once it had fully sprouted on that 9th day, absolute chaos was unleashed. The world was engulfed by a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the ensuing pandemonium, while the survivors grappled with famine and plagues. In that moment of profound despair, true heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope to mankind. Slowly, many individuals began to tap into their Asir systems, becoming raiders dedicated to humanity's salvation. From that point onward, the Asir system had been humanity's greatest weapon against these monstrous threats. But now, our hero was plagued by a new worry. If the Asir system was undergoing such a fundamental change, he feared the consequences might not bode well for the future. Abruptly, he reached a dead end and spotted a green door directly in front of him. He was initially shocked, but then a smile spread across his face as he realized this must be a treasure gate. Here's a little about treasure gates. These are secret rooms cunningly hidden within dungeons, possessing an extremely low chance of appearing, even in high-level dungeons. They typically contained special items and rare materials that could fetch millions of won, the local currency of this world. Jae Hyun's mind raced with excitement, realizing that discovering a rank or higher piece of equipment could instantly transform his otherwise mundane life. He silently offered a prayer to the gods for a stroke of extraordinary luck. As he stepped inside, the entire space felt surreal, almost as if he had stumbled into some celestial registration office. Before him, resting upon a pedestal, shone a brilliantly bright item. Jae Hyun had heard whispers and rumors about such places within dungeons, but he had never expected to personally encounter one. Nevertheless, he was thrilled by the sight of the item and eagerly reached out to retrieve it. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a barrage of notifications engulfed him. The first confirmed his successful restoration of a damaged system feature. The second announced the discovery of a new piece of equipment, and the third offered to display the item's details. Grinning from ear to ear, Jae Hyun couldn't help but feel that his silent prayer might have been answered. As he held the item, the system panel revealed it to be Odin's lost eye, a mythical ranked artifact. This eye, belonging to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, had been sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero would gain the ability to learn rune writing and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It was the only mythical ranked item known to exist, and once it became his, it would remain his forever. The eye radiated such an intense light that Jae Hyun found himself unable to look directly at it. Glancing at the system panel, he read about its active skill, known as absolute calculation, an X-rank ability that analyzed and utterly destroyed the structure of magic itself. This absolute calculation skill consumed mana proportional to the rank of the magic being destroyed. With a complete mastery of rune magic, he could unleash spells at full power without the need for intricate incantations. Another remarkable benefit was the ability to replicate opponents' skills using a blank card. This eye was undeniably a powerhouse, boasting a range of incredible abilities that could fundamentally transform Jae Hyun's capabilities as a raider. However, Jae Hyun considered selling the item, as it could easily fetch him hundreds of millions of won the moment it entered the market. He felt a wave of relief, realizing he would no longer be forced to work laboriously or serve as anyone's meat shield. Yet, he harbored a fleeting thought of trying it on, never having personally experienced a mythical item before. But the system immediately issued a warning. Once equipped, he could never part with it. The item would remain permanently bound to him. He knew that even if he equipped it, he couldn't utilize it effectively, as he was already past the prime age of 20 for such gear. So he decided against wearing it. After this fortunate encounter, he resolved to return to his party. Shortly thereafter, we witnessed the old man reassuring the guild members that his friend would indeed return, and right on cue, Jae Hyun arrived. The young man immediately apologized to the party leader for his tardiness, promising it would not happen again. Once they were ready to proceed, the old man gave Jae Hyun a gentle pat on the chest, encouraging him to perk up. But Jae Hyun assured him, saying, "I'm already good to go," and cheerfully mentioned that he would be treating them to drinks that night. This announcement surprised the old man, who was left scratching his head, utterly bewildered by Jae Hyun's sudden change of demeanor. Meanwhile, Jae Hyun felt a wave of relief that they harbored no suspicion toward him. You see, within the lawless confines of a dungeon, even a casual mention of having found an item could be a death sentence. Even his own friends might not hesitate to try and snatch it. Thus, he was doing his utmost to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling above them began to crack. Before the party leader could issue any orders, it collapsed with a deafening crash. Jae Hyun instinctively leaped in the opposite direction, but ended up tumbling to the ground, possibly sustaining a scratch on his backside in the process. A noxious purple mist immediately engulfed the area, and the party members began to cough violently, blood tracing paths from their mouths. Jae Hyun reacted instantly, covering his mouth and resolving to flee before he inhaled any more of the poisonous fog. He called out to his friends, urging them to escape, warning that the fog was lethal. As he began to move, a shocking sight froze Jae Hyun in place. His friend was abruptly pierced by a sword, wielded by an unseen assailant. In his final, dying moments, his friend weakly urged Jae Hyun to run. The horrifying scene briefly petrified our hero, but he snapped out of it, dashing away as fast as his legs could carry him. While running, he replayed the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas in his mind. It became chillingly clear to him that this was an elaborate murder attempt. Once he had escaped the immediate danger, he paused to catch his breath, his face drenched in sweat. He had no idea why this murder attempt was unfolding. Suddenly, our hero noticed someone behind him. As the figure came into view, a fiery arrow shot forward, not aimed at Jae Hyun, but rather crashing into the area directly in front of him, triggering a massive explosion. The man in the hoodie looked familiar, and Jae Hyun immediately recognized him as Young Wooman. As Young Wooman gathered energy at the tip of his finger, he reminded Jae Hyun that he had promised to meet him that day, and here he was. Jae Hyun immediately confronted him, asking if this was his doing, if he was the one who had released the poisonous fog and attacked the Meteor Guild. Young Wooman smirked in response, shamelessly admitting he was behind it all. The young man found himself momentarily shocked, but he quickly regained his composure, attempting to understand the gravity of the situation before acting on impulse. So, he asked Young Wooman why he had committed such acts, to which Young Wooman simply shrugged, stating his clients had instructed him to do so. Then Young Wooman revealed that many individuals harbored grievances against the Meteor Guild, largely because they had consistently maintained an air of superiority, looking down upon everyone else. Jae Hyun clenched his teeth, revealing to us the dark world of dungeon assassination contracts. In these types of illicit operations, killers exploited the confined spaces of dungeons to murder their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild had been entangled in these shady dealings as well, which was ultimately why they met their demise. Jae Hyun felt the stinging pain of his injury, a mere graze on his shoulder from the arrow. He wasn't certain he could stand toe-to-toe with Young Wooman, and a rank magician who ranked among the top 2% of geniuses in the entire country. Our hero, in stark contrast, was merely a mid to low-rank player. Even though he knew he wasn't their primary target, Jae Hyun worried they might attempt to eliminate him to tie up any loose ends. Naturally, like any righteous protagonist, Jae Hyun felt a powerful urge to avenge his comrades, especially Mungho. But for now, he was not about to make any reckless moves. He assured Young Wooman that he wouldn't utter a single word about what had transpired with the Meteor Guild. Instead of listening, the man with glasses unleashed another volley of fiery chains. Jae Hyun immediately took evasive side steps to dodge the attack, but his face still sustained a graze from the fiery blast. He was certain that even a split-second delay would have resulted in his demise. The crazed magician continued to hurl fiery chains directly at Jae Hyun, who ran relentlessly, desperate to escape. He was baffled as to why he was being targeted, considering he was just a lowly D-rank player. With each passing moment, his face acquired more bruises from the relentless onslaught, while the relentless attacker showed no sign of relenting. Suddenly, that familiar voice inside Jae Hyun's head berated him once again, calling him a useless fool and questioning his very existence. It seemed this man, who consistently appeared in his mind to insult him, was undeniably his father. And after witnessing his father's image in his mind, something clicked for Jae Hyun, and he boldly asked if his father was indeed behind this assassination attempt. The man with glasses paused upon hearing Jae Hyun's question, but then erupted into faint chuckles that quickly escalated into maniacal laughter. He confirmed Jae Hyun's suspicion. Jae Hyun was struck silent by this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalled the heart-wrenching day, 5 years ago during winter, when he had wept bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronted Young Wooman, asking if his father had ordered his mother's assassination that day. The man with glasses grimly affirmed it, acknowledging that he could never truly comprehend why a father would wish his own son and wife dead. Young Wooman fired another arrow at Jae Hyun, taunting him about his dire situation. He conjured a multitude of fiery arrows, ready to blast our hero into oblivion, and before unleashing his attack, he uttered a final goodbye. Jae Hyun remained silent for a moment, then abruptly activated Odin's Eye. Young Wooman's confident smile instantly contorted into pure shock as he witnessed Jae Hyun manifesting magical powers within himself. The magical powers continued to surge, growing stronger without any sign of abating, leaving the fool with glasses even more terrified. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Young Wooman decided it was time to eliminate Jae Hyun. He launched a fiery arrow at Jae Hyun, expecting him to flinch or flee, but Jae Hyun stood his ground. As the fire arrow drew dangerously close, it simply disintegrated into nothingness, leaving Young Wooman's jaw practically agape. It appeared the eye had finally activated, a fact confirmed by the system itself. A confident smirk spread across Jae Hyun's face, a tangible manifestation of the surge of power now coursing through his body. The system window reappeared, noting the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Young Wooman was rapidly losing his composure, utterly baffled at how his magic had been nullified with such ease. Our hero wasted no time, utilizing the blank card to replicate Young Wooman's skill, known as Blitz Chain, and made it abundantly clear that he intended to inflict a painful death upon this bastard. In the very next moment, he conjured fiery arrows. While Young Wooman struggled to comprehend how his signature skill, one that had taken him years to master, was now being wielded by this lowly D-ranked raider, a visible tremor ran through him. Even though he was visibly shaking in his boots, Young Wooman warned Jae Hyun that eliminating him would not be an easy task. The young man unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows, confidently telling Young Wooman they would settle things very soon. In retaliation, the bespectacled man fired off his own barrage of arrows. Their powers clashed in a fierce display, but it appeared Jae Hyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jae Hyun maintained his relentless assault, compelling the arrogant man to flee in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Young Wooman attempted to strike back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jae Hyun swiftly activated his absolute calculation ability, disintegrating the incoming assault while simultaneously launching his own arrow directly at his opponent. Desperate, Young Wooman conjured a barrier to shield himself, but Jae Hyun was not yet finished. He employed his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Young Wooman utterly defenseless. The arrow struck him directly, leaving him no time to dodge. As the dust settled, Jae Hyun approached the fallen Young Wooman, who was now begging for mercy in a dramatic, almost theatrical manner. Tears streamed down his face, but Jae Hyun had no intention of offering any leniency. He simply unleashed a fiery arrow that finished off the arrogant man with a single, decisive blow. After the intense battle, Jae Hyun was utterly depleted. He collapsed onto the ground, reflecting on how he had finally acquired a mythical item, only to find himself confronting death in such an ignominious manner. Death had always been a terrifying concept he grappled with as a raider. But now, staring it directly in the face, the feeling was profoundly different. He began to feel a creeping coldness. Then, out of nowhere, a system window materialized, mentioning a new download. It presented him with a startling escape. If he activated the system, he could leap back to a past moment in time. Knowing he was on the verge of death anyway, Jae Hyun simply uttered, "Yeah, sure, let's do this." With that command, the new system, known as Nornair, activated. Suddenly, we found ourselves observing divine-looking ladies conversing in an ancient tongue, a language far beyond our comprehension. The blonde lady extended her hand, seemingly grasping our hero's hand in the process. Just as this occurred, the friendly blue system windows turned a menacing red, and a notification materialized, stating that our hero had become a major adversary of the High Aesir. He had also acquired 2 new passive skills, with half of the Aesir gods now constantly observing him. The next thing he knew, he awoke in his bed, looking utterly terrified, as if he had just witnessed a ghost. He scanned the room, every detail feeling surreal. He stared at his hand, where a red, fiery orb began to form, and the system announced that the user had successfully returned to the chosen time period. Memories of the past flashed before his eyes, revealing his deceased mother and the moment he had fought Young Wooman. He also saw his mother and rushed to embrace her tightly, unwilling to let go, desperately hoping this was not merely a dream. And in fact, this was no dream. He was indeed hugging his mother. After a while, once he was alone in his room, a sharp pain in his chest jolted him back to reality. The system confirmed the date as November 15th, 2020, which was the precise moment he had regressed to, and his body had successfully healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wondered if he was still dreaming. Looking around his familiar surroundings, he realized he was indeed in his old home. A system notification materialized, presenting a quest titled, "A Break is the Mother of Success." His primary task was simply to rest until fully recovered, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once his restoration was complete. The young man exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflected on how he had died fighting that man, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years into the past, thanks to this new system. 11 years was the same span of time since he was in his 3rd year of middle school. He checked his calendar and realized that he had actually not yet enrolled in Mills Academy. He also discovered a note from his past self, clearly advising him to choose martial arts. But he immediately grabbed a pen and emphatically scratched out that suggestion. He was not going to squander this second chance on the martial arts class. This time, becoming a mage was undeniably the path to take. In the subsequent scene, we found him having dinner with his mother, struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. His mother looked concerned, having noticed his recently strange behavior. When she had returned home earlier, he had embraced her tightly and wept deeply. She gently inquired if anything was troubling him. With a forced smile, he reassured her, saying it was merely a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his deceased mother were far from mere nightmares. Finally gathering his courage, he told her there was something he wished to discuss. She encouraged him to speak freely. It was evident to her that he might not wish to enroll in Mills Academy. She understood the inherent dangers and fierce competition involved in such a path. She was prepared to let him choose a regular school if he was hesitant, not wanting to impose her own wishes upon him. But contrary to her expectations, our young man revealed that he was considering altering his major to enroll in the magic class instead. His mother chuckled at the sudden change and swiftly approved of his decision, though she was visibly startled by the abrupt switch from his earlier determination to pursue the martial arts major. Despite her initial surprise, she trusted her son's judgment, believing he must have a compelling reason for the change. With a reassuring pat on his cheek, she encouraged him to pursue whatever made him happy, whether it was martial arts or magic, and assured him not to worry about financial matters. She promised to support him wholeheartedly in his chosen path. Moved by her profound understanding and unwavering support, the young man began to weep once more. And amidst his surging emotions, memories of his father, Minyoung-woo, and a rank raider flashed through his mind, reigniting his fierce desire to grow stronger, to ultimately seek revenge against his father. Jae-hyun began a regimen of serious training, starting with push-ups. He had also earned a blank card from completing his first quest. His physique was rapidly becoming toned and fit, a sight one might, perhaps, envy. Jae-hyun still hadn't entirely grasped the full implications of the Nornair system, but he certainly wasn't complaining as long as it continued to function. His knowledge of his past life would allow him to monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide would undoubtedly prove invaluable. However, he possessed few skills beyond his innate martial arts abilities, absolute calculation, and blitz chain, which he had copied from young women. He leaned back in his chair, summoned his system interface, and checked his current statistics. He was quite certain his level had reverted to the current time, and his stats had been reset. Yet, he somehow retained all the passive skills from his previous life, along with 2 new ones. The first, known as One Who is Observed by the Gods, and Supreme God's Eye, both maxed out. As we know, he also possessed the absolute calculation and blitz chain skills, but he was particularly curious about his passive abilities. He then examined One Who is Observed by the Gods, a passive skill that should assist him in rapid growth through divine blessings. This skill had also helped him maintain his other passive abilities during the regression, which explained why he retained all his skills without a reset. Additionally, it boosted all his statistics by an extra point every time he leveled up. Thanks to this unique ability, most of the Aesir demigods were keeping a watchful eye on him. He then decided to explore his other skills. The Supreme God's Eye passive skill was also an exceptional ability that allowed him to perceive through false illusions and uncover the absolute truth. There was also an active skill called Blitz Chain, which enabled him to attack enemies with electrified chains, occasionally causing paralysis. The mana consumption of this skill increased with the number of chains emitted. Initially, you might have assumed they were fiery chains, and you would likely agree with that assessment. He took a look at his other statistics. Despite most of them being at abysmal levels, he was intensely focused on bolstering his magic stat, which was supremely crucial. And he knew that endurance was equally vital. In those marathon battles, one had to persist without succumbing to exhaustion. After careful consideration, he decided to utilize his newly acquired blank card to replicate a healing skill, as he already possessed an offensive ability. You see, even in the year 2020, a time when mages received little admiration, those with healing skills remained highly coveted. They were treated like royalty wherever they went, earning respect far beyond the mere scope of raiding. So, he reasoned that as a mage with healing powers, he would still receive his due reverence. But there was a catch. Locating an awakened individual with healing skills to copy would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Previously, in his desperation, he had used his blank card to fight with young women. But this time, he was not going to squander it in such a manner again, as he had no idea how many such cards the system would grant him. His phone abruptly rang, and as he checked it, his eyes widened at the sight of Kim Yu-young's name on the caller ID. Kim Yu-young was his childhood friend, someone he had been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he had tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he was now fiercely determined to alter. He smirked as he read her text message. Apparently, she was calling him to invite him to St. Yusonggen's seminar. This news filled him with a quiet happiness, as St. Yusonggen was renowned for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stood up, grabbed his hoodie, and quickly informed his mother that he would return soon. Once outside, he checked his phone again and messaged Kim Yu-young, letting her know he was on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce sped through heavy traffic. Inside, St. Yusonggen sat quietly, enveloped by a busy schedule as her manager updated her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager inquired if she was all right, noting her recent tendency to push herself relentlessly. She reassured him she was fine, though a bit tired, gently reminding him that sacrifice often entailed relinquishing a portion of one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appeared visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Shanjun. He feared it was only a matter of time before exhaustion inevitably took its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrived at the event location. The girl seemed eager, practically pulling our hero through the throng of people. When they paused, the young man playfully teased her, asking if she had brought him along solely because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl grew annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her in such a manner. She fell silent, a clear indication that she had indeed brought him for precisely that reason. He teased her again, joking about how such a clever girl could possess such a terrible sense of direction. While she was giving him a hard time, our hero secretly harbored gratitude for his friend. If he could manage to replicate Yusonggen's sacrifice ability now, it could be a complete game changer for him, potentially positioning him as one of Korea's most influential figures. As the crowd settled into their seats, our eager lady and our hero were struck by the immense size of her following, a phenomenon that wasn't surprising in the least. She was, after all, the Guild Master of Lotus. She was a top-tier healer, renowned throughout the nation and indeed worldwide. In this current era, raiders were not yet commonly utilized as mere meat shields, but she still consistently prioritized the safety of others. Finally, she stepped onto the stage, and the crowd erupted in wild applause. Our hero waited eagerly for the perfect moment to replicate her abilities. While he waited, he quietly mused that in just 2 months, the saint would fall seriously ill during a dungeon raid. And it would be all thanks to the very nature of her own healing magic, sacrifice. He theorized that he was the only one who could truly heal her, provided he could first replicate her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-young was growing increasingly hyped, a display Jae Hyun found somewhat irritating. On stage, the saint began her discourse about how the world was in disarray due to Yggdrasil's tree and the monsters that relentlessly consumed human lives. Despite the pervasive despair, she interjected a message of hope, urging everyone to remember the awakened individuals who possess the power to save humanity, and encouraged every single one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concluded, the fans were ecstatic, and Jae Hyun acknowledged her words, stating that since battling monsters on the front lines was no easy feat, many felt reluctant to become raiders. He was a living example of this for us, having himself once considered selling Odin's eye to avoid the demands of raiding for cash. As they moved forward, she couldn't stop talking about the saint. Meanwhile, our hero continued to tease her, which truly got on her nerves. He then mentioned that he had already called her mother earlier to pick her up, citing her notoriously poor sense of direction. She suggested he simply catch a ride with her mother, but he brushed it off, stating he had other matters to attend to. Before departing, he casually mentioned changing his career path to focus entirely on magic and hinted that he would need her to teach him later. With that, he departed without explaining his career change, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The young man began scanning the vicinity and finally spotted the lady's car. A smile spread across his face as he headed toward it, but the manager, noticing his approach, informed him they were not accepting any fan visits at that moment. However, the young man boldly stated he was there to meet director Yoo Sung-in. The manager sighed, clearly annoyed at having to deal with yet another raider fanatic. With an irritated expression, the man arrogantly told the young man to leave, reminding him to respect her privacy and mentioning that even the director would be bothered by his presence. The young man insisted he wasn't there for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he revealed that he knew Lady Yoo Sung-in was suffering from an untreatable disease, and boldly claimed he was the only one who could cure her. Naturally, the director was shocked to hear this and became absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he had heard such a thing. But the young man calmly reminded him not to cause a scene and subtly gestured toward the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolled down her window and directly addressed our hero, asking if he could substantiate his words. He confidently replied yes, assuring her he could indeed cure her disease. Although she was hesitant to allow our hero close, the lady decided to grant him a chance, knowing that if he was lying, he would soon be exposed. His unwavering confidence, however, made him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructed her manager to make time for the young man and arrange a quieter place where they could discuss this privately. Once they had settled somewhere quieter, the lady got straight to the point, asking how he knew about her disease. The young man apologized but bluntly stated he couldn't reveal much to her, making it clear that if he had to disclose that information, he would not treat her ailments. The lady chuckled at his boldness and moved on to her next question, asking how he intended to treat her. Jae Hyun was honest, telling her he intended to replicate her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady was shocked to hear this, and the manager grew impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understood the meaning of a skill being unique and demanding to know how he even intended to copy something that truly belonged only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They are essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills possess impenetrable formulas, rendering them impossible to copy. This inherent monopoly kept them exclusive to specific individuals or families. The young man calmly diffused the tension, emphasizing that if he hadn't known all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately told her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they wouldn't take long to hear out our hero. She asked if he could actually accomplish what he claimed, to which the young man confidently agreed. We also learned that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she required a higher or equally ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she couldn't utilize her own skill on herself because sacrifice demanded a literal sacrifice to the gods, thus preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gave him the green light to proceed. As she glowed with her magic, Jae Hyun felt ecstatic and immediately replicated her ability. The system window materialized, asking if he wished to register the new skill, sacrifice, onto the blank card. Confidently, the young man affirmed. Once he had completed the replication, he activated his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decided to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's examine the statistics of this skill. The first benefit was that it created a wave of healing to restore multiple allies and removed debilitating debuffs. Secondly, when utilized on undead monsters, it transformed into an attack skill called Judgment of Light. Finally, since the skill was replicated using a blank card, there were absolutely no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then the lady inquired what he would desire from her guild. While she outwardly stated this, inwardly she felt confident that dealing with this middle schooler would be a breeze, especially given her position as the representative of the Lotus Guild. The young man got straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckled, asking if he sought her sponsorship solely to aid his growth as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirmed this, explaining that it was his grand dream and that he required the resources, connections, and support that came with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and evident skills, the lady readily agreed to sponsor him, but she stipulated a condition. The moment our hero heard this, he was quite amazed to observe that even though she was not in a strong negotiating position, she maintained a bold stance. The lady revealed that her disease was a personal matter and held no bearing on the Lotus Guild. What our hero desired was not entirely within her power. He was requesting the support of the entire guild, which had no inherent reason to favor him. Our hero instructed her to lay out her conditions. If they resonated with him, he would then decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind raced with all sorts of possibilities she might be contriving, but she surprised him by simply asking if he would join the Lotus Guild. The young man immediately inquired if she was serious about recruiting him. The lady then listed several compelling reasons for seeking his recruitment. Firstly, he had uncovered classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's illness, a detail known only to a select few, thus showcasing exceptional information gathering abilities. Secondly, he had flawlessly replicated her sacrifice skill, something she had never witnessed before, and she was curious to ascertain if anyone else in the world possessed such an ability. The young man felt a pang of awkwardness hearing this, knowing he couldn't reveal that he only knew about her disease due to his regression through time, and that he could only replicate skills thanks to his extraordinary system. The lady then leaned in uncomfortably close to him and stated the third reason for recruiting him into the guild. Despite being a middle schooler, our young man hadn't even flinched when confronting the representative of the Lotus Guild. And she admired his courage, the sheer nerve he had just displayed. In his past, the Lotus Guild had collapsed shortly after her death. Now that she was here, he was quite certain that joining the guild would accelerate his progression, but he wondered how they could formalize a contract, given he was a minor, and contracting with underage individuals was illegal. With a smile, the lady reminded him about the right of priority negotiation. It turned out our hero was indeed familiar with it. The right of priority negotiation was a guild's special privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who had not yet reached adulthood. Once they came of age, that particular guild held the exclusive right to secure a contract with the trainee before any other guild could. Jae Hyun had never imagined he would utilize such a perk, especially after having been rejected by even the most disreputable guilds in his former life. The lady appeared to have taken a liking to our hero, and the young man sat up from his seat, declaring he would heal her immediately. Although her offer was undeniably appealing, he decided to prioritize the treatment before formally accepting her terms. As he stood directly over her, the manager seemed less than thrilled about our hero healing her. Though he no longer doubted our young man after witnessing his powers firsthand, he remained cautious, fearing our hero might employ some cursed or dubious method, especially since even top doctors had failed to cure her. Shortly thereafter, the lady felt magically healed, sensing the profound changes within her body. The manager was utterly shocked and amazed. He wasted no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with the utmost respect for ever having doubted him. Our hero simply shrugged it off, stating it was understandable to doubt a child's words. But the manager continued his apologies, feeling deeply regretful for his earlier rude behavior. Jae-hyun informed the lady that everything was complete and she could now move around freely. The moment she stood up, she walked to the window and used her magic to illuminate the entire room. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized her symptoms had completely vanished. She expressed profound gratitude for this miracle and inquired if he would face any penalties for healing her, but we knew penalties did not apply to his copied skill. Our hero reassured her with a smile that she could repay him when the opportune moment arrived, and the lady gladly agreed. She then produced her card and instructed him to consider the offer. She promised to do her utmost to ensure it worked out in his favor. The young man then stated there was something he wished to ask. The following day, the manager escorted him to a low-ranked dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you might surmise, he was there to enhance his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild ensured they had all the essentials prepared for him and even loaned him some spare gear intended for guild members. But the manager cautioned him that venturing into the dungeon alone could be risky, inquiring why he insisted on soloing it. Jae-hyun simply stated he wished to grind. As a safety net, the manager handed him a stone, explaining it was a warp stone. If he shattered it, he would be instantly teleported outside the dungeon gate. It was a small token of gratitude for how he had treated the lady, and the young man happily accepted it. He proceeded to enter the dungeon, and the moment he stepped inside, he was certain it was merely an E-rank dungeon, nothing to truly worry about. The manager urged him to warp out quickly if danger arose, to which he nodded in assurance. Deep inside, however, he abruptly found his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicated he was now in Helheim's Field of the Dead. The scene transitioned to director Yoo Sung-gun's office. There we saw the lady lost in thought concerning our hero. She was concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone was nearly impossible, regardless of their skill. However, she could tell this young man wasn't an average individual. He hadn't chosen this gate on a whim, so she grinned, deciding to observe where he was headed with this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and after receiving permission from the director, another lady entered. The director inquired about the matter for which she had requested updates, and the other lady handed her the files, explaining it was our hero's profile. As the director flipped through the pages, she was shocked to read that he aspired to be a martial artist, which made no sense to her given his magical capabilities. A heavy silence fell over the room as the lady who had brought the reports also had no idea how someone could be so uniquely talented. But she assured the director that the reports were accurate, provided there were no mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we observed that our young man's aptitude for magic was at 97%. Shortly thereafter, the director called her manager, Apa, and instructed him to contact her immediately once our hero emerged from the dungeon. She was eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our young man found himself plummeting into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, landing hard on his backside upon impact. As he looked around, he realized he was in a graveyard and struggled to stand, coughing harshly. Before he could make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appeared, wasting no time. It aimed its bow at our hero and fired an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he sustained a nasty cut across his face. Another monster materialized, ready to strike our hero down. He was unsure if its weapon was laced with paralysis poison, a thought that greatly annoyed him. He quickly healed himself using his impressive sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerged, and he found himself surrounded by black souls hovering in the air. They immediately began attacking and shooting at him. But this time, Jae Hyun caught an arrow with his bare hands and snapped it by clenching his fist, thoroughly irritated by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-young stared at the autograph she had received from the director. And she, too, was feeling utterly annoyed at our hero for abandoning her despite knowing she had a terrible sense of direction. She grew increasingly frustrated by his unpredictable actions. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he was agreeing to accompany her. He never used to ditch her like this, always ensuring she wasn't left alone, but this time he had left her high and dry, isolated. And now he was switching to the magic class. Even though he had always dreamed of martial arts, she simply couldn't comprehend his sudden change, knowing he was usually thoughtful and cautious, not one to act without a good reason. Suddenly, she began texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jae Hyun's face paled as he freaked out at the sight of ghosts directly in front of him. To make matters worse, they were far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decided to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learned that this dungeon, Helheimr, was the realm of the dead, overseen by Loki's daughter Hel. It was one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms, excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds included Niflheimr, the world of fog and ice, Muspelheimr, the world of flames, Jotunheimr, the world of giants, Ulfheimr, the world of elves, Svartalfaheimr, the world of dark elves, Vanaheimr, the world of the Vanir gods, and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimr, where Helheimr existed alongside it. This place was a total nightmare for novices, but our hero was energized to test his skills. He decided to unleash goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he utilized it on undead monsters, bam, it transformed into an epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster immediately attacked him, but our hero swiftly struck it down with his wand, sending the creature flying backward. He prepared with blitz fire and blasted the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 experience points for eliminating the Death Wraith. He maintained the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to dominate the stage with his skills. Every monster he eliminated brought a wider grin to his face as the experience points accumulated. Next, he leaped at another undead archer and struck it hard on the head. Boom. His wand cracked in half, but he still managed to defeat the monster. His face turned pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he hadn't been fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness had cost him a weapon. So, he grew serious and activated his sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light descended upon the monsters, incinerating them to ash. Once those undead were reduced to ashes, he accumulated some valuable experience points along the way and decided to take a breather in the settling haze. He healed himself to restore his powers, and he was relieved to have survived. He had learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his skills. Even though divine judgment had saved him this time, he might not be so fortunate next time. In any case, he decided to leave the place, but he soon realized he had no idea how to find his way out. He sighed and decided to use the warp stone, but before he could, a terrifying aura of mana crept over him from behind. When he looked back, there was nothing. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching, and in the next moment, he felt himself being choked. He raised his broken wand and jabbed it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he was inflicting pain upon himself, but he was absolutely determined not to utter a single scream that might attract unwanted company. Little did he know, a hideous monstrosity lurked directly behind him. Right on cue, the system chimed in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, had appeared, and the disparity in levels between our hero and this boss was stark. The system practically screamed at him to bolt out of the dungeon as quickly as possible. He fumbled for his teleportation stone, but before he could grasp it, the monster pounced from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he collided with a nearby wall and began coughing up blood. His HP also plummeted. The system immediately urged him to use a healing item, but it appeared he had no time for that, as the monster was already standing before him and immediately launched another attack. Just as he braced himself for the worst, the monster in front of him froze solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what on earth had just transpired. That's when a woman's voice, echoed through the cavern. The woman appeared divine, almost like a goddess. She commanded the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself had brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informed our hero that he was destined to be the adversary. Confused, the young man had no idea who this woman could be. The lady continued, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seemed she had been mistaken, perceiving him as merely an average young man with moderate mana and abilities. She questioned why Loki would choose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Aesir gods. The young man struggled to remain conscious, his life slowly ebbing away from the loss of blood. He knew he couldn't afford to die here. Not when he had been granted a second chance to rectify past mistakes. Seeing the fierce determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledged his resolve, but stated that he was still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She began to choke him, warning that his end was imminent. If he didn't grow stronger quickly, she threatened to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decided to grant him another opportunity. She urged him to become far stronger than he currently was, capable of easily defeating the Nightshade monster. If he succeeded, she promised him a reward, but emphasized that he must act swiftly. And then a system notification appeared with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His primary objective in this mission was to defeat Nightshade within 2 months. And it appeared this mysterious lady was none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he successfully completed this mission, then Goddess Hel would personally bestow upon him her gift, but failure meant death as the penalty. As those eerie hands began dragging him into the darkness, he lost sight of everything. And as the scene shifted, we saw the blonde goddess we had observed during his time regression. She still appeared to be speaking to our hero in that foreign language. Suddenly, he awakened in the real world. As he stood up, he realized that his injuries had been completely healed. Checking his status window, he saw the same quest still hovering before him, which confirmed that everything he had experienced back then was real. And the lady he had encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who ruled over Helheimr, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He was still clueless about this entire adversary concept, and he had heard something similar shortly after acquiring this new Nornir system. With a multitude of unanswered questions looming over him, such as why he had regressed, and what this adversary business truly entailed, he knew one thing for certain. He had to level up rapidly. If what that goddess had said held true, the moment he ceased getting stronger, he would be killed by her. But he chuckled to himself, at least he had some daring tasks ahead. Still, he faced a long road. He didn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacked any basic spells to handle minor foes. Pulling out his phone, he saw a call from the director, summoning him. He told her he would drop by tomorrow and was ready to finalize the contract. The next day arrived, and our hero stepped into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager led him inside, and as they walked, he understood why he was receiving such special treatment. His mage aptitude was, after all, at 97%. Arriving at their destination, our hero's face brightened at the sight of the lady director, who exuded confidence with her long hair and a presence that immediately caught his eye. They exchanged warm greetings. She delved into the perks the guild was offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirmed they were indeed impressive. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provided him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost, should they break. On top of that, he would earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in raids. These terms were typically reserved for top-notch grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he revealed a condition. The lady director warmly encouraged him to speak his mind. He explained that it had only been 1 month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requested to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marveled at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the young man inquired if she agreed to his condition before he signed the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckled at his interesting request and agreed to his terms. He thanked her, and she teasingly reminded him that she already had her eye on his potential and couldn't wait to witness it in action. She pressed him to display his talent first if he felt comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it was the primary reason the Lotus Guild was interested in him. He immediately asked what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicked her fingers, and blue energy began to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she instructed him to endure it. The young man was absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminded him that a truly talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he intended to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. You see, a mana cube was a test that B rank and above mages used to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there was no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages could endure its pressure. The young man asked the lady if she was trying to scare him off. She reassured him that even if he failed, it wouldn't impact their priority negotiation, and they would still formalize the contract. With no apparent escape, our hero bit the bullet and stepped forward. The director nodded to her manager to prepare, who expressed concern about her decision, as even current mage raiders struggled with the cube. The lady reaffirmed that our hero was not an average individual, so it was worth taking a chance. Reluctantly, the director nodded and activated the cube. Once the mana cube was activated, the young man hesitated before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encouraged him to step in, and finally he gathered the courage to enter. As soon as he was inside the mana cube, the manager remained visibly anxious, perceiving him as merely a young kid. The lady reassured him that our hero could handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he would not fail. Inside, our hero felt as if he were drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he could breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about becoming ill from prolonged exposure to dense mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searched for an exit, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube involved finding the singular door connected to the outside world amidst countless swirling whirlpools. He gathered his resolve, meticulously searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power, as if it contained the entire essence of the vast ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remained anxious while the lady continued to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager inquired how long it typically took. The lady mentioned the fastest exit from the cube was 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly stated, "It'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record." The lady agreed, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widened as they witnessed the crystal beginning to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabbed his phone and realized only 10 minutes had elapsed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipated what was transpiring inside, our hero sensed the immense power of the crystal and grinned, thinking that shattering it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swam toward the stone, clenched it tightly in his fist, and shattered it into pieces with a swift motion. As cracks began to spread around him, a system notification revealed that he had acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapsed, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This type of test typically required an hour for an S-rank player, but our young man had smashed through it in just 26 minutes, breaking the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness Records at 36 minutes. The manager immediately stepped forward, enthusiastically shaking our hero's hand and showering him with praise. The lady also joined in, but her curiosity was piqued as to how he had managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The young man explained that he had found a crystal inside the cube and broken it. The lady was shocked to hear this, because a mana cube crystal contained all the magical power within the cube, and it was incredibly rare for anyone, especially an ordinary awakened person, to locate or break it. The fact that our hero had not only found it, but shattered it suggested that his mana capacity exceeded that of the entire cube. She erupted in a moment of sheer happiness and immediately vowed to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitioned back to Lady Kim Yu-young, who was visibly upset that Jae Hyun was still late. Our hero's mother stood beside Kim Yu-young, confirming that he was indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar, flashy Rolls-Royce captured both ladies' attention. They were stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae Hyun immediately noticed the ladies and waved happily. While his mother was anxious, concerned if her son was involved in something shady, Lady Kim was livid to see him lounging around. Once they were settled in the room, the girl immediately demanded answers, asking why he had switched to the magic class. Our hero casually explained that martial arts simply wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he had already completed all the paperwork for the magic track. She kept pressing for more details about his decision, but he cleverly flipped the script, asking why she had dropped by. He then inquired if her parents were away at work, to which she nodded, explaining that was why she was spending the night with our hero's mother's blessing. We then learned that her parents worked in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which kept them frequently traveling. And whenever she was left alone, she tended to stay with him, as our hero's mother was a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the young man asked her to teach him the theories of magic, now that he was enrolled in the magic class. The girl demanded to know what she would receive in return. Reluctantly, the young man asked what she desired. The girl admitted she didn't have anything specific in mind at that moment. After pondering for a bit, she decided that he must grant her one wish. The young man agreed but added a condition. Her wish must be made within 1 year, or it would expire. The girl agreed, somewhat annoyed, while the young man privately gambled that she would likely forget about it within a year. Playfully, the young man asked what kind of wish she might have in mind. But the girl, now visibly annoyed, told him to cease his incessant chatter. The lady grew so furious that while she was clutching the pillow, one might have imagined she was squeezing her chest tightly. As they continued their banter, their mother called them for dinner, but they ignored her, engrossed in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise anyone if the girl playfully told him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens soared through the air, and a man clad in black effortlessly dispatched the monsters with his sword. Finally, we met our hero's father, Min-young-woo, who received praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invited Min-young-woo to join their guild, but our hero's father declined, preferring to remain a solo operator. The armored man practically begged our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black merely scoffed and called him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father began summoning strange chain-like entities, and he also pontificated about humans being greedy, almost as if delivering a lecture. He vanished into thin air, leaving the armored man scratching his head. After this unsettling encounter with our hero's formidable father, who, frankly, appeared younger than our hero himself, we returned to the director, who was lecturing Jae Hyun during his first magic class. The lady decided to dive directly into sparring and challenged him to take a swing at her. The young man hesitated, but realized he had no choice. He let out a sigh and carefully adopted his stance, ensuring there were no discernible openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he threw a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stood there, grinning, and the impact of his blow created such a massive disturbance that everything was obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, our hero saw his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handled it as if it were nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grinned confidently, and the young man quickly retreated to a safer distance. It seemed he had underestimated her, simply because she was a healer. He was now certain she possessed the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she meticulously dissected his movements, noting the ingrained habits of a martial artist in his stance and attack. She pointed out that mages typically did not charge in like that to engage in close combat. The director then inquired if he understood the fundamental difference between martial arts and magic. The young man explained that martial arts revolved around close quarters fighting with swords and similar weapons, while magic focused more on long-range blasting. She nodded and added that magic classes aimed to weaken enemies from a distance, while martial arts delivered the finishing blow face to face. Then she instructed him to prepare, as she was going to attack him to demonstrate what mage combat truly entailed. She assured him she could heal him if things became messy. He felt a bit nervous, but was ready. The lady gathered energy at her fingertip and unleashed an intense laser beam of energy. The young man quickly rolled to safety as the lady informed him it was his turn to attack. He activated his blitz chain power and unleashed lightning arrows directly at her. A huge explosion erupted when the chains found their mark, but the lady stood there without a single scratch. She expressed surprise that he possessed an rank skill, but reminded him it was only effective if he hit the target. Then she countered with her own arrow, aimed directly at his face. He panicked and ended up taking the arrow directly. Even though he was battered from head to toe, he remained standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decided to go all out, unleashing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately employed his absolute calculation skill, and the magic disintegrated, leaving the lady shocked. She couldn't believe he had reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady was once again amazed and inquired if he was concealing any further surprises. Our hero simply told her to discover for herself. And with that challenge, the ground directly in front of her began to crackle with intense energy. She sustained a direct hit, but managed to deflect it with her hand. Though her hand trembled from the impact, she was absolutely baffled at how he had managed to cast this attack so rapidly. Meanwhile, he unleashed a barrage of arrows in her direction, but she quickly conjured a shield to protect herself. She was curious why he was casting magic without incanting, as spellcasting for a mage typically required a deliberate process. Experienced mages could reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks was equally potent, making her doubt he was casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero was almost completely exhausted and couldn't muster enough mana to continue attacking. So, he simply blurted out that she was a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolled up to him with a smirk, remarking that he was an interesting young man with immense potential. But she pointed out he was still raw, caught him off guard, and effortlessly knocked him to the ground. He remained clueless as to how it had happened, while she simply attributed it to her years of experience. Reflecting on his skills, she commended him for his proficiency in melee combat and his ability to cast magic seamlessly. She was impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, envisioning that he could truly forge a unique fighting style. She informed him that she was taking him under her wing from that moment on, officially appointing herself as his teacher. Apparently, he was the first fortunate individual to receive this kind of VIP treatment, becoming her personal student. The next scene depicted our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snapped him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicked his tongue, assuring her he was listening. It seemed she had been consuming ice cream ever since her arrival, which our hero had purchased for her as a tuition fee. He inquired if she was not yet full, to which she replied she could eat it all day, urging him to concentrate on his studies. As she continued to instruct him on magic, the system window revealed that his knowledge of magic had increased, and his efficiency in using magic had risen by 5%. The young man was growing weary of these persistent notifications. Every time he acquired new knowledge, they began to irritate him. The system felt as though it was relentlessly pushing him to grow. It seemed even Lady Kim found it quite peculiar how rapidly he was grasping concepts. He had learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months. But the young man downplayed it, saying there was nothing surprising, as she herself could memorize forms simply by observing them. This annoying girl grew even more irritated and demanded our hero address her as teacher. Her annoyance seemed to stem from the fact that he was learning everything so quickly, despite her having been in the magical field for a much longer time. She worried he was going to surpass her sooner rather than later at this rate. The young man sighed and reluctantly called her teacher, reminding her that he certainly possessed natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he was learning faster. But let's face it, he was exerting every effort to master magic as quickly as possible, because he didn't want to fall victim to goddess hell. The lady then reminded him that, when he had initially declared his intention to pursue martial arts, she had been truly surprised. She then began to scold him for the decision he had made back then, questioning why he had considered abandoning the magic field, even though it was so well suited for him. While Yu Young and Jae Hyun were engaged in their study session, Jae Hyun experienced a vision of a man's face, a face linked to events that had transpired in his past life. Yu Young pulled him out of his daydream by asking him if he was training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirmed that a different teacher was assisting him with his practical training. He wondered what the vision he had just seen truly was and was uncertain if it was merely his imagination. However, he also recalled that Hell had given him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade. So, he pushed the unsettling thoughts from his mind, knowing it was not the time to be distracted. Our young man considered other beneficial pursuits, such as his hope that the pill he was developing would prove immensely helpful to raiders across the world and aid him in overcoming this current wall in his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sunjae, the manager, supervised some of the raiders who were training and corrected some of their mistakes. When he spotted the guild master, he commented to her that the trainees weren't bad for novices and that the average rank had almost increased from the previous year. But he was surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realized he was speaking to her, Yu Songun apologized, and the manager teased her, suggesting she was thinking about Jae Hyun, and she affirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentioned that he recalled several other raiders had attempted to learn the technique she wished to teach Jae Hyun and had all failed. However, Yu Songun reminded the manager that he, too, had witnessed Jae Hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to claim that Jae Hyun was a veteran, as he hadn't made a single unnecessary movement. At this point, the guild master was certain that if another S-rank magician were to appear in the future, it would be Jae Hyun. Currently, she was still the only magician in the country who had achieved S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in direct battle was somewhat limited. However, if Jae Hyun were to suddenly emerge like a comet, it would undoubtedly shake up the entire magical world. Some time later, our hero was working on a mana enhancement pill. As its name suggested, it was a potion designed to permanently increase the mana capacity of the awakened individual who consumed it, an item coveted by all magicians. While he was working, the mixture failed for the umpteenth time, and our young man angrily threw away the spoon. At this point, he had already expended 3 sets of ingredients, and it seemed he would deplete all his funds if this continued. In the present of November 2020, no one yet knew how to create the mana enhancement pill, because the pill would not be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe had been shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed his hope that the pill would prove greatly beneficial to numerous raiders around the world. It seemed to our young man that simply persevering in this manner wouldn't work. But he conceived another idea that might have a higher chance of success: locating Li Jiang, since he was the one who would invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ultimately failed to create the pill himself, forging a connection with that individual would not be a loss. Since Jiang was presently a senior, currently in his first year at Mills Academy, he had to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he was out, Yu Young came to see Jae Hyun, and she opened the door to discover a pot that seemed possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting, overflowing sink. She immediately became worried that something terrible had happened and wondered if she should contact the police as she surveyed the disaster throughout the house. Wielding a frying pan as a makeshift weapon, she cautiously looked around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the gates appeared and monsters began pouring out, a few individuals had established themselves with remarkable speed. One of them was a man named Li Jin, also known as Quickblade. When the first awakened individual vanished without a trace, Li Jin appeared as if to assume his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Li Jiang, the person our young man was currently seeking, was Li Jin's youngest son. When Jae Hyun reached the transportation building, the attendant inquired where he wished to go, and he requested a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to a monster outbreak. It was a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and one had to fear for their life the moment they stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, our young man neared Mills Academy in Daegu and had to walk a bit further to reach the main entrance. Upon entering, he wondered where he might locate Jang. Although Jang was in the combat department, he wasn't particularly talented. The probability of Jang, who disliked fighting, utilizing Mills' combat facilities was very low. So Jae Hyun decided to search the classrooms first. As he walked forward, he noticed a crowd and approached to see what they were observing. When he pushed his way through, he was struck by Jang, who was thrown back by an attack from whoever was beating him. Our young man helped Jang up, and the young man apologized for hitting him. Jae Hyun, however, did not reply to his apology, but only locked eyes on Jang's opponent, who belligerently asked him who he was and if he had any business with Jang, whom he disparagingly called a stutterer. Before he could respond, the bully placed a hand on our young man's back and asked him if he was the stutterer's brother. After all, they didn't look alike in the slightest, but Jae Hyun didn't bother offering any response to this provocation. However, the bully clarified that they were engaged in an important discussion and advised him to wait outside if he wished to avoid a difficult situation. Before the individual could complete his statement, our young man slapped his hand away. Finally, Jae Hyun told the injured young man it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and inquired if he could walk, but Jang merely stared at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully stepped forward and grabbed Jae Hyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demanded to know if he didn't understand polite speech and asked him if he wished to die. However, our young man mentioned that this was the second time someone was grabbing his collar, and he couldn't comprehend why people were doing that so frequently lately. He recalled his lessons with Yu Young about maintaining a clear image in his mind, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and finally executing it. As he recalled Yu Sungin, the image our young man chose was a beam of light that shot out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notified him that the skill called Holy Arrow had been activated. With a mere point of his finger, our young man unleashed a blast of Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest, sending him flying backward, even knocking spittle from his mouth. As the big guy screamed in pain, Jang watched in shock, realizing this stranger had just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wondered what on earth had just transpired. And they marveled at how this individual was able to cast and fire a holy arrow that had broken the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students began to chatter, suggesting that it was possible the big guy was simply weaker than he appeared, the big guy grew increasingly annoyed. If this continued, his reputation would be utterly destroyed, so he vowed not to let this bastard escape without leaving a mark. As he clutched his broken arm, he generated a sword. When Jang noticed it, he called out to Jae Hyun to be careful, but the angry bully swung the sword, aiming to injure Jae Hyun. As the sword closed in on Jae Hyun's face, he remembered how Master Yu Sungin had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body, causing attacks to violently bounce off. He immediately activated his mana barrier skill, and the bully's enormous sword bounced off like rubber until it swung out of his reach. A look of terror crossed the big guy's face, but he was unable to react quickly enough because our young man soon grabbed his face and inquired if he was done with his tricks. As the bully attempted to call him a crazy bastard, Jae Hyun didn't allow the words to fully escape his mouth before he blasted a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurred as the bully crashed to the ground, and Jang watched in awe, wondering who this stranger was. When Jae Hyun eventually locked gazes with him, the young man shrieked in fear, but Jae Hyun only walked past him, toward the unconscious bully who was still enveloped in smoke. Jae Hyun crouched near him, and he was surprised by how effectively he had dealt with the individual. Soon after, our young man produced a potion. He regretted having to use the potion he had purchased for this, but it couldn't be helped, so he poured it onto the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely healed, and our young man was impressed by its efficacy. Once that was done, he turned to Jang, who was still quite shaken, and proposed that they proceed to the nurse's office. As they headed to the nurse's office, Jae Hyun paused when they reached a spot where no one could overhear their conversation. Confused, Jang stared at him, and he suspected that Jae Hyun had sought him out because he knew who he was. Eventually, he mustered the courage to ask Jae Hyun if his father had sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jae Hyun replied that his father had not, and inquired how he would know who his father was, but it was clear that Jang wasn't convinced. Eventually, Jang asked him why he had come looking for him. So, our young man informed him that he had a favor to ask. When Jae Hyun mentioned that he would like him to create a specific pill, Jang was shocked and stated that he didn't know how to create such things. Confused, Jae Hyun told him he was skilled at alchemy. And when he produced the potion he had used on the bully, he asked Jang if he wasn't the one who had sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the young man wondered how on earth he had discovered that, because there was no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jae Hyun understood his confusion, and truthfully, he wasn't wrong, because the black market operated on a system that completely concealed the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else transpired through the Asir system, ensuring its security. Fortunately, the black market functioned normally with the Nornire system that Jae Hyun possessed, which had enabled him to purchase this potion and made things much simpler. Once more, Jae Hyun asked Jang if he had made the potion, and Jang utterly denied it, but our young man immediately told him he wasn't very adept at lying. Eventually, Jae Hyun told him he completely understood why he wished to conceal it, but he explained that he didn't have much time. Jang recalled how he had listed the potions on the black market and wondered if it had been a mistake to register his potions there. He hadn't foreseen things unfolding this way, as he had only done it to try and earn some money. He knew he would face severe consequences if his father discovered this. So, to prevent that, he bowed to Jae Hyun and pleaded that he keep it a secret from others. Eventually, Jae Hyun explained that he hadn't revealed this to blackmail him, but he simply required an excellent alchemist who could help him create the elixir he desired. After Jang pondered for a while, he asked Jae Hyun who on earth he was. So, our young man explained that he was a prospective student of Mills Academy and addressed him as senior. Eventually, they both sat, and Jang, who was still tense, requested that he tell him about the pill he wished to create. Our young man informed him that he wanted to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently increased a raider's mana. Shocked, Jang stood up and asked him if permanently increasing someone's mana was even possible. Jae Hyun told him it was. Immediately, the young man's mind began to race, and he wondered what kind of ingredients would be necessary to achieve such an effect. As he began to contemplate the components required for the mana pill, Jae Hyun was surprised to notice that the young man's aura had transformed, and he had ceased stuttering. Moreover, Jang was able to deduce most of the ingredients simply from hearing the effects, which demonstrated his true talent, and Jae Hyun resolved that he had to win him over. Eventually, Jang stopped talking and concluded that it would be more prudent to consult another alchemist, given the immense significance of such an elixir. But Jae Hyun refused, insisting he wished to ask him, and even promised to provide everything he needed. Although it was true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the individual who possessed overwhelming, incomparable talent was Li Jang. Finally, he asked Jang if he would do this favor for him, and the young man agreed. Regardless, Jang clarified that he couldn't guarantee success, so our young man told him it was all right, even if he failed. Confused, Jang asked him if it was truly all right, since he would be the one incurring the loss. So, Jae Hyun assured him that he was investing because he believed in his ability, and he admitted some investments could result in failure. As Jae Hyun told him he looked forward to working with him, tears welled in the young man's eyes, because this was the first time anyone had ever believed in him to such an extent. When Jae Hyun noticed this, he was glad he had managed to forge a connection with him. The next morning, while Jang was alone in his room, he reflected on the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wondered if anyone in his life had ever believed in him this much. Because he was a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and had lost his mother early. He was eventually left alone and unable to gain the approval of his father. So, to him, it was peculiar that someone would trust him enough to tell him it was all right to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, resonated deeply within his heart and brought him to tears. Meanwhile, Jae Hyun's main quest was to confront Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the stipulated time limit and gaining Hell's recognition. The mission came with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a looming penalty of death if he failed. Presently, he had only 10 days and 23 hours remaining to accomplish it. Sometime later, Jae Hyun went to the training center to spar with Yoosongin, and he managed to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he advanced to close the gap between them, he was targeted by some blasts, but he created a shield to protect himself. He quickly activated his own holy arrow attack and blasted her with it, but she was already enveloped in a magic shield. However, she noticed a crack in the shield, and she was surprised our young man had grown so strong already. After the smoke cleared, both of them locked eyes with one another, as if in a tense standoff, until Jae Hyun began to glow brightly with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activated his blitz chain skill. But Yoosongin appeared quite ready for his attack. As they both prepared to strike, the manager stepped in and instructed them to conclude, as their time was up and they had both worked diligently that day. The manager was surprised that the training hall, constructed from arc metal, which required significant strength to even slightly damage, had been compromised by their sparring session. Had he not intervened, the hall would have been obliterated. While they rested, Yoosongin told our young man that he had grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he could now cast more spells, and his strength was ridiculously high. Suddenly, she inquired if he was studying theory separately, so he affirmed that he was learning it from a friend. Excited, Yoosongin declared that it was better than she had expected, as she had been worried about not being able to assist him with theory as well. She commented that it seemed Jae Hyun possessed an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agreed she was, but he privately considered how Kim Yoo-young's true problem lay in her peculiar personality. Before they departed, Yoosongin reminded Jae Hyun that he had expressed a desire to attempt a dungeon raid again, and he affirmed that he wished to test the efficacy of his training thus far. Because of that, she believed that the E-rank dungeon he had previously entered would be a breeze with his current skills. So, she encouraged him to do his best. The only issue was that it wasn't an E-rank dungeon he had entered, but a C-rank one, where he had encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wondered if he could defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decided not to worry too much about it, as he had prepared adequately and could only focus on the battle ahead. Some time later, Jae Hyun went to see Jang, who met him with the pill he had diligently created. Soon after, Jae Hyun ingested the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increased by 15, the unbelievable effects shocking him. Alchemy was fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the alchemist's skill. If Jae Hyun had presented the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to provide him with an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our young man smiled and reminded Jang that he was truly talented. But Jang replied that it was because he had believed in him, and he thanked him. Shortly thereafter, our young man took his leave, believing he was ready to defeat Nightshade the following day. Meanwhile, Hel spoke with her dragon, Garmer, informing him that it seemed they would be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he had to clear the dungeon. Our young man returned to the dungeon gate. He was given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, which granted him a passive skill called monoplundering. Soon after, he entered the dungeon, and the portal system informed him that he would be transported to Helheim's land of the dead due to the Nornir system he possessed. He fell through the portal and finally landed in the land of the dead. If he defeated Nightshade, he would be able to meet Hel again. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fired arrows at him, but our young man protected himself with a magic barrier. As he turned back, he noticed several monsters emerging from the ground. And he recalled how Yusongin had told him that what she wished to teach him was the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages were also referred to as swordsmen by warriors, and it was a hybrid combat style that utilized both magic and physical attacks. But until now, no one had managed to master it. As Jae Hyun turned back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considered how this fighting method was not as powerful as being a long-distance magician and was lacking compared to a close-quarters warrior. As he pummeled one monster into the ground, he realized the fighting style occupied an awkward position because it specialized in neither. But Yusongin seemed to believe that it would be a different story for him. He soon began to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Suningjai guarded the dungeon entrance, he sensed that someone else was present, and he recalled that he hadn't received a report that anyone else would be arriving. He immediately wielded his sword as a red car rushed toward him. When the driver parked, a woman who recognized him as Senior mentioned that he had been rather difficult to locate. When Sunjai realized it was an old acquaintance named Yanju, he stowed away his sword and inquired what she was doing there and about her guild. She explained that she was also on a job at the moment and had thought she might encounter him again while handling some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Yanhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sunjai wondered what nonsense she was spouting, especially since Yanju hadn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replied that it was nice to see her after so long, but he privately considered that she wasn't someone who would journey to a remote place like this merely to see him. As she stepped forward, Yanju inquired if he was managing this dungeon, but he informed her that it was not a matter an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she continued speaking, mentioning that managing dungeons was typically not part of his responsibilities and asked if he had been demoted. When he didn't answer, she mentioned she was curious to know if the rumor that Guild Master Yusongin was ill was true. Manager Sunjai's face became grim, and he informed her that it was, obviously, just a rumor. When he asked her where she had heard such a thing, she commented that there were plenty of listening ears and that their curator guild possessed many of them. Intrigued, Manager Sunjai wondered if she was implying that they had spies within their guild. So, he thanked her for the information and informed her he would address the matter. When he grew impatient, he asked her if that was all, because he likely needed to return and commence the cleanup. So, she also asked him if he knew a young man named Min Jae Hyun. The question alarmed manager Sunjai, and Yanju mentioned that this young man had been frequently visiting the Yan Ha Guild and meeting guild master young woman, so she wished to inquire about the reason for it. Confused, manager Sunjai informed her that he didn't think that was something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yanju sighed and walked away. As she left, she informed him that she hadn't expected him to reveal anything, because she knew how inflexible he was. But the reason she had traveled all this way was because she felt she should at least pretend to do something to earn her salary at the guild. Eventually, she entered her car and drove off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our young man piled up a multitude of monster corpses and sat upon them. Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appeared, and our young man told the monster that it had been a while. Nightshade's body burned with an eerie bright red, and the monster soon lunged forward, causing our young man to leap into the air as he aimed his holy arrows at the creature. While suspended in midair, he fired the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he landed back on the ground. The monster didn't appear injured and removed its hand from its face, revealing its bright red, eerie eyes. It unleashed several blasts of energy toward our young man, who spotted them and quickly calculated the precise spot to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodged the attack, and when he arrived directly in front of the monster, it unleashed another onslaught of destructive energy, which our young man still deftly evaded. Shortly thereafter, our young man inquired if it was now flustered because things weren't proceeding as it wished. Jae Hyun activated his lightning chain and directed the chains at Nightshade, who managed to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our young man redirected the chain's anchor and wrapped the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our young man decided that this attack was still insufficient to subdue it. So, he fired several holy arrows and aimed directly for its eyes. The resulting attack was quite painful and caused blood to ooze from the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refused to succumb easily and continued to thrash around until it broke free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warned Jae Hyun that the boss monster had entered a berserk state, and its strength had increased by 1.5 times, as had its dexterity. This was not good news for Jae Hyun. And as if that weren't enough, he was informed that something called the stigma of death had been placed upon him, and he would incur the penalty of sudden death if the stigma was not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal was defeating Nightshade, and our young man wondered what this sudden death penalty was, since he had never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informed him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, had been activated. Still confused, Jae Hyun suspected that hell had something to do with this. So, he called out to her and asked how she could simply interfere in this manner. Instead of an answer, the system displayed the 10-minute countdown, and he was already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still upon him, our young man ran toward the berserk monster, but he was shocked when Nightshade began to flee from him. Jae Hyun quickly fired a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and created a hole in it before it could escape too far. The timer continued to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile developed on Nightshade's face. It seemed to know it would win as long as it prolonged the fight. So, Jae Hyun decided to use a wide area skill that it couldn't evade. As he was about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivated him with its gaze, breaking our young man's concentration and spellcasting. The system informed him that he had failed to resist and had temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakened his abilities. While he was still shocked by what was happening, Nightshade struck him. After he was struck, the system displayed that the fear debuff had vanished, but Jae Hyun was coughing up blood at this point. However, he managed to find his footing and wasn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty was 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jae Hyun expected the monster to utilize the same attack on him, and when it didn't, he wondered if it was unable to continuously employ such movement-limiting spells. Jae Hyun wasn't certain, and he worried that the monster might interfere again if it saw him attempting to cast Light's Judgment, which would cause him to deplete his mana and end up incapacitated. He had to conceive another strategy, and he recalled that the monster had been struck in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight was probably narrower than before. He decided to activate his Wind Boost skill to first eliminate the remainder of the monster's vision. After utilizing a blast of wind to obscure the monster's sight, the smoke soon cleared, and our young man was seen wielding light-type magic in his hand, just as he had planned. He teased the monster for assuming he would have run blindly toward it, and called it gullible as he activated his flash bomb skill. The flash bomb was soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covered the entire field and unleashed several lightning chains toward Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our young man was relieved that he had finally subdued the creature. As the monster was consumed by the explosion, it shrieked in pain. Out of nowhere, our young man noticed some of the undead monsters he had faced earlier behind him. He activated his sacrifice skill, and the system declared that sacrifice had transformed into an attack skill, allowing him to utilize his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our young man began to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer dwindled to mere seconds until only 10 seconds remained. As we counted down to 6 seconds, our young man fixed his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he silently congratulated himself for having accomplished it. As the timer reached 3 seconds, the system declared that he had defeated the dungeon boss and had obtained the title one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hel, who had been observing the entire event, exclaimed that it seemed there was a profound reason behind Jae Hyun being chosen. She stretched forth her hand and invited the young man to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death vanished, and our young man received some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He was also informed that he had gained 3 levels and had obtained the title one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informed him that Hel was summoning him to her temple. Moments later, he was transported in front of a massive entrance that led into Hel's temple. At the entrance, he saw a huge monster burst out of the darkness toward him. Our young man leaped backward in fear, but Hel called out to the monster named Garmer and instructed it to escort their guest in. Jae Hyun followed Garmer into the temple, and he called out to Hel. Hel told him that she hadn't expected him to succeed, and she congratulated him for overcoming the trial she had set for him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our young man inquired about the reason she had given him the Nornair system and subjected him to such a trial. But Hel only smiled as she watched him, then stated that he had to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jae Hyun asked why he had been specifically chosen to be the adversary. So she added that it was because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he was destined to be the adversary to the great Aesir and to become the one who would kill the great god Odin. She explained that this was what Loki and the rest of them expected from him. When Jae Hyun stated he didn't understand, Hel informed him there was no need to comprehend, because they had harbored no hope of it transpiring in the first place. When Jae Hyun grew angered by her seemingly pointless answers, she placed a finger on his lips and stated that he must feel wronged, because he probably couldn't grasp why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moved closer to him, as if to press her lips upon his, she reminded him that this did not solely concern the gods who were opposed to the Aesir. While speaking, she pushed him into a portal behind him and informed him that the world was heading toward its end. And Odin wished to exert complete control over everything. To prevent this, the strength of the prophesied adversary was required. As our young man fell through the portal, he protested that she shouldn't let him go because he still had more questions to ask. But Hel merely told him to grow strong because she looked forward to the day they would meet again. After Jae Hyun was transported away, Hel turned to someone standing nearby and inquired how long he planned to continue watching, as she didn't recall inviting him there. Shortly thereafter, Jae Hyun fell to the ground in the real world, annoyed that he had been unable to obtain any real answers. As he sulked, the system informed him that he had received Hel's gift, which was a passive skill called Hel's Blessing that rendered all abnormal inflictions upon him invalid. Meanwhile, the old man who had been spying on Hel asked her to forgive his discourtesy, because he simply couldn't resist when he heard that Hel was meeting with the young man. He inquired of Hel how she felt after meeting the young man in person. And she replied that she didn't know, because it was too early to decide, especially since the adversary had only just taken his first step forward. She admitted that the adversary's growth was to a greater extent than she had expected, and he had prevailed despite the stigma she had given him and stood before her in the end, which was a fortunate miscalculation on her part. The old man was relieved that the young man was performing well. Eventually, Hel inquired what he desired, because she knew he had more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claimed he didn't understand what she meant, and the goddess accused him of attempting to feign ignorance until the very end. As she continued to speak, Mimir asked her to calm down and admitted that it seemed he couldn't deceive her after all. Hel further stated that the adversary's left eye was, without a doubt, the very one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She was certain that Mimir and Loki were concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleaded that he wished to tell her, but it was still too early, so she agreed to wait. However, she stated that she couldn't remain idle. And when Mimir asked her what ideas she had, she explained that the adversary was still too immature because, according to the prophecy, innumerable hardships awaited him, and he needed a guide. Some time later, approximately 7 days before Mill's academy admissions, Jae Hyun came to a store to acquire some items with a lady. She noticed that he didn't look well and inquired if something was on his mind, but our young man said it was nothing. So she led him to purchase the remaining necessities. Even though he claimed it was nothing, what preoccupied his mind was how he had endured so much without receiving answers and had even accumulated more questions. Fortunately, he had acquired the passive skill, Hell's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our young man possessed other X-rank skills as well. One, called One Watched by the Gods, aided the user's rapid growth through divine blessings. Another was the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrated false illusions and perceived absolute reality. The X-rank was a classification Jae Hyun had never heard of within the Asir system. And the X-rank was short for extraordinary, and it seemed to be a skill that existed outside the norms of the Asir system. As he considered that the reason the gods opposed to the Asir had provided him with these skills was for him to eliminate the great god Odin, he became overwhelmed once more. He was soon jolted from his deep thoughts when he noticed the lady he accompanied paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which was just an expendable item. As she produced a long list on her phone of items they still needed to purchase, Jae Hyun grew worried. Hours before, this lady named Park Hana had approached our young man and informed him she was from the Manhwa Guild. Apparently, Yoo Sung-gun wished to bestow a gift upon him, seeing his admission to Mills was rapidly approaching, and he had thought they would be coming here to purchase a few elixirs and artifacts at best. But this was on a completely different scale. After offloading several bags into Jae Hyun's hands, she proposed they now go examine armor. But Jae Hyun stopped her and stated they didn't need to purchase armor, as he possessed something he could utilize. He showed her a shadow armor equipment he had received from Nightshade that granted him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it was B-rank protective gear, he was certain that nothing they could purchase would be superior, especially given its added stealth capability. When Hana noticed his armor possessed stealth skills, she inquired if he also required an artifact that granted the stealth skill, since that was an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this. But Jae Hyun said he didn't. He added that acquiring one would be difficult unless he was fortunate enough to find one in a dungeon, especially since not many individuals learned stealth. Hana agreed, because the only raider in the country who possessed the skill was her brother. She walked away immediately after saying that, and Jae Hyun inquired what she meant. So she informed him that Manager Park Sunjae was her brother. That information shocked Jae Hyun, and as she walked away, he couldn't believe it, because Hana and Sunjae acted nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes began to shine brightly, and the Nornir system informed him that an unknown entity was resonating with him. He began to feel queasy, and he suddenly saw a trail of light that he had observed from the treasure gate. When he dashed back to follow the light, Hana called out to him, but he told her he was only stepping away for a moment. While he was following the light, his Absolute Eye of God skill activated and pierced through the false illusion, revealing the truth. The system informed him that the Absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill had been unlocked, and he had obtained the skill called Detection. Detection was also an extraordinary rank skill that allowed him to examine unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watched in surprise, the Nornir system activated the detection skill. In another location, a close combat match occurred and soon concluded after an individual named Hoyen defeated his opponent. Some men in the audience discussed how phenomenal Hoyen was, but clarified that the disparity in his talent and that of his opponent was too obvious, which was why they proclaimed him a future S-rank raider. When Hoyen departed the fighting ground, his father commended him for having performed well. However, his father warned him not to get excited, because this was an inevitable victory. With no excitement in his eyes, Hoyan stated that he knew. So, his father proposed he go prepare for the next planned activity and asked him to take a shower. While he was in the shower, Hoyan reflected on how he despised this tiresome life, where his own opinions and desires held no sway. The raider he had aspired to become was nothing like this, and he wondered when his path had diverged so drastically. In the store, the Nornir system presented our young man with an equipment item called Mistletoe, with a growth type rating, which was a mistletoe branch that had ended the life of Odin's son, Balder. It grew alongside its user and contained an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allowed the user to acquire the passive skill called mana perception once equipped. The mana perception skill was rated A, and it raised the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jae Hyun was excited, but he wondered if this was one of the Nornir system's tricks. And as he continued following the light, he walked past Hoyan. While Hoyan stood by, his father selected several pieces of equipment for him. When Hoyan inquired if they needed to purchase so much, his father insisted that they would all prove useful to him, since he was destined to become an S-rank raider, and he didn't need to be overly frugal about such matters. Hoyan further protested that spending this much would impact his mother's hospital fees for the current month, but his father silenced him. His father insisted that it was his concern, and Hoyan's sole responsibility was to focus on training. So, Hoyan agreed with his father as usual. While his father continued shopping, the young man wondered what on earth he was doing there. As he followed his father through the store, several people who recognized him wondered what a combat genius like him was doing in a retail establishment. Meanwhile, Hoyan paid them no attention as some attempted to photograph him, and he wondered if this was truly the raider life he had envisioned. He questioned the difference between this and being an animal trapped in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and patted him on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he felt like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light did not endure long in the face of his father's relentless desire to exploit it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he was merely a tool that continuously obeyed his father's dictates. He wondered if he could endure 3 years at Mills Academy feeling this pathetic. As they walked around, a message resonated through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break had occurred in the vicinity of the department store, and monsters had appeared. They were instructed that raiders dispatched by the agency were en route, and they were asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occurred when a dungeon was not cleared within its time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signaled to the people to follow them and attempted to calm them. As Hoyan's father moved toward the evacuation point, he asked Hoyan why he was merely standing behind and not following. His father reminded him that he was a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he sustained injury in a place like this, it would only become a disadvantage during the Mills enrollment event. He warned Hoyan that he would gain nothing from getting involved, but Hoyan still didn't move an inch. The young man agreed with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to swiftly handle the monsters. But while they were en route, he wondered what would become of all the civilians who lacked the strength to protect themselves. This was his opportunity, and he dashed in the opposite direction as his father ordered him to return. To Hoyan, this was his chance to prove that he could succeed as a raider. He told himself that he had to ascertain if his current self was anything like what he had longed to demonstrate to his mother when he was younger. While running, he was forced to pause when he encountered a group of gruesome-looking goblins who appeared both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he simply stood, sweat beginning to trickle down his face, and his body remained entirely immobile, unlike what he had envisioned. The only movement from him was the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rushed toward him, he realized he couldn't move a single finger or take a single step. He tried to force his body to move. And as one goblin drew close enough to slice him with its sword, he wondered why he wasn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous and had dreamed of becoming a raider for so long. These were low-level monsters, and he wondered why he was afraid of them. But before the monster could reach him, Jae-hyun stomped it into the ground. Hoyen watched in surprise, and he stumbled onto his backside as this strange new person asked him if he was in Hoyen. A while ago, our young man had purchased an item in the store for 50,000 won of his own money. When Hana called out to him in a panic, she asked him what was wrong and why he had suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner. But she only saw a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jae-hyun wondered if what he had bought only appeared as a piece of rock to others, but he didn't explain it to her, and he said it was nothing. While he was speaking, the announcement came through the speakers about the dungeon break that had occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana could respond, our young man ran off again and broke through the department store window to leap outside. Descending, he saw the group of goblins directly beneath him. When he landed on the ground, he unleashed several holy arrows upon the monsters, eliminating several of them instantly. As the others watched him in confusion, Jae-hyun realized there were more of them than he had initially thought. It might be difficult to handle them without any casualties. But he tore through their goblin flesh with his lightning chain and a further onslaught of holy arrows. As he leaped across the city, he found Hoyen ambushed by several goblins, and he launched himself at the idiotic goblin that was about to strike the young man. Confused, Jae-hyun asked the young man if he was in Hoyen. Our young man hadn't expected to encounter the unfortunate genius in such a place. And Hoyen, who was still shaken, inquired who he was, but our young man didn't reply and informed him that he would require his assistance. While Jae-hyun was still speaking, Hoyen noticed a goblin behind him and warned him. But Jae-hyun didn't move an inch and told him he knew. Without turning around, our young man activated his lightning chains and tore through the upper body of the zombie-like creature as easily as a knife through butter. Hoyen's eyes widened, but Jae-hyun attempted to explain to him that they couldn't allow the monsters to reach the residential area. When our young man inquired if he was just going to remain seated on the floor, he quickly stood up to acquire a weapon. It was strange, but the moment Hoyen heard those words, the fear that had been suffocating him vanished. This was what a raider was, and what he had to do now was save people. They walked a bit further and encountered another group of goblins. Jae-hyun asked Hoyen if he knew how to use a skill called taunt, a skill that provoked enemies in the surrounding area, so he asked the young man to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jae-hyun inquired if he could do that, and Hoyen nodded in approval. As he summoned his sword, Hoyen realized he could no longer hesitate and had to do whatever he could. He activated his active skill known as Taunting Roar and plunged his sword into the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that caused all the monsters within a 50-meter radius to fix their gaze upon him. The Taunting Roar skill drew the attention of all the goblins. And Jae-hyun realized that Taunting Roar was a higher-level skill than simple taunt, and he was surprised that this young man could use it continuously. Jae-hyun recalled his past life, and that before he regressed, Hoyen had only become a B-rank raider. There was no mention of whether it was because of the weak mentality he had displayed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Hoyen had experienced a rapid downfall, which was why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jae-hyun believed that a weak temperament could be remedied. As Jae-hyun activated his lightning chain, he was certain that Hoyen was a valuable asset he could effectively utilize. During the fight, he proposed to Hoyen that they end this swiftly, and the young man excitedly agreed. As Jae-hyun's chains tore through goblin flesh, Hoyen sliced them up. Soon after, the ground was littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrived, he wondered what on earth had transpired here. The young men watched him expressionlessly, and the man introduced himself as Park Kyung-hun from the Raider Agency, inquiring of the young men if these goblins had been dealt with by the two of them. Glancing at Jae-hyun, Hoyen confirmed they had, and Raider Kyung-hun recognized his facial features as belonging to the famous in Hoyen. Kyung-hun had heard many people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other individual standing next to Hoyen seemed to be of a similar age, but he still couldn't believe that they had handled so many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hun confessed that he didn't know how to report this to his superiors. However, Jae Hyun mentioned that he wished to discuss that very matter with him. He asked Kyung-hun to state that the agency had handled things, since no one would believe that they were the ones who had eliminated all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hun stated that this was a clear violation of the law. But our young man explained that it would only be so if anyone had witnessed the events. Kyung-hun explained that since they were a governmental organization, it wasn't something he could manage however he pleased. But he assured him that he would keep everything discreet if he wished to avoid attracting any attention. He added that the young men would receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jae Hyun stated that it was fine and proposed that he give all the reward to Hoyen and keep the fact that he was there a secret, since he was sponsored by Manhwa. He wasn't lacking money either way, and it was better not to attract too much attention with the mill's enrollment approaching. He also considered this a way of placing in Hoyen in his debt, which would prove far more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hun asked them if that was all. But as Jae Hyun was about to depart, Hoyen asked him what he meant by his earlier statement, since he was the one who had done everything. Our young man stopped and explained to him that he had his own circumstances. The truth was, he didn't plan to attract his father's interest so close to the mill's enrollment. He hadn't paid attention to it before he regressed, as his combat aptitude was so low, but he planned to pay attention to it now. His father still didn't know that he had shifted his focus to magic, and he didn't know what problems might arise if his father learned of his actions. Right now, he decided he needed to lie low, because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needed to grow strong where that man couldn't see him and wait for the very last moment before taking his life. Meanwhile, Hoyen wondered what he should do. He couldn't have accomplished this by himself. So, it wasn't right for him to accept this person's credit in this manner. But with this money, he might be able to alleviate his mother's illness, even if only a little. He had aspired to be a raider who wouldn't have to stand in shame before others. But if, because of that, he missed an opportunity and his mother were to pass away, he didn't know if he would be able to cope. Jae Hyun watched him, surmising that Hoyen's difficulty in accepting this didn't seem to stem from his pride, and he wondered if there was another reason to help him make a choice. Jae Hyun asked him to think carefully, because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminded him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life. So Hoyen agreed that he was right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitated like this and his mother died. Eventually, he assured Jae Hyun that he would repay this debt someday. As Jae Hyun proceeded to depart, Hoyen asked him for his name and contact number. Jae Hyun noticed he was speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminded him he didn't have to, since they were the same age, but he informed him that they were both prospective cadets at Mills Academy, so they would undoubtedly see each other more often. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Jae Hyun and Yu Young were seen within the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spotted Hoyen, whom they referred to as the genius warrior, and they speculated that he was an entirely different species from them. They noticed a beautiful lady behind him, and it turned out her name was Siona. Our young man noticed that Siona was already garnering attention, as was to be expected of someone whose name consistently appeared on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Siona over to his side as well, he would possess even more valuable assets. But the only problem was that she was different from the others, so there was no need to force things right now, especially since he already knew other resourceful individuals. Suddenly, Yu Young interrupted Jae Hyun's thoughts, remarking that it was disgusting to keep staring at Siona like that, no matter how beautiful she was. But Jae Hyun asked her what nonsense she was spouting. Soon after, a man stepped onto the podium and greeted the new cadets of Mills Academy. He introduced himself as Chairman Gian, and our young man recognized the chairman's face from his past life and mentally cursed at him because he had wronged Kim Yu-young. He turned to her and told her to be resolute because no one knew what might transpire at Mills. but she wondered why he was suddenly saying that and assured him that she would perform exceptionally well. After enrolling, Kim Yu-young was a genius who had climbed to the top 3 of the magician rankings, and Jae Hyun assured himself that he would not allow her to perish this time. Chairman Gian announced that they would now commence Mills Academy's entrance ceremony and cynically added that a special event was prepared. A game where seniors and freshmen stole each other's name tags within a demoplane. When he announced that the freshman hunt would now begin, a magic circle materialized beneath their feet, which startled the students. As Yu-young leaped away in surprise, our young man grabbed her hand, warning that it was dangerous to become separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Sunjae recalled that today was Jae Hyun's entrance ceremony, and Yoo Sung-gun wondered if it was time already, because she had wished to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realized he wouldn't be able to see the message anymore and asked manager Sunjae if the freshman hunt would also last 3 days this time. He affirmed that it would transpire in the demoplane for 3 days. Yoo Sung-gun considered it a shame that she wouldn't be able to contact Jae Hyun for another 3 days, but Sunjae informed her he had anticipated this and had sent a message on her behalf. Excited, the guild master inquired if Jae Hyun had replied. Meanwhile, Jae Hyun and the others were transported to the demoplane, and he asked Yu-young, who was still disoriented nearby, if she was all right. When he looked behind him, he saw Siona, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was an individual who had redefined people's perception of magicians and ascended to become an S-rank raider. Following in Yoo Sung-gun's footsteps, at the Manhwa Guild, manager Sunjae informed Yoo Sung-gun that Jae Hyun had replied, assuring them not to worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gathered to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seoki, noted that they had quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Hoyen was so promising that he was attracting attention even abroad. Seoki mentioned that Siona, Kim Yu-young, and Lee Sayuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but added that the profiles of the cadets who had changed their career paths had not yet been updated. However, the chairman told Seoki not to bother, because there was no point in hearing about those who had changed their paths at this point, since their institution wasn't so easygoing, and such whimsical individuals couldn't endure long here. The cadets who enrolled in Mills Academy were, on average, quite talented, but even among them, there were those who were obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believed the average talents merely served as stepping stones for the geniuses in the end, and they didn't need to extend opportunities to such cadets. Sometimes an awakened individual who encountered an insurmountable enemy or faced imminent death could gain another chance, known as a reawakening. Chairman Gian believed he had to train one a rank raider, even if it meant sacrificing 100 C-rank raiders. Those who failed were simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role was to identify the exceptional talents to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he couldn't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt transpired in a man-made demoplane created with magic. Within this space, it was possible to achieve things that would be impossible in reality, such as controlling the flow of time or removing spatial restrictions. In this place, approximately 5% of cadets failed every year. This event was so challenging that it forced them to realize just how limited their abilities truly were. In the demoplane, Chairman Gian's face appeared on a screen, and he proceeded to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demoplane, they could only use skills that were C rank or below, and every time they stole someone's name tag, they earned points. When a senior took a freshman's name tag, they would receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman took a senior's name tag, they could earn 100,000 points. Since these points could be utilized in all facilities within Mills, it was advantageous to accumulate more of them. Meanwhile, our young man realized that he wouldn't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they could only employ C-rank skills. But the chairman hadn't said anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explained that all skills used would be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they didn't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jae Hyun considered these rules nonsensical, because not only did the chairman say nothing about unique skills, but he also failed to mention any limits on stats. What the chairman truly desired was, obviously, to filter out the less capable individuals and select the truly talented. Our young man immediately turned to Yu Young and proposed they depart, because they needed to locate a shelter since they had to remain there for 3 days. In this demoplane, several elements could be utilized for survival, such as traps that reduced people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If one wished to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter was the most crucial of all these elements. As they walked, Yu Young inquired of Jae Hyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Siona along, since she was also a magic cadet, and it was always better to have one more person with them. It troubled Jae Hyun that Yu Young would utter something so rational at a moment like this, because it truly would be more advantageous for them to team up with Siona. However, she was not a variable he could control. Although everything he knew about her stemmed from news reports, he recalled having heard something that transpired on an unfortunate day, because Siona had lost her senses in a fit of anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jae Hyun informed Yu Young that it wasn't a decision they could easily make, because there was no certainty that Siona wouldn't betray them. Moreover, he noted that the girl seemed wary of them and did not appear to trust them either. However, Yu Young mentioned that, from her perspective, Siona was much like Jae Hyun had been when they were younger. Before our young man could respond, she approached Siona and inquired if she would like to join them, since they were both magicians, too. Siona remained silent for a while, so Yu Young mentioned that the event was unfair to freshmen like them, so it was easier for them to fight if there were more of them. Siona seemed to consider her point, but she mentioned that it seemed they would have to postpone the decision of moving together until later. And Yu Young soon realized that they had been ambushed by a group of seniors who were excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shinju Sang, mentioned that it seemed they would have an easy time earning points this year. And the other senior, Kwon Soil, wondered why there were 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looked at Jae Hyun, she was shocked because she couldn't sense anything from him. Meanwhile, Yu Young recognized that the seniors were warriors, so she suggested to Jae Hyun that they escape from there first. But our young man insisted that they had to confront them now, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to escape. From what Jae Hyun remembered, Kwon Soil possessed a particular ability that allowed her to locate any target she focused on within 300 kilometers, called Search. If they didn't defeat them now, they might gather other seniors and attack them together. Hwang told Soil that once they accumulated many points this time, he was going to indulge in a ton of delicious food. But Soil warned him not to be careless, because there was something strange about Jae Hyun. However, Hwang summoned his sword and stated that Jae Hyun was just a freshman, and they possessed more experience, having participated in this event several times. He told Soil to watch him handle all of them instantly. So, he dashed forward. Jae Hyun didn't move an inch, and when Hwang swung his sword at him, he merely bent backward to dodge. The fact that our young man was able to evade his attack surprised Hwang, and Soil called Hwang a fat bastard for not listening to her when she had stated something was off about the young man. Our young man realized that it had been a while since someone had swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Hwang reassured himself that the young man was merely lucky, since there was no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminded Jae Hyun that he was just a magic freshman and went in for another attack, but Jae Hyun dodged it again. Annoyed, the senior continued to land several sword strikes, but none of them connected. Eventually, Hwang began to sweat, and he wondered why he couldn't seem to land an attack on the young man. Suddenly, Jae Hyun grabbed the senior's sword mid-swing and commended his skills. As our young man inched closer to the sweating senior, he crushed his sword with his bare hands and inquired how on earth he had managed to survive with such a physique all this time. Finally, Jae Hyun crushed the sword in his hand, much to Siona's surprise. Our young man told Hwang that he would release him if he left his name tag behind right now and initiated a 3-second countdown, since his sword had been broken before his eyes. Huang began to shiver. He couldn't believe that an ordinary magic freshman was able to overpower him with such an aura. When Jae Hyun didn't respond, Jae Hyun told him not to claim he hadn't given him a chance, because he was the one who hadn't seized it. In one swift movement, Jae Hyun landed a startling punch on Huang's jaw and knocked him backward toward Soil. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announced that Shin Jun-sang had been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jae Hyun had obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors, named Young Yu, was shocked that it was not An Hoyen, but an unknown person named Min Jae Hyun. She inquired of another instructor named Park Hajun if there was a problem somewhere. But Hajun, who was equally surprised, explained that there was nothing wrong with the results. Hajun asked another instructor named Kim Jaeon if there was any problem on her end either, but there wasn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk developed on Chairman Gyeon's face, and he seemed drawn to Min Jae Hyun. Inside the demoplane, Soil demanded to know what on earth Jae Hyun was, but our young man instructed Yu Young to prepare so they could deal with the other senior as well. And he asked her to accept the party invitation he would soon send. As Yu Young equipped herself, she wondered if Jae Hyun had always been this strong. Siona also equipped herself, and Soil cursed at the idiotic Huang, who had complicated things considerably. Even without the monstrous young man who had eliminated Huang, a 3-on-1 situation was too dangerous. She decided that she had to eliminate at least one of them and escape from there. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashed toward Yu Young, who was startled. Jae Hyun considered that Huang hadn't made a bad decision. He knew she planned to create confusion with a rush attack, then create an opening to escape. It was a good plan, but that would only work if Yu Young were just an ordinary person. To Soil's surprise, Yu Young activated her binding skill to attack Soil, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reached her, Yu Young created a barrier around herself. Jae Hyun, who was observing nearby, considered that it was still too difficult for Yu Young to take on a senior by herself. And as he proceeded to help, Siona activated something called the Holy Light of Ulfheimer. Siona used the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that caught our young man's attention. He knew that this was Siona's unique skill, and it was called the Falcon of Ulfheimer. Siona rained several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impaled her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Soil fell to the ground, she realized that all 3 students were formidable, not just one of them. Soon after, the system announced that player Kwon Soil had been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yu Young obtained 50,000 points, while Siona also received 50,000. After eliminating the senior, Siona turned to the others and inquired if she had interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yu Young told her she hadn't, because she had been able to win thanks to her. Eventually, Siona asked her if the offer she had made earlier was still on the table, and our young man realized that he might need to update the information he possessed on Siona. It was clear that she was reserved, distrusting, and intensely curious. Soon after, the system informed the 3 of them that they had formed a party and designated Jae Hyun as the leader. Some time later, near a shelter in the Nightmare Forest, some footprints were evident, and some students surmised that people had passed that way before, and it seemed they had entered a shelter. The seniors were searching for the freshmen who had managed to eliminate Kwon Soil and Shin Huang. So, they decided to cease their active search and simply maintain surveillance around this area. The freshman hunt game lasted for 3 days, and they believed those young people couldn't remain holed up in the shelter for the entire 3 days. As they moved forward to locate the 3 freshmen, Yu Young appeared nearby, and one of the seniors named Kim Seong-hun was punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announced his elimination. Another senior noticed Yu Young running away and signaled the rest. So, they ran after her. However, Yu Young was running with a smile on her face, and when she counted that there were about 5 of them, she was relieved that things were progressing smoothly. She soon turned to them and told them that they were like dogs chasing a bone. So, she inquired if they weren't embarrassed to be moving in such a large group, and the angry seniors demanded she stop right there. However, Yu Young continued running away as she considered their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jae Hyun had told them that although shelters might be safe places, they couldn't remain there the entire time because they needed to forage for food and acquire points. The girls were surprised, but our young man plainly told them that they needed to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yu Young continued running until she found some mushrooms, which were, in fact, a Class 1 organism capable of reducing one's abilities. She was glad that she had found it and had succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she became worried that her endurance was slowly reaching its limits. Utilizing the wind boost skill, she propelled herself far away from them and left matters in Jae Hyun's hands. When the seniors entered the area, they were informed that they had entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jae Hyun had visited Jang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt. And Jang informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best solution since it was common in the nightmare forest. But it was only useful as a cure and couldn't prevent the effect. If one was already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of great use. In the present, the seniors paused when they realized their location. As they watched Yu Young run away, the system informed them that they had entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signaled to their leader, Jae Huk, that this was quite dangerous. So he suggested that they retreat, but Jae Huk angrily fixed his gaze on Yu Young, who was still running away. He inquired of the others if they were truly suggesting they give up when they had come this far. But the others considered that everything would be ruined if they made a mistake now. So they suggested they cease the chase. However, Jae Huk insisted that Kim Seung-hun had been eliminated by that freshman brat, referring to Yu Young, so they shouldn't be uttering such nonsense right now. The cautious one among them reminded Jae Huk again that it didn't matter if their opponent was a freshman, because it would be futile if they, too, ended up paralyzed, as the paralyzing spore mushroom could affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius. Jae Huk assured the others that the young woman would also be paralyzed. He ordered one of them, named Park Sunguk, to remain there and stay clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them followed him to apprehend the girl. He believed that all of their petty tricks would be useless, even though he knew that they were probably utilizing one of their members as bait, attempting to lure them into a trap so they could attack them. He believed that they were underestimating him far too greatly. He couldn't believe that mere freshmen would dare to attempt to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they caught up to Brat Yu Young, and Jae Huk told her that a shitty brat like her had truly made them work for it. He inquired where she intended to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomed them and informed them they were all doomed. Yu Young inquired which of them had cursed at her and asked the person to raise his hand. And as the men dashed toward her with their weapons, Jae Huk was amused that she was acting arrogant to the very end. When the men almost reached her, she smiled and touched one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notified them that a paralyzing spore mushroom had burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius had been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yu Young protested to Jae Hyun that he had claimed they were going to look for something important, but there was nothing where they were searching but trees. He asked her to wait a while, because they were in the correct location while he extracted some ash tree sap. Yu Young pointed out that they must have noticed that this event was more advantageous for warriors, and Siona agreed that being limited to C-rank skills and below was a significant restriction for magicians who relied heavily on skills. For warriors who already possessed impressive physiques, the restriction in the demiplane was inconsequential. Yu Young lamented that it was still all right for Siona, who possessed a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills were sealed, and the best she could manage were buff spells and basic skills. When she inquired what she should do, Jae Hyun explained that they needed to formulate a plan by utilizing those basic skills as efficiently as possible. So, he asked her if she knew how to use the skill called Change. Yu Young proudly told him she could, and reminded him that she was the one who had taught him magic theory. Siona mentioned that Change was a spell that swapped one's location with that of a designated party member. so she inquired what plan he intended to devise with it. When he had finished retrieving the ash tree sap, he told the ladies that they could accomplish something quite enjoyable with change, utilizing the sap. In the present, Jae Hyun told Siona they needed to prepare, and she agreed. On the field where Yu Young was located, Jae Huk called Yu Young a crazy bee word because she had truly burst one of the spores, but Yu Young activated her change skill and passed the baton to someone else. As she disappeared, she informed them that it was no longer her turn. And Jae Hyun appeared where she had vanished and thrust his leg into Jae Huk's face, stating that it was his turn now. Our young man broke the senior's nose and kicked him to the ground, then subsequently landed. Jae Huk landed on the ground, still paralyzed, and began to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asked Jae Hyun if he believed everything would proceed according to plan, and he called him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. He informed Jae Hyun that he had anticipated he would attempt something like this. So, he had left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promised him that they were doomed once the spores dissipated. Before he could complete his statement, Jae Hyun informed him that the individual he had left behind would not be coming. Confused, Jae Huk declared he was speaking nonsense, but a scream soon erupted from the spot where they had left Sunguk, and the system announced to them that player Park Sunguk had been eliminated. Sunguk lay on the ground with Siona's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awarded 100,000 points to Jae Hyun, Yu Young, and Siona. Jae Huk lay on the ground, confused, and Jae Hyun reminded him that he had told him his friend wouldn't be coming. Extremely angry, Jae Huk blurted out that they were still in the same predicament for the next 2 hours, and he would personally deal with him once he was no longer paralyzed. While he was still speaking, our young man took a step forward and inquired what he meant by them being in the same situation. That sight utterly shocked Jae Huk, and he wondered how this young man was currently moving. He protested that this was impossible, and Jae Hyun agreed with him that it was. However, Jae Hyun asked him to take it up with the gods. The truth was, our young man was unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's blessing completely negated any abnormal inflictions upon him. Now, sweat began to drip from Jae Huk's face, and he warned Jae Hyun to stay away from him. But the others soon witnessed the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announced that player Oh Jin Huk had been eliminated, and players Jae Hyun, Yu Young, and Siona had obtained 100,000 points. When that was dealt with, our young man smiled at the 3 remaining individuals, and as they pleaded for him to stop, he eliminated all 3 of them. And the team obtained 100,000 points 3 more times. Instructor Yu couldn't believe her eyes. And the freshman ranking soon updated with Min Jae Hyun at the top, Kim Yu Young and Siona in second, and Hoyen in second, 2 individuals named Lee Soo Hyuk and Chaeyu Won in 5th, and someone named Jang Hasan in 7th. Meanwhile, Yu Young drank the ash tree sap and almost vomited. But when Siona came to check on her, she admitted that she was feeling better now. As they both headed out, Siona commented that Jae Hyun seemed to know a lot about magic, and she had never read that one could utilize the change skill in such a manner in books. However, Yu Young informed her that it hadn't even been 3 months since Jae Hyun became a magician, and that was why she was the one who had taught him theory. Surprised, Siona inquired if she meant that Jae Hyun had actually planned to be a warrior. And Yu Young affirmed that, telling her that Jae Hyun had been quite devoted to combat just a few months prior. The only thing that intrigued Yu Young was that Jae Hyun knew about the tree sap, and she wondered where he had learned something like that and how he would alleviate his own paralysis. Soon after, they encountered him, and our young man inquired how the paralysis was, because it seemed neither of them had experienced any trouble. Yu Young cheerfully stated that it was to be expected, even though she had only just run like mad and cast 1 spell. She turned to Siona and asked if she was also fine, and Siona replied that she was fine, too. Eventually, Yu Young told Jae Hyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She added that he usually looked foolish, but he appeared a bit different today. Suddenly, Jae Hyun grabbed her cheeks and inquired whom she was calling foolish and asked if she had the right to say such a thing. Siona simply watched them playfully interacting, and she wondered why Yu Young had called Jae Hyun foolish, and she noticed she found him quite handsome. While they were both still engaged in their playful banter, Siona was caught off guard by her thoughts and realized this wasn't the time to be contemplating such matters. And as a tear rolled down her cheek, she recalled that she had to be cautious. Later, they returned to their shelter, and Jae Hyun proceeded to concoct some sort of mixture. Siona approached him and inquired what he was making. So, he told her it was an HP recovery potion. He said he had learned to make it from an older brother of his, just in case he needed it. And he recalled Jang crying over him, murdering his precious ingredients, when it had taken him over 100 attempts to do it. Yu Young asked Jae Hyun how he could know someone who could teach him such things when he didn't even have friends, and he taunted her by asking if she had many friends aside from him. The comment stung, and Yu Young lamented that that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Siona told Jae Hyun that he was truly amazing, and it was as if he wasn't someone their age. She said he was so skilled that it was as if he had lived a decade longer. Confused, Jae Hyun didn't say anything, and he wondered how she possessed such keen intuition since she had accurately gauged the timing. Eventually, Yu Young interjected and said it was time to cease chatting, because they needed to eat if they planned to accomplish anything tomorrow. She told our young man to wait and see because she would go and prepare something, but he told her not to bother since they could eat some of the fruits they had foraged. Annoyed, Yu Young asked why he had said that and inquired if he didn't trust her. So, our young man asked her to tell him the color of the cookie she had made during home economics in middle school if she wished for him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yu Young recalled that they seemed to be purple. So, Siona asked her if she had included some blueberry jam. However, Jae Hyun clarified that that wasn't the case, but Yu Young simply couldn't cook. And he recalled how they had been forced to summon the teacher because he had passed out after consuming the cookie. To clarify things, he stated that he couldn't cook either. So, Siona mentioned that she knew a little about cooking and inquired if she could cook for them. Surprised, Jae Hyun asked her if she could cook. So, she said she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she tied up her hair to begin cooking, our young man recalled that there was never much information available about Siona's family life. Since she had just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our young man wondered if that implied some circumstances surrounding her parents. After a short while, Siona finished her cooking and served it to the others. When Yu Young tasted it, she hugged Siona and declared that the food tasted delicious. Jae Hyun also continued eating with gusto and agreed that the food was delicious, and he was surprised they could consume something this exquisite in a place like this. The compliments from them warmed Siona's heart, and a smile formed on her face, because it had been a while since she had felt this way. Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seoki mentioned that the much-anticipated cadet in Hoyen was in 4th place. It was even more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places were held by magicians, which was truly incredible. And Instructor Yu still wondered if there was a possibility that it was a system error, because there seemed to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Gian, on the other hand, appeared to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores had only been achieved by warriors, and he couldn't seem to comprehend this new situation. A party consisting of only 3 magicians was leading the event by eliminating a group of seniors from the very beginning. Excited, the chairman asked Instructor Kim Jae to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watched Jae Hyun kick into Jae Huk's face when he appeared. He was enthralled by the fact that the young man could exhibit such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he possessed the ability to overwhelm warriors. Simply calling him a magician, or even a freshman, was truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Hajun called out to the chairman and explained that he had brought the profile of Jae Hyun that he had requested, but he wasn't sure if it was the correct file. Confused, the chairman inquired what he meant by that. And when Hajun began to stutter, the chairman told him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor showed the profile that displayed our young man's aptitude score as 97% and his class as warrior. The information shocked the chairman, but his shock soon transformed into a maniacal grin, and he finally declared that this was very good. He stated that he wished to personally witness the talent of this Jae Hyun, and instructor Seoki inquired if he was suggesting that he wanted to interfere personally. The chairman zoomed in on Hoyeon and proposed that they create an interesting scenario. So, instructor Seoki mentioned that he would prepare everything. Inside the demoplane, Jae Hyun's group continued to eliminate other individuals and accumulate points. At one point, Yoo Young was surprised that they had earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jae Hyun replied that this was good, because it was certain they were in first place. However, Yoo Young asked him if they truly had to leave their shelter. So, Jae Hyun replied that it couldn't be helped, because the seniors were too afraid to approach them anymore. Seona agreed with Jae Hyun that they needed to move if they wished to gain more points. Eventually, Yoo Young agreed with both of them and inquired what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt was. Seona informed her that it was 1,140,000 points. As they continued moving, our young man sensed something. So he signaled the ladies to prepare, because someone was approaching. While they stood, someone blasted past them, and Jae Hyun noticed that this power seemed to be far beyond the level they were restricted to. The system announced that the connection to the demoplane was unstable, and the restriction on the player was broken. Jae Hyun told the new individual that he hadn't thought they would meet again in this manner, and it turned out the person who had been freed from his restriction was Hoyeon. When he inquired what Hoyeon was doing, he didn't reply and kept looking at the ground. So Jae Hyun wondered if he was unable to hear his voice. Seona warned Jae Hyun to be cautious, because she didn't believe this individual was in his right mind, and it was as if he was being controlled by something. So our young man suddenly recalled that this was the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar had transpired back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with joyous memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gyeon's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was apprehended, Gyeon orchestrated a horrific event to divert the world's attention away from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gyeon escaped. For Jae Hyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoo Young lost her life. In the present, Hoyeon activated his sword, and Jae Hyun realized that he needed to bring Hoyeon back to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appeared from the Nornire system, and a sub-quest to save the cadet under mind control was issued. His task was to break the spell of mind control over the cadet and save him. The difficulty was C-ranked, and the reward was one blank card with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jae Hyun was surprised by the sub-quest, but was more astonished by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of acquiring a blank card that he could use to replicate another person's abilities excited him, and Yoo Young told him she would help him, but he told her he was fine and asked the ladies to depart quickly. He asked them to get as far away as they could and to see if they could earn some points while they were at it. Yoo Young stood there confused, and she reminded him that his opponent was the famous genius warrior, so he couldn't defeat him by himself. But our young man only smiled at her and asked her if she thought he couldn't. For a while, Seona hesitated, but she finally agreed to leave. And Yoo Young was shocked by the fact that she was agreeing with Jae Hyun. Frustrated, Yoo Young decided to play along and suggested they go gain points, as he had said, but she asked him not to get hurt before she departed. She rushed into the woods and pulled Seona, who was still looking at Jae Hyun, and she asked him to defeat Hoyeon or steal his name tag, and then come find them. After the ladies departed, our young man muttered to himself that it wouldn't take too long. A few hours prior, after Hoyeon had just eliminated one of the seniors, he wondered if his last kill had amounted to a total of 600,000 points. He was glad that he had managed to survive for 2 days and knew he just had to endure for one more day. Since he was in 4th place, he wondered how 1st place still remained out of his reach even after he had worked diligently, and he realized this was to be expected of Mills Academy. The fact that Jae Hyun ranked 1st as a magician in a situation where his skills were restricted and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well impressed him. However, he decided that he couldn't lose either, and he still had to work hard because there was still time. While he was thinking, Chairman Gian appeared to him on the screen and informed him that he would personally like him to assist him with something. The chairman used his indoctrination skill on him and told him he had a small favor to ask him. After Hoyan's eyes lit up from the indoctrination, the system issued him a warning that someone had infiltrated his mind. As the power overtook him, he wondered what he was doing where he was. Soon after, the system informed him that his mind had been corrupted. After that happened, he immediately realized that he had to eliminate Jae Hyun. In the present, Hoyan employed a rank skill called martial ascendance. He dashed toward Jae Hyun once more and attempted to cut him down. But our young man was able to dodge his attack. Jae Hyun didn't think Hoyan was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continued to dodge each of his attacks. It seemed to him that Hoyan had become unrecognizably skilled. As Hoyan tried to smash his shield into him again, Jae Hyun jumped backward and avoided the impact. He knew that he would lose if this fight was determined solely by their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our young man blasted himself backward with a gust of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind was so strong that Hoyan shielded his face, but this afforded Jae Hyun enough time to circle to his back before Hoyan lowered the shield. Our young man tried to use some lightning magic on him, but before he could hit him, Hoyan turned back and moved backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprised Jae Hyun because Hoyan was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jae Hyun realized that his opponent possessed an innate battle sense, and this wasn't as easy as he had initially thought. Breaking indoctrination would be simple with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem was that Gian was watching them. Even if he couldn't see the chairman, he reasoned that he was probably sporting an evil grin while observing his confrontation with the talented warrior and Hoyan. This time, Jae Hyun smiled and considered that it would be a waste to conclude things carelessly. He decided to give them a show if they wished to watch, but promised to make the show an expensive one. When Jae Hyun began his display, Instructor Yu wondered if she was seeing things correctly. It was unbelievable that our young man, who was a magician, was fighting on the front lines like a warrior. But now he was overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent was the renowned genius warrior, and Hoyan. On the field, Jae Hyun seemed to be utilizing his lightning chain skill. And Yu considered all of this unbelievable. She wondered how on earth this young man was doing that, since a magician couldn't win against a warrior. And that was something that had always been ingrained in her mind as she pursued this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Gian watched with keen interest as Jae Hyun injured Hoyan and he began to plead. In the demoplane, Hoyan crouched by his sword, and Jae Hyun told him that he hadn't planned to go this far, but he promised him that he was tough and he would recover quickly. Eventually, Jae Hyun looked upward at the instructors, knowing they were watching. Then, he activated his flash bomb skill, and the impact blinded all the cameras and prevented the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the mill's control room, Instructor Seoki turned to Gian and demanded to know what had happened to their screen. But the chairman realized that something was amiss, so he snatched the remote from her hand, desperately trying to restore the video feed. Instructor Gian mentioned that it seemed Jae Hyun had used a spell to block their sight, but Gian recognized that he had used flash bomb, and he wondered aloud if this was how Jae Hyun intended to proceed. He immediately summoned Instructor Seoki, and he asked him to bring Jae Hyun to his office after the event concluded. Worried, Seoki inquired of the chairman if it was all right for him to decide so hastily. But the already tense chairman placed his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asked him why he believed Cadet Jae Hyun, who was already in a winning position, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seoki replied that it would be because Jae Hyun knew how to enhance his own value. In the demoplane, Hoyan remained crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb obscured everything. Eventually, he approached Hoyan and placed a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allowed Jae Hyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyen's eyes became clearer, and he recognized Jae Hyun. Still smiling, our young man inquired if he was feeling better, and Hoyen attempted to stand and said he was feeling better, but he soon collapsed to the ground because of the intense pain that coursed through his body. Our young man apologized for the pain and reminded him that he had attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyen didn't seem to recall attacking him. He asked why on earth he would do that. So Jae Hyun informed him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyen asked him what he meant by mind control. But when he reflected, he recalled seeing a face he couldn't clearly remember and hearing a voice he couldn't recall either. However, it didn't make sense to Hoyen, because spells capable of controlling someone, even for a brief period, were usually above a rank. But they had been told that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jae Hyun informed him that he didn't know, because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demoplane, or perhaps someone had intervened. Hoyen remained silent for a while and considered that there was no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demoplane. Eventually, he asked Jae Hyun if he knew who could have intervened if that were the case, or why they would do something like this. But Jae Hyun told him he didn't. However, he added that if whoever had done this could accomplish such a feat, they were probably someone most wouldn't dare oppose. Jae Hyun didn't want to explicitly state it, but he knew that as they gained more experience at Mills, Hoyen would also discern for himself what kind of person Gian truly was. Suddenly, the Nornir system announced that Jae Hyun had cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he had received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyen attempted to stand up. He realized his body was a mess, but Jae Hyun didn't have a single injury, so he wondered if this was his current limit. When he finally stood, Hoyen said he had nothing to say for himself and apologized for what had transpired. But Jae Hyun jokingly told him not to be dramatic and said he would be departing now, since Hoyen could move around. Before he left, Jae Hyun wished them both success in the remaining time. And as he turned around, Hoyen stopped him and offered him his name tag. Confused, Jae Hyun asked him what he was doing and reminded him that he would be eliminated if he didn't possess his name tag. Regardless, Hoyen stated that it didn't matter and informed him that he had managed to earn quite a few points, even though it wasn't as much as Jae Hyun had accumulated. However, because he had lost, he believed that the name tag belonged to Jae Hyun. After he tossed the name tag to Jae Hyun, he told him that he had lost this time, but it would be different next time, and he promised to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyen disappeared, the demoplane system announced that he had been eliminated, and it awarded 10,000 points to Jae Hyun's team. For a moment, our young man simply stood there, staring at the name tag that he recognized was only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag was worth far more than that, because Hoyen was born with the combat talent that he had coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledged him. He had experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment was on another level. With a smile on his face, he believed this was the beginning. For the first time, he felt like he was truly starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was utterly weak and stepping into a new future. Some time after that, the 72-hour event finally concluded, and the system calculated the points everyone had earned. Jae Hyun earned the highest number of points on record, a startling 1.53 million points, and he was soon transported back to the real world. When the students reappeared in the real world, our young man considered that 1.53 million points wasn't so bad. But Yu Young immediately chastised him for not being more joyous, since it was still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turned to Siona to garner some support, but Siona lamented about how they could have achieved 1.6 million points if they had only stayed one more hour. At this point, Yu Young realized her teammates were truly intense. She attempted to cheer them up by suggesting that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jae Hyun agreed. He calculated that if they multiplied the points by 10, it would be somewhat similar to real currency value. It was safe to say that they had just earned about 15.3 million won, which was approximately $12,000. and Yu Young almost dropped her jaw. When Siona heard that, she was shocked that it was such a massive amount of money. Our young man informed them that he was in first place, but they had 1.48 million points in second, and they should also receive bonus points. The mention of bonus points caused Yu Young to grab Jae Hyun, and he tried to shake her off and explained that the bonus points amounted to about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money made Yu Young light up like a Christmas tree, and she began to twirl Siona around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they danced, Siona was shocked that they had amassed 2.48 million points and earned 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jae Hyun tried to stop them from dancing because it was embarrassing, and he noticed the other students watching them with disdain. However, the girls continued to sing until instructor Seoki entered the room to greet everyone. He introduced himself to everyone and told the 3 top winners he had something he wished to discuss with them. To secure some privacy, he requested that they move to another location. So Jae Hyun asked him if it was related to the amount of points they had earned during the hunt, and when he nodded, Jae Hyun followed him hastily. The ladies didn't follow him, so they asked to know where they were going first. However, Jae Hyun already knew, and he told them they were heading to the chairman's office, and Seoki affirmed his prediction, informing them that they had been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our young man took his seat and crossed his legs. He inquired about the chairman's whereabouts and commented that the one who had summoned them wasn't even present, which angered Seoki. But he had no choice but to control himself. The ladies who were following behind wondered why Jae Hyun was suddenly acting that way, and they stood speechless until Seoki told them to also take their seats. When they sat down, the chairman entered and apologized to them for his tardiness. The 2 ladies stood up, and Yu Young loudly introduced herself, and Siona followed suit, while Jae Hyun simply remained seated. The chairman cheerfully told them that he knew who they were, and Yu Young reveled in that. Jae Hyun told the chairman that he was late, and he had almost fallen asleep waiting for him. The comment surprised the ladies, and even Seoki grew tense as he wondered if this young man had lost his mind. A moment of silence permeated the office for a short time, until the chairman stated he had no excuse for being late. He finally added that he required some time to prepare to speak with them, but Jae Hyun immediately told him that they were actually the ones who had no excuse, since he had summoned them directly after they emerged from the demoplane for 3 days without affording them a chance to wash up. So they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tensed again, but this time he merely laughed. Jae Hyun realized he was putting on an act and surmised that it was because he was interested in the individuals before him. Finally, the chairman informed them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulated them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jae Hyun, who took first place. When he said that, Jae Hyun said it was all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to achieve it by himself. That comment made the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wondered if the young man had no desire to display his abilities. He finally agreed with Jae Hyun, but commented that he had also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they had surpassed the freshman Hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he clapped and commented that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thanked him for the compliment, but Jae Hyun inquired what he was implying, which worried Yu Young again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explained that Mills Academy wished to offer them a few special privileges. First, a desirable room from the dormitory buildings within the academy would be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually required advance reservation. Third, if they ever failed to achieve a satisfactory score in the school tests, they would be granted an opportunity to retake the test. After enumerating the offer, the chairman asked them for their thoughts and explained that they would be signing a partnership contract with Mills Academy should they accept his offer. But Jae Hyun stated that he rejected the offer before the chairman finished his speech. Our young man explained that the benefits sounded appealing, but those were all things they could earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Mills was very much a meritocracy, so he didn't believe they should accept them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he snatched the offer from the chairman's hands and began reading through the terms. He read that after signing a partnership contract with Mills, once they began working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looked quite grim until Jae Hyun finally told the chairman that this wasn't a reward, but a trap designed to exploit them. When he asked the chairman if he was mistaken, the man paused for a while and said there was nothing he could do about it if that's what Jae Hyun thought, especially since they couldn't be forced into signing a contract. He told them that he left the decision to the three of them, and the ladies looked at each other to gauge each other's reactions to the situation. After a short pause, Yoo Young apologized and stated that she wished to decline the offer, and so did Siona. The chairman covered his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulged in anger. Eventually, he said that it was a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentioned that he would grant them another opportunity to reconsider. So he fixed his gaze upon Jae Hyun, using his indoctrination skill, and asked him if he still did not intend to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornhair system informed him that something strange had infiltrated his mind. Jae Hyun had anticipated this, but he was soon informed by the system that he had completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that was transpiring, our young man handed Hell his blank card and utilized its power, because he had only irritated the chairman in the first place to provoke him into using his power. For a moment, the chairman simply sat there, puzzled as to why he hadn't received a reaction. Eventually, our young man told him they would be departing now, and the Nornhair system informed him that he had acquired the skill called indoctrination. With this skill, which was of a unique rank, he could manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill transformed into subordination. Jae Hyun stood up and proposed to the ladies that they leave, especially since they were all tired from spending 4 days in the demoplane. After Jae Hyun departed the office, Yoo Young asked the men to have a pleasant day. And Siona, who was still confused, told them they would be leaving first. When the students finally departed, Gian asked instructor Seoki to leave. When he was alone, he wondered how a mere freshman could resist his unique skill, and he found this truly interesting. Outside, Jae Hyun inquired of the ladies if they were truly content with refusing Gian's offer. Yoo Young confessed that she had been somewhat tempted at first, but she later decided Jae Hyun was correct in whatever he had said, because it was obvious that Gian intended to sweet-talk them into agreeing and exploit them, given their young age. Siona agreed that she also disliked the contract, and she believed rejecting it was the best choice. Moreover, she felt that it was better to earn things with their own hands than to begin with privileges. Jae Hyun listened to Siona intently, and he considered her reasoning, which was completely different from the cold image he had harbored of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo Young asked them if they had also noticed that something was truly strange about Chairman Gian, because his expression had been utterly sickening when they rejected his offer. Siona mentioned that she had thought so too. And she also mentioned that the chairman and instructor Seoki had never uttered a word about the problem with the demoplane. Jae Hyun listened to them converse, and he noted that Siona possessed truly good instincts. Eventually, she inquired of Jae Hyun if he knew anything about Chairman Gian by any chance, so he asked her why she would think that. Siona replied that he was always quite calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo Young agreed with her, and she pestered Jae Hyun to tell them if he knew something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he told them that he was also uncertain, so it was difficult to tell them anything, but he informed them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it was the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, Siona approached him and asked if they couldn't trust him too. And while Jae Hyun paused, Yoo Young stepped behind Siona with an eerie look in her eyes and told her not to trust Jae Hyun either. She pointed out Jae Hyun's fierce expression and recounted how he had once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home. And Jae Hyun inquired why she was suddenly bringing up something that had happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo Young grabbed his hair and called him a jerk, reminding him of how difficult a time she had experienced back then. Eventually, our young man managed to get Yoo Young off him, and he suggested they go inside to rest, since the sun had set. When it was time for them to separate, Siona didn't appear to want to leave, so she asked them if they would be parting ways there. For a moment, an awkward silence prevailed, and Yoo Young simply looked at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugged them both and asked why it felt like a teen romance was unfolding there. So, she asked them to make room for her, too. Jae Hyun, however, pulled her away and pointed her toward the girls' dormitory, then asked her to go get some rest. She eventually agreed to go rest, and Siona followed behind, but she reminded Jae Hyun to rest well before she departed. Our young man soon headed to the boys' dormitory. When he reached the door, he realized it had been a while since he had been there. He recalled the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually went to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years were those without talent. So, he hoped to find a new place as soon as class was over the next day, because experiencing hell once was quite enough. The next day, Jae Hyun went for a run and eventually stopped after he felt he had completed enough for a warm-up. He turned around toward the dormitory so he could begin preparing for his first class. Shortly thereafter, all the freshmen who were magician cadets gathered in a room, and their assigned instructor for basic mana acclimatization, Kim Jaeon, came to introduce herself. While she spoke, Jae Hyun frowned because this instructor was not someone he was familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he didn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon, even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy. The instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seoki, who were greedy for the crumbs Gian was willing to throw them. Gian mentioned that she was sure most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors opened behind her, she explained that the reason was to test their mana sensitivity. The students were shocked by the sight of the doors that seemed to be exposing a mana cube, and they hoped she wasn't implying they had to enter there. While they lamented that this was too difficult for a first class, Jae Hyun considered that this mana room felt similar to the mana cube he had seen before, but it contained far less mana. Instructor Gian explained to them that what they were looking at right now was called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that could normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explained that it was nearly impossible to escape from a mana cube, and that was why they had prepared this. The peculiar thing was that our young man had previously escaped from a mana cube at his guild. The mana room was divided into many sub-rooms. The first room's mana was similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana became thicker as one ventured further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet could usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet could reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they would discover what level their mana sensitivity was at. Gian asked the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informed them that they could raise their hand if they encountered trouble during the test, so they could follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she entered one of the mana rooms, and the cadets followed her in. After everyone entered, Instructor Gian noted that none of the cadets seemed to be experiencing trouble at level 1. She decided that they should move to level 2. And when they entered, some of the cadets began to pant, and the instructors had to assist them. After they departed, Gian asked the rest who were still standing to follow her to level 3. And when they entered, almost half of the class raised their hands. But Jae Hyun, Yoo Young, and Siona did not appear to be affected at this point. Instructor Gian asked that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more individuals raised their hands. When those who were uncomfortable left, she proposed they move to level 5, and then many more individuals requested to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other individuals were removed due to exhaustion. Yoo Young inquired of Jae Hyun if he felt it was beginning to become difficult to breathe, but he said he didn't think so. Meanwhile, Siona observed Jae Hyun and noticed that he seemed to be perfectly fine, so she resolved to try harder. Gian looked around, and she noticed there were only 4 cadets remaining: Jae Hyun, Yu Young, Siona, and one other young man named Lee Sayuk. They were all cadets who had scored highly during the freshman hunt. Chairman Gian had instructed her to keep a close eye on Jae Hyun and report back to him, but she did not plan to simply follow such orders. She soon told the cadets they would be moving on to level 7. And the other students wondered who on earth those individuals were who were moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reached level 7. When they entered the 7th level, Instructor Gian proposed that they move on to the 8th level and asked any of the cadets if they were experiencing trouble, and no one spoke. Even though Yu Young seemed to be struggling at this point, the other students were in awe as they watched them move to the 8th level. And when they arrived there, the cadets felt a sharp spike, except for Jae Hyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuated at every moment, as it did within a dungeon. Gian knew that even geniuses should start encountering difficulty at this point, and true to her expectations, Sayuk and Yu Young raised their hands to depart the mana room. Meanwhile, Siona began to sweat. But when neither she nor Jae Hyun raised their hands, Instructor Gian had no choice but to move to level 9. When they entered level 9, Siona almost vomited and began to stagger, which startled Jae Hyun. When Gian turned around, she was unable to offer assistance, because she recalled that the chairman had instructed her that she should never offer any cadet help before they asked, no matter what situation they faced. He had stated that danger was no different from a new opportunity to a cadet. And if that opportunity was taken from before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jae Hyun inquired of Siona if she was all right, and she told him she was, while trembling. At this point, she couldn't clearly discern Jae Hyun's face, and she truly didn't want to lose. Everyone Siona knew had always told her that only the strong could survive, and she wouldn't be able to achieve anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she possessed some magical talent. She had been told that the weak had no future, and she fiercely desired to be acknowledged at this point. But she found herself collapsing as Jae Hyun tried to hold her up, and she told him she had lost again. As the assistants escorted her out, Jae Hyun wondered what she had meant by losing. When they entered level 10, Instructor Gian inquired of Jae Hyun if he was all right, and she knew even she would begin to experience some trouble from here on. Eventually, our young man turned to her with a smile on his face, and he stated that he was also experiencing some difficulty and would like to depart now. When she heard that, Gian asked him to leave with her. As she headed out, she wondered what he meant by experiencing difficulty, since she couldn't perceive a single sign of it. When they finally emerged, Gian asked the other cadets to applaud Jae Hyun, because he had succeeded in reaching level 10, which meant he was on par with a raider who was a B rank or higher. As she instructed everyone else to work diligently and try to catch up with him, Sayuk glanced at Jae Hyun with a frown, and Siona didn't appear very happy with herself. Shortly thereafter, our young man inquired of Siona if she was all right. She told him she was and apologized for making them worry. So, Jae Hyun told her it was good, since nothing serious had happened to her. Yu Young inquired of Jae Hyun if he was also all right, since he had appeared quite unaffected a while ago, and he told her he was. Then he asked her to remove the towel from around her neck, because she resembled a construction worker. The statement irritated Yu Young as expected, and she regretted having worried about him. While she was ranting, Jae Hyun inquired if she was also not experiencing any pain, and she said that the doctors had also confirmed she was fine, and she gloated about how fit she was. For a moment, Jae Hyun observed Siona. He had thought she was merely a bit competitive, but something seemed different. It appeared to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she hadn't sustained serious injury this time, but with that kind of personality, it would be difficult to control her later. Of course, he didn't intend to make Siona dance to his tune, but as was happening with Yu Songun, Hoyin, and Jang, he had a feeling that Siona's future would also change. He also surmised that the same was true for Yu Young. And while he glanced over at her, she inquired what he was looking at and if she was truly that beautiful. but Jae Hyun asked her if she was certain nothing was wrong with her, because she could only be uttering such nonsense if she was injured somewhere. As Seona attempted to subdue Yu Young from seeking revenge, our young man reflected on how he had no idea what effect his actions would have in the future. In this rapidly changing environment, he decided that he needed to prepare if he wished to remain one step ahead. While he was thinking, Yu Young managed to break free from Seona's grip, and she wrapped the towel around Jae Hyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our young man removed the towel, covered her head with it, and used it to playfully disarray her hair. When he was finished, Yu Young began to curse, and her surroundings illuminated like an inferno. Annoyed, she inquired if he knew how much time she had spent styling her hair that morning and asked him if he had a death wish. However, Jae Hyun told her he was sorry, but he commented that it didn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoyed her, and she asked him if he was implying she was unattractive. And it was at that moment that Jae Hyun realized he had made a mistake. He immediately turned around to make a run for it while Yu Young chased after him, as Seona watched them in amusement. Seona considered how close the two of them truly were. And when the two friends ran past Sayuk, the young man noticed Jae Hyun and wondered how the bastard had reached level 10. While he was looking, a friend of his named Kim Minsu approached to greet him and inquired what he was thinking about so deeply. Soo Hyuk asked Minsu to tell him everything he knew about the individual whose hair was being pulled out by the lady. And even though Minsu wondered why Soo Hyuk was speaking to him like a subordinate, he explained that Jae Hyun was the first individual to achieve first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soo Hyuk told him that he was aware of that. But what he truly wished to know was where such an individual had suddenly emerged from, but Minsu merely shrugged because he didn't possess that answer. No matter how much Sayuk pondered it, it didn't make sense to him. There was something peculiar about this Jae Hyun, and he believed he was concealing something. Meanwhile, Minsu reflected on how he wasn't accustomed to this new Sayuk because he had known him since he was younger. Eventually, he told Soo Hyuk that Jae Hyun had already proven himself twice. So, there was no need to continue searching for something mysterious, since it was most likely impossible to cheat in Mills. However, Sayuk informed him that there was no way anyone could be stronger than him unless they were cheating. That statement stunned Minsu, and he considered that Sayuk wouldn't prevail against Seona or Yu Young either, but he didn't voice that thought aloud. Eventually, he advised Soo Hyuk that they didn't need to become unreasonable, because he wouldn't defeat Jae Hyun even if he died and was resurrected. But the young man didn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jae Hyun had a video call with his delightful teacher, Yoo Sung-gun, and he inquired if she had called him because she wished to hear about what had transpired at the freshman hunt. Yoo Sung-gun agreed that she had, because it was more interesting to hear it directly from him. Excited, he informed her that he had secured first place, and that made her proud. She noticed that his apartment seemed too good for a freshman to possess, and suspected that he had accumulated a substantial amount of points. Finally, she congratulated him for taking the best first step in Mills Academy, an institution renowned for its challenging environment. She told him she was proud of him, and our young man mentioned that he was relieved, because he had been worried that she would scold him if he had achieved second place. That made her giggle, and she inquired if there were any cadets who had caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jae Hyun asked her if she intended to scout them or something. So, she told him that they were considering it, and they planned to reward him for the information he shared. Jae Hyun explained that sharing the information wasn't difficult, but to think he would receive a reward for something like this. He asked her if she wasn't being overly generous, but she insisted that she was doing this because she knew he wouldn't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually, he mentioned Seona, Yu Young, and Hoyeon, stating those three were the ones that could be recruited by Manhwa. When he hesitated to mention someone else's name, Yoo Sung-gun asked him to speak. So he added that he knew someone who wasn't a freshman but would be beneficial to recruit from the upperclassmen. Yoo Sung-gun promised to give him a grand welcome. After they concluded the call, the guild master thought of Lee Jang, whom Jae Hyun had mentioned, and she recognized him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider Lee Jin. During the call, she had mentioned to Jae Hyun that Jang was not as talented as his other siblings, and she knew that Yan Ha might face some problems with Lee Jin's Zephyr Guild by taking Jang in. Given such a risk, Yoo Sung-gun inquired of Jae Hyun if he still believed they should recruit the young man, and he affirmed that he did, because Jang would become the world's finest alchemist in the near future. After they ended the call, manager Sunjae informed her that Guild Master Ms. Baek Jiun had arrived. Yoo Sung-gun instructed him to escort her in. So, Ms. Jiun stepped in with Yanju behind her. When they entered, Yoo Sung-gun commented that they had arrived precisely on time. So, Jiun responded that time was also a very valuable asset to a merchant. Ms. Jiun extended her hand to Guild Master Yoo Sung-gun and stated that it had been a while. But Yoo Sung-gun politely told her that she didn't believe they were close enough to greet each other so familiarly and asked her to take a seat. When Jiun took her seat, still smiling, she inquired what the master of the Curator Guild desired from her. Jiun was amused by Yoo Sung-gun's directness and commented that becoming close would indeed be difficult, but she admitted that she also appreciated it. Eventually, Jiun mentioned that it seemed Manhwa had been nurturing someone quite effectively. So, she inquired how much she could purchase Jae Hyun for. Yoo Sung-gun told her that it was unfortunate that the Manhwa Guild did not view its members as commodities that could be bought. So, she suggested that Jiun seek elsewhere. However, Jiun asked her if the young man would concur with that. So, Yoo Sung-gun told her there were some things that couldn't be acquired with money, but remarked that Jiun would most likely not understand that. Eventually, Jiun replied that she hadn't expected Yoo Sung-gun to accept her offer anyway, and it didn't matter because she had only come as a gesture of courtesy. Amused, Yoo Sung-gun informed her that her thoughtfulness was quite unpleasant. But Jiun considered that a shame and decided to depart since it was growing late, and Yoo Sung-gun didn't appear to wish to converse with her either. As she stood to take her leave, Yoo Sung-gun retorted that she was glad Jiun had noticed she didn't wish to speak with her. And Jiun jokingly responded that a keen eye was also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at Mills Academy, the cadets awaited the system's analysis of the results. And Hoyen finished first with 101 points, while Jae Hyun came in second with 99 points. The result made our young man hiss, but he had expected that he wouldn't be able to compare to a combat genius like Hoyen. However, he didn't consider second place a poor result. To him, there was no need to rush, but he also kept in mind that he hadn't reached his ultimate goal. When Jae Hyun turned to the ladies, he noticed their disturbed expressions. And Yoo Young eventually asked him what on earth he was, and she inquired how a magic raider could achieve second place and contend with an Hoyen in an endurance test. When she demanded to know how that was even possible, our young man informed her that it wasn't strange, since he had started out as a warrior. But that explanation still didn't satisfy Yoo Young. When she attempted to protest again, Jae Hyun told her there was no need to focus so much on only magic, and she needed to also prioritize her health. That remark made Yoo Young's expression grim again, and she threatened to one day demonstrate that he wasn't as important as he thought he was. But Siona soon restrained her so she wouldn't initiate another altercation. Meanwhile, instructor Seoki observed them nearby, and he realized that Jae Hyun was a dangerous individual, just as the chairman had stated. The young man's muscular endurance was not something a magician should possess, and that made Seoki wonder what on earth he was planning. Soon after, the students heard the bell that signaled their next class was about to begin. So, Seoki told the students that their second endurance test was called the AR evasion test. Jae Hyun recalled this test from before he regressed, and he knew it was the test that rigorously examined numerous cadets on their talent and pushed them to their limits. Seoki explained that they would be gathered in a room with top-tier, cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them would help assess each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jae Hyun listened intently, and he realized that Seoki was not planning to make this an easy endeavor. Normally, they would eliminate monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their attack patterns, but they would only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time, because it was an endurance test. However, if they defeated monsters, they would receive higher scores. Seoki handed the cadets some objects that resembled earphones, and when Yu Young inquired, Jae Hyun explained to her that they were receivers that could analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jae Hyun's correctness, Seoki added that this receiver was used to implement augmented reality. It stimulated the brain and, using a projector, created the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, three-dimensional images were augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like real monsters were present. The use of such devices was for safety and to prevent the possibility of injury. What Seoki didn't tell them was that the receiver stimulated the brain such that they could still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim was not to shock the cadets, but to instill a certain level of caution to increase their probability of survival in dungeons. Seoki explained that the AR system had a total of 100 levels, but they would be evaluated only up to level 10. The test would be conducted in teams of 4, and they would now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test began, the teams were formed, and Team 3 comprised 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jae Hyun and Soo Hyuk. Jae Hyun considered that it was pretty balanced. While he was thinking, Sayuk called out to him and inquired if he was Min Jae Hyun. Our young man replied that he was. So, Sayuk told him that he had heard that he achieved first place in the freshman hunt, but there was something he simply couldn't understand. He wondered how a magician could secure first place and revealed he believed there was a special reason for that. So, he asked Jae Hyun to explain it to him. After pausing for a while, Jae Hyun asked him if he had considered the possibility that no such thing existed. So, Sayuk informed him that he would have to expose it in that case, even if he had to resort to force. Excited, Jae Hyun smirked and asked him why he hadn't simply stated from the beginning that his goal was to fight with him. Sayuk, who was also smiling, informed him that it was pleasant to see that they understood each other. The 2 other ladies on the team grew worried, and one of them wondered why they were behaving that way since they were on the same team. The shorter lady wondered if they would be all right, so she attempted to separate them, but instructor Seoki soon called their team onto the field. When they stepped onto the field, the system began a 5-second countdown and informed them they would be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifested, and Soo Hyuk decided he needed to step back first to create some distance. Before he could move, Jae Hyun dashed forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies tried to warn him that it was dangerous. Surprised, Soo Hyuk asked what on earth he was doing, and wondered what Jae Hyun thought a magician could accomplish on the front line. While Jae Hyun made his way to the front, he wondered why such taunts were still aimed at him, but he decided that it would be best to demonstrate a bit of his ability here. After generating some mana in his hands, our young man smashed the skeleton's head with just one strike, and the others watched him in utmost surprise. Even Seoki was stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watched in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appeared, but Jae Hyun proceeded to knee another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he landed on the ground, he initiated an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon was a special skill that an ordinary magician couldn't utilize because it was a skill that allowed a magician to inflict physical damage. It was useless to magicians since they didn't engage in close combat, but our young man was a different breed. Soo Hyuk watched in confusion and labeled Jae Hyun a psycho. The other ladies still couldn't believe their eyes, and the system announced that they had completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points had been awarded, with Jae Hyun receiving 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test commenced, and they were confronted with a monster called a jogger. The sight of the monster intrigued Jae Hyun, and he informed the monster that it had been a while since they last met. After a series of fighting and broken ground, the system announced that they had completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulated them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Sayuk considered this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jae Hyun considered that his performance was not too bad, and that his body had felt lighter ever since he started utilizing the combat technique that Ms. Yusongen had taught him. Suddenly, Soo Hyuk approached him and inquired what kind of dirty trick he had just employed. But Jae Hyun explained that there was nothing more to what he had just witnessed. However, Sayuk protested that it was bad enough that he had abandoned the safety of the defense line, but he had completely annihilated the enemy by himself, which rendered his performance unbelievable. He insisted that accomplishing such a feat was impossible without cheating. But Jae Hyun repeated that he had nothing to say because he had nothing to conceal. When Sayuk stood his ground, our young man told him not to make him repeat himself, and he moved closer and offered to let Sayuk confirm his strength right now if he was truly curious. The move startled Sayuk, and he called Jae Hyun a bastard. But before anything could escalate, Instructor Seoki inquired if there was a problem between the two of them. The instructor's interference halted the building tension, and Sayuk wished there weren't any instructors present. Our young man eventually turned to walk away, and Sayuk told him not to assume he had won. So, our young man told him he didn't believe he had lost either. Before Jae Hyun could depart, Soo Hyuk proposed that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jae Hyun refused because he had already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembered how Jae Hyun had refused to fight Soo Hyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalled having told him that he would win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decided to go train so he wouldn't let Jae Hyun down. Sometime later, Seoki and some of the assistant instructors moved around. One of the assistant instructors asked the other if he had seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other individual said he had personally monitored it, and that the cadets this year were quite good. When they began to discuss a magic cadet named Jae Hyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Seoki considered that the young man was not merely talented, because those practiced movements he displayed while fighting on the front line, despite being a mere magician, were unique. When they entered the chairman's office, Gian commended them for their good work and proposed that they discuss the results of this year's endurance test. Seoki explained that there were a total of 3 cadets who achieved full points, and those cadets were in Hoyeon, Chaeyoon, and Min Jae Hyun. Even among those 3, Jae Hyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanked instructor Seoki for the information and commended him for his diligent work. On his screen, Chairman Gian reviewed footage of Jae Hyun, and a grin developed on his face. He told Seoki that he hoped he would continue to keep him informed about Jae Hyun's actions and grades, and to notify him immediately if he started behaving strangely, to which Seoki agreed. The chairman told them all to maintain their excellent work, and he asked that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Some time later, Jae Hyun returned to the AR evasion test and completed level 27 of the test. The 27th level seemed to be his limit, and this was a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort. So it meant he was equivalent to that much force. It turned out that the next event for the freshmen was the dungeon practicum, and Jae Hyun decided to begin preparing. He remembered the dungeon practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were entangled in that incident, and in the end, he was the only survivor on his team. Even as he was forced to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who had believed in him. Shortly thereafter, our young man went to the store to make a purchase. When he was finished, he wondered if he would be able to live differently in this life. He had been unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic existence in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he did not plan to relive the same life all over again. Experiencing a life of regret once was quite enough. One day before the dungeon practicum began, the students attended class as usual and soon concluded their activities for the day. When class ended, Yu Young and Siona approached Jae Hyun, and Yu Young inquired what they should do tomorrow, since it was their first dungeon practicum. Siona admitted that she hadn't slept well the previous night. So Jae Hyun informed them that everyone felt the same when they entered a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprised Yu Young, and she playfully asked if this wasn't his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a leisurely walk or something. He retorted that he didn't know about dungeons, but he had encountered monsters a few times, and there was one directly in front of him right now. That caused Yu Young to lose her temper once more, and she began to curse and pound her fists on him. Siona observed them nearby, and their goofiness brought a smile to her face. Eventually, Jae Hyun offered the girls something if they were so worried, and Yu Young inquired what it was. Our young man told them that he had purchased the potion along with his own, and he instructed them to use it when they needed it. Eventually, Yu Young agreed to forgive him this time because of his thoughtful gesture, and Siona promised to utilize it effectively. Our young man considered that he had survived the dungeon practicum the last time due to luck, but he would ensure that he accomplished it this time through skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jae Hyun spent some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up was important before entering a dungeon, no matter how vast a magician's mana capacity was. If they suddenly overused high-level spells, they would experience mana rebound. If mana rebounded during spellcasting, it could injure the user's body. A magician who frequently used high-level spells was prone to mana rebound, and Jae Hyun recognized that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice were high-level skills. Moreover, he wasn't certain how dangerous things would become during the dungeon practicum that day, and he didn't know if he or his teammates would perish. On top of that, if he kept his mana drawn up into his lower abdomen as he had just done, he could use it to rapidly strengthen his spell or body when necessary. He suddenly recalled the time before he regressed when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desired. While he was deep in thought, the Nornire system activated a main quest. Apparently, he had succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he had to navigate several junctions that had left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or alter them. The decisions he made might kill or save others, and whatever he chose to do was entirely in his hands. The difficulty of the mission was unknown, and the rewards were unknown too, but they seemed to depend on whether he took Route A or Route B. The worst part was that he had just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure was equally unknown. Jae Hyun guessed that something had arisen again, and the Nornire system was clearly attempting to help him grow stronger, since the gods required him for their plans. However, he didn't understand what they meant by him choosing his route, and he wondered what on earth they were planning. Shortly thereafter, the freshmen gathered at the Mills Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yi Jian came to attend to them and informed them that they would be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and would have to act collectively. When the students began to murmur, Jae Hyun guessed that the others thought it wasn't fair. Real monsters would appear in this dungeon, and if you were fortunate, you could clear the dungeon easily, but if you were unlucky, you would find yourself part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continued, Yi Jian silenced them and explained that their scores in the dungeon practicum would be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they could defeat would appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yi Jian encouraged them all to do their best. While she was speaking, Jae Hyun reasoned that this was Chairman Gian's trap. As the instructor had said, most of the monsters appearing here were low-level, but if things unfolded as they had before he regressed, boss-level monsters would be intermixed. He recalled the D-rank boss monster, Cobalt Lord. And even though it wasn't a difficult opponent for him, he didn't plan to simply follow Gian's schemes, except that the small opening Gian would leave in this dungeon practicum might actually present him with the opportunity to eliminate him. Shortly thereafter, Yi Jian declared that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jae Hyun and Siona ended up together, and our young man told Siona he was glad he knew someone on the team, to which she reciprocated. He was glad there was someone on his team he could converse with comfortably, especially someone who was skilled. While he considered devising a strategy, he was shocked by the sight of his 2 other teammates. The lady introduced herself as warrior Kim Jina, and the young man introduced himself as Warrior Park Sung-woo. Sung-woo cheerfully inquired if they were also on Team 3, but Jae Hyun recalled how these two individuals had been his teammates in his past life, and they had ended up being killed by the boss monster after they had asked him to flee while they handled the situation. Suddenly, our young man understood what the Nornhair system meant by him choosing his route, and he could clearly see the choices laid out before him. When the two new warriors stepped forward, our young man realized this was what the Nornhair system had intended from the start. So, he shook their hands and introduced himself as Jae Hyun and also introduced Siona, because she was clearly shy. It amused Sung-woo that Siona was shy, but he was certain that they would all get along as they spent time together. And Gina agreed that they would all get along well. Our young man realized that these two warriors were the same as they had been in his past life, and he was pleased by how cheerful they were with Siona. Once they had completed introductions, Jae Hyun proposed they formulate plans first. The other two agreed, and one of them suggested making Jae Hyun the team leader. With the quest the Nornhair system had presented to him still in his mind, our young man sat down to explain the plans to them. He reminded them not to falter, no matter what emerged in the dungeon, because if the warriors in the vanguard, in particular, began to waver, the entire party would be annihilated. The warriors were intrigued by Jae Hyun's tactical intelligence, and Sung-woo remarked that this was to be expected of the individual who had achieved first place in the freshman hunt. Sung-woo realized the details of the strategy were no laughing matter and stated he had memorized all 6 parts of it, and Siona claimed she had as well. Soon after, Instructor Gian stepped forward to inform the cadets that their planning period was over. From now on, they would officially commence the dungeon practicum, and she asked the team leaders to step forward. Jae Hyun stepped forward, and when he looked to his side, he noticed Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yu Young was a part of. He was glad that Hoyeon was the team leader, because that meant Yu Young wouldn't get hurt. When the team leaders stepped forward, Gian instructed those who were ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them and wished them good luck. Shortly thereafter, Hoyeon led his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members noticed that the place was quite damp and exuded a musty smell, which enlightened her about the realities of dungeons. Yu Young inquired of the rest if kobolds would likely appear, since it was an underground dungeon. And their other male teammate agreed that they probably would, because he had heard underground dungeons contained a lot of ore. Excited, Yu Young hoped that diamonds were present somewhere. But while she was speaking about it, she suddenly paused when she sensed something, and Hoyeon immediately announced that something was approaching. So, he instructed them to assume their positions. Yu Young quickly sprang into action, but the other cadets appeared less confident when they noticed they were surrounded by kobolds. As if it weren't enough that they were monsters, the kobolds were equipped with digging tools. Hoyeon informed his team that the kobolds were weak monsters, but it would be difficult to deal with them if they swarmed them. So, he charged at them and proposed they conclude this quickly. Yu Young utilized an explosion from her holy force and activated her flash bomb skill, causing a huge explosion that blinded the monsters, affording Hoyeon the opportunity to cut them down. While the other two teammates fought with the monsters, Yu Young activated a move called the Wind of Helheim and a skill called Air Blast. She unleashed several blasts of air toward the chests of the kobolds and knocked them to the ground. After they eliminated the monster, Hoyeon inquired if everyone was fine, and the ladies replied that they were. When they turned to the other male, Seho, they noticed he seemed to be choking, so they rushed to help him, and Yu Young wondered what was wrong, because she had never heard of kobolds utilizing poison. When Yu Young looked up, she realized that the young man wasn't choking due to poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana striking him. In front of them was a massive cobalt boss, and the students froze. Shocked, Hoyeon asked why there was a cobalt lord present. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Gina confessed to Jae Hyun that she knew he was strong, but he was truly amazing. She inquired of him how many monsters he had dealt with so far during their trek through the dungeon, but Jae Hyun insisted it was nothing, because things had simply transpired. However, Gina insisted that it was significant, because they would be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continued in this manner. When Jae-hyun looked to his side, he noticed that Siona was distracted. So he grabbed her hand and inquired if other people still made her uneasy. She admitted that they did. So Jae-hyun realized she was genuinely shy. But then, there had been rumors that no one had ever heard Siona speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team entered a room filled with oars. Our young man realized that this was different from what he remembered, and this clearly had to be Gien's doing. It occurred to Jae-hyun that his very existence had caused Gien to alter his plans from what he had done in the past. Suddenly, Jae-hyun sensed a monster approaching, and he surmised it was the Cobalt Lord. So, he informed his teammates to utilize their Plan C by defending first and then counterattacking. When Jae-hyun told them to be cautious, because this monster was different from what they had encountered before, Sung-woo grew worried that a stronger monster was approaching, especially since they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly, something burst through a nearby wall, and the cadets were shocked to see a Cobalt Lord. They wondered what a boss monster was doing here. And as Siona was about to retreat, she recalled what Jae-hyun had said about the entire party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard began to falter. She quickly activated the magic armor around the warriors, and Sung-woo struggled to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jae-hyun activated his taunt skill, and when the Cobalt Lord attacked Sung-woo's shield, Sung-woo called out to Jae-hyun. Our young man rushed toward them and created a mana attack in his hands, and he blasted the Cobalt Lord. Siona was shocked by the immense power of Jae-hyun's attack, and she hoped that such a formidable strike would inflict significant damage, but the monster easily stood up as if nothing had happened. The sight made Jae-hyun laugh. And as he witnessed the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our young man confessed that he hadn't expected such anomalies. As its body healed, the Cobalt Lord smiled at them, and Jae-hyun began to wonder if a Cobalt Lord with regenerative abilities wasn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Nornir system identified the entity behind the Cobalt Lord as something called Odin's Raven. So, it presented him with a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest required him to eliminate all of Odin's ravens that were exerting pressure on him and the gods opposed to the Aesir. There were 5 objectives, and the mission was of S-rank difficulty, with a reward of a blank card and a class increase, and a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Gien reviewed footage of Jae-hyun's previous fights, and she wondered how the young man could deliver such a performance as a magician. She was a rank magician herself, but such battle skills as Jae-hyun displayed were unthinkable to her. She considered that the chances of Jae-hyun's Team 3 achieving first place in this dungeon practicum were high, and when one of the doors opened, she was surprised to see Cadet Seho being assisted by Hoyeon. Jang told her that there was a significant problem. Still shocked, Gien inquired what had happened, and they informed her that a Cobalt Lord had appeared in the dungeon. She was surprised that they could encounter a Cobalt Lord because there was no way it could have entered. And Gien began to wonder what on earth was transpiring inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors came to help Seho, who had a mild case of mana addiction, and they instructed him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yu Young inquired of Instructor Gien if Team 3 had not yet emerged, and she was told they had not. Hoyeon didn't believe it, because he was sure that Jae-hyun and Siona were too skilled to be unable to easily escape the Cobalt Lord. After hesitating for a while, Gien placed a call to Chairman Gien, who sounded surprised to hear from Instructor Gien, even though he wore a smirk on his face. She informed him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requested rescue personnel, and the chairman acted surprised to hear that something like that had transpired. He told her not to worry too much, because he would dispatch a support team, so he asked her to wait on site. After he concluded the call, Instructor Jai experienced a strong feeling of uneasiness, but couldn't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Siona, Gina, and Sung-woo grew weary. The system informed Jae-hyun that the entity behind the Cobalt Lord was Odin's Raven. with two ravens named Hyujin, which translated as thought, and Munin, which translated as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jae-hyun called the Cobalt Lord a follower of Odin, demonstrating to the ravens that he recognized their presence. Apparently, the mana he felt was close to B rank, and it was a regenerative Cobalt Lord. Even though our young man had grown strong, this was a difficult opponent for him, and he wondered whether he should flee. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he had always done before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considered this a second chance, and he didn't care if this was someone's test for him, because he was going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jae-hyun instructed them all to run directly out of the dungeon while he distracted the monster. Sung-woo inquired what he was talking about and how he would deal with the monsters. But before the words could fully escape his mouth, he was ambushed by two kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jae-hyun quickly blasted them away with some holy arrows. So, he instructed Sung-woo to silence himself and leave. As the Cobalt Lord swung its massive weapon again to smash Jae-hyun into the ground, our young man attempted to explain to the others that he couldn't fight and protect them simultaneously. As the monster was about to pound our young man into the ground, Siona called out his name in fear. But as he turned around to face the monsters, a shield materialized between him and the monster to withstand the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jae-hyun looked to his side and realized that Siona had activated the shield. She informed him that she could help, and our young man knew from the look in her eyes that he couldn't convince her otherwise. He wondered if this was another change he had created in the future. Then he asked Siona to remain with him while the others returned to the dungeon entrance and informed instructor Ji-in about the situation. When Sung-woo attempted to protest, Jae-hyun begged him to leave. So Gina agreed and promised to inform the instructor as soon as they could. As the two of them departed, Jae-hyun and Siona were left alone to face the monsters. Jae-hyun told Siona he would cover her from the back. So she summoned her radiant, holy sword and sent the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jae-hyun took that as his cue, and he rushed forward to confront the Cobalt Lord that was advancing toward him. When he drew closer, Jae-hyun noticed that the Cobalt Lord's body was melting, and our young man decided to halt in his tracks. He recalled that there was a limit to the amount of mana a body could contain, and there was something controlling the monster from the shadows, and that entity was pouring in far more mana than it could handle. That entity had to be Odin's raven, and he resolved to expose the ravens. Our young man equipped his mistletoe weapon. Due to having mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expanded, and the active skill called mana perception became active. Because of this, he could more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that utilized mana. Utilizing his mana perception skill, our young man saw a trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jae-hyun was glad that he had found it, and as the monster again moved to strike him, Jae-hyun activated his lightning chains and assured it that he was going to ensure its demise. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens went to Asgard to see Odin. Hyujin informed the god that through the ravens, he had discovered the whereabouts of mistletoe, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, inquired of Hyujin where the mistletoe was. So he informed her that it was in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seemed to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbed her, and she called Mimir an old fool. But Thor, who was seated nearby, assured her that they were watching closely, especially since they had signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who was also seated nearby, accused Thor of being complacent and reminded him how they had lost Balder in the last war and how the object that had killed him was the mistletoe branch, mistletoe. After considering it for a while, Odin instructed Hyujin to ascertain whether the prophesied adversary had been in contact with the forces opposed to the Aesir. So, he returned to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Gian continued massaging the odd ring that he had been rubbing when Gian had called him. Soon, Seoki stepped in, and the chairman inquired how things were progressing. The instructor replied that no one seemed to have noticed anything yet, and that pleased Gian. He chuckled again, and he was glad that he had borrowed strength in advance. The chairman was certain that Jae Hyun would fall into his hands, no matter how arrogant he acted. Gian told him that all of this was for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our young man targeted the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabbed the chains, which did not appear to inflict any damage upon it, and swung its weapon to cleanly sever Jae Hyun's head. Our young man quickly leaned backward and leaped out of the way to avoid being decapitated. With Siona by his side, he asked her if she could cover for him because he needed to be clear of the monster's attacks. So, she told him she would try, but she didn't look well. Jae Hyun realized that Siona was probably already aware that she could experience mana rebound. Even if he ultimately defeated the Cobalt Lord, the chances of Siona dying were high. But he wondered why she still planned to assist him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jae Hyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seemed to be having a change of mind. He turned back to his opponent and decided to end this. He had only one chance, and he unleashed a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Siona provided support by creating a mana shield around Jae Hyun. Our young man dashed toward the monster, and Siona, who was feeling more uncomfortable, bit her lower lip as her hands began to shake. The agitated monster targeted Jae Hyun, who was running toward it. Jae Hyun recalled that his friend from his past life had once told him that there was nothing more miserable than dying, because you couldn't trust your companions. So, as Jae Hyun leaped toward the monster, he signaled to Siona to act, and he promised himself to confirm what his friend had said from that moment onward. Jae Hyun jumped onto one of the chains and used it to propel himself forward, and Siona was shocked that he was able to use that as a movement skill. She wondered how skilled he was with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waited patiently as Jae Hyun dashed toward it on his chain. But instead of colliding with the monster, our young man jumped directly above it. In a split second, the monster twisted its hand and tried to smash Jae Hyun out of the air without turning back, because it would take much longer to do so. But it was clearly doing this under the control of the raven. Siona grew worried that Jae Hyun would be knocked out of the air. But our young man evaded the attack and smiled. Utilizing his mana perception, he traced the mana threads to the spot where Odin's raven was located and bore down on the spot with all the might of his sword. The strike was so powerful that it broke his sword, but it still worked, because the Cobalt Lord reacted by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announced that the mana thread connecting the Cobalt Lord and Odin's raven had been severed. When Jae Hyun landed on the ground, the Cobalt Lord crashed behind him, and our young man walked forward to confront the entity behind all this trouble. When he stepped forward, Jae Hyun found Hyujin crumbled after being struck by his attack. He inquired of the raven what on earth Odin's goal was and stepped on its head when it didn't respond. Eventually, Jae Hyun noticed a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Gian's ring. He stepped on the raven again and inquired what the connection was between Gian and Odin, but the monster didn't respond. Eventually, Jae Hyun realized that the raven didn't possess a will of its own, and it was meaningless to restrain it any longer. He finally lifted his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Siona burst into the area, searching for Jae Hyun, but Jae Hyun warned her that it wasn't over yet because she needed to be cautious about mana rebound. Before the words could fully escape his mouth, she suddenly froze, and the Nornir system informed Jae Hyun that corrupted mana had accumulated in her body. Jae Hyun clutched his chest in pain, and Siona did the same, but the Nornir system soon purged Jae Hyun's mana due to its inherent purity. Soon after, he finally stabilized, and the system notified him that his mana capacity had permanently increased by 5%. Jae Hyun was glad it had worked, and he was told that he had succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He was rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovered, Jae Hyun realized that things could have ended up far worse than they had. But when he turned to Siona, he saw nothing positive, and the Nornair system informed him that his teammate's life was in grave danger. Our young man rushed toward Siona, and he was told that she would perish if she did not recover immediately. Some time later, Siona awoke in a pool of sweat, afflicted by a headache. She noticed Jae Hyun by her side, so she inquired what had transpired. He seemed to have been asleep, but he awoke when he heard her call his name. He was surprised she was awake and inquired how she felt. And when she checked her status, she was shocked to realize her health and mana had fully recovered. She was confused about what had happened because she remembered experiencing mana rebound. Eventually, she told Jae Hyun that she was fine and asked him how he was doing. He responded that he was fine and mentioned that he had fallen asleep. When she looked to her side, she realized the Cobalt Lord was dead. So, she inquired of Jae Hyun why he hadn't departed. He told her that he had been waiting for her to awaken because he had something he wished to tell her. She wondered what it was, so she asked him. And after pausing for a while, Jae Hyun told her that they needed to synchronize their stories. Siona suddenly blushed, because the Korean phrase for getting our stories straight was directly translatable as "I want to touch my lips to yours." Outside the dungeon, Yu Young demanded from Sung Woo and Gina why only two of them had emerged, and instructor Gian attempted to restrain her from doing anything rash. She told Yu Young she understood that she was worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wondered what he was supposed to do to help Jae Hyun and Siona return. Suddenly, the dungeon door opened, and while Yu Young was still kicking up dust, Jae Hyun and Siona stepped out, causing everyone to freeze. Jae Hyun inquired if they were fighting because of the two of them. And even instructor Gian froze in shock, because the inspection team had told her that the two cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly, tears flowed down Yu Young's eyes, and she ran toward the two of them with her arms open wide. She wept while embracing them and explained that the instructor and the inspection personnel had all declared they would be dead. She told him she was so glad that they were alive, and it brought a smile to Siona's face. But Jae Hyun told her he understood and asked her if she could release them now. Even Sung Woo and Gina were teary-eyed. And when Jae Hyun noticed this, he thanked both of them for trusting them. Jae Hyun told everyone that their two teammates had left because he had asked them to retrieve the instructor for help, and they did not deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yu Young, who was still angry, asked them how they could simply abandon their teammates like that. So, Jae Hyun told her he would have done the same, so there was no need for her to behave that way. He reminded her that not everyone was as brave as she was, and he asked her not to get angry on his behalf either. The statement stung Yu Young, so she released his arm and clung to Siona, stating that she had been angry for Siona's sake, not his. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Siona had inquired of Jae Hyun if he was the one who had healed her body, but he told her he knew she was confused, but it was difficult to tell her everything. He explained that he didn't want people to know about this ability. So she asked him why he was concealing it. Eventually, our young man inquired if she wasn't curious as to why a Cobalt Lord had appeared there and endangered the students. He told her it was because of Chairman Gian, who was a contemptible individual who regarded students as mere tools. Jae Hyun told her that Gian was very different from the image he presented to the public and media, and he believed it was acceptable for useless students to perish. Siona realized that was why Jae Hyun was opposed to the chairman and why he was concealing his ability, and he confirmed it. After pausing for a while, she reminded him of some things he had said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had instructed her not to trust anyone, whether it was the chairman or an instructor. So, she asked him how much he knew about Gian. She pointed out that he knew from the beginning that Gian was a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen. So she asked him how he knew those things. When he remained silent for a while, Siona pleaded with him to answer her. And Jae Hyun still remained speechless because he hadn't expected her to react this way. He knew her life might be at risk if she became more involved. So he considered using his indoctrination skill on her, but he changed his mind because she possessed a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality was strong, it might not work. And that wasn't a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to forge alliances. Eventually, he apologized, but told her he couldn't reveal more than he already had. So, she asked him why he couldn't. Jae Hyun finally explained that it would be too dangerous for her, too, if he told her any more than this, and he asked her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Gian bowed her head and apologized to Jae Hyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she told him she was glad he was all right. However, he told her it was fine, especially because she hadn't sent them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jae Hyun turned back to go rest, Siona ran after him and asked again if he truly couldn't tell her the things he knew, especially because no one knew if something like this would transpire again. But he apologized that he couldn't tell her and expressed his hope that she would uphold the promise she had made. After Jae Hyun departed, the Nornair system informed him that he had cleared the main quest, which was the first turning point, and the rewards depended on the route taken. He was told that he had taken Route B, which was different from the choice he had made in the past. Because of that, he was given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Some time later, Chairman Gian said that he had been disappointed. Seoki apologized to the chairman, but the chairman insisted that he would tolerate it once, but expressed that he detested having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Gian turned to the instructor and inquired if he understood what he meant. While trembling, Seoki promised not to disappoint him again, and Gian told him he had better not. The chairman instructed Seoki to ensure he tamed Jae Hyun in the next event before his patience ran out. The next morning, our young man took a quick shower, and when he saw his clothes, he recalled how Siona had experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yu-young had died, and Hoyen hadn't even reached half of his potential. So, he believed he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believed he didn't need to intervene for Siona, because she would manage well without his direct involvement. He decided that he had to be cautious about how he interacted with her, since he wasn't sure how it would affect the future. Eventually, he took his seat on the couch and turned on the television to see if there was anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasoned that he would have to ascertain the relationship between Gian and the Aesir as soon as possible, since what had occurred in this dungeon was merely the beginning. There would definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knew he needed to grow stronger so he could respond to any situation. While watching the news, he noticed one broadcaster inquiring of another man about other types of dungeons that existed beyond the familiar ones. The specialist invited to the show explained that there were theme dungeons, and one had to approach those differently than a normal dungeon in which you simply eliminated the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a theme dungeon possessed, the man explained that the biggest difference was that one couldn't leave the dungeon before clearing it. And our young man recalled these dungeons from his past life, and he conceived an idea. The specialist further explained that raiders who wished to tackle theme dungeons needed to embody a character of the theme and fulfill certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders sought in these types of dungeons were rare item rewards. Apparently, there was a hidden piece that raiders also referred to as God's arrangement. And this item was the reason raiders were desperate to clear such dungeons, despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jae Hyun smirked and realized this was his opportunity to acquire what he needed most. Meanwhile, Siona enjoyed a cup of tea with Yu-young, and she apologized to her for having made her worried. Yu-young told her it was fine, because she was happy as long as the two of them were all right. She admitted that Yu-young's personality was somewhat difficult, and she had been worried that Jae Hyun might have been unkind to Siona, so she explained that Jae Hyun was always like that. Siona paused for a while, and Yu-young grew angry and asked if Jae Hyun had actually been unkind to her. Surprised, Siona clarified that he hadn't, but it was just that Jae Hyun seemed to trust Yu-young a great deal. She reasoned that she would be happy if Jae Hyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentioned that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she paused again, Yu Young grew worried about her. So, she eventually stood up and proposed that they discard the thought of Jae Hyun and go eat something delicious instead. As Yu Young stretched out her hands, she explained that there was a place she had been waiting to visit. And while Siona stuttered, Yu Young grabbed her hand and declared that they were going to make her feel better. At first, Siona was surprised that Yu Young was pulling her away, but a smile soon formed on her face. Meanwhile, our young man examined the legendary rank consumable item called Idan's Golden Apple. It was an apple grown and picked by Idan, who was responsible for the Aesir gods' eternal youth and immortality. Consumption immediately slowed down aging by 50% and increased natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increased magic aptitude and could not be sold or given to another user. Jae Hyun realized that such features as anti-aging and enhanced natural healing were extremely rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue was that he couldn't distribute this one either. He decided to focus on calculating all the loot he could acquire. And he recalled that a rank-themed dungeon would soon open in a theme park in Seoul. It was where he could obtain the shoes that increased speed, called Th Jalfi's Thundersteps, that Thor's servant Th Jalfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increased one's dexterity stat, so many martial arts raiders truly desired them. Eventually, Jae Hyun took a bite of the apple with much anticipation, and everything illuminated. But he eventually realized the apple tasted like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informed him that Idan's golden apple was beginning to take effect, and his stamina stat had permanently increased by 20. His mana stat had increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude would be greatly increased permanently. Jae Hyun was glad that the apple's effects were not average, and his movements began to feel lighter. He picked up his phone and soon placed a call to someone. Shortly thereafter, our young man headed to the theme park in Seoul, and he found that the place looked a bit cheap after seeing it again after regressing. When he stepped toward the counter, the attendant inquired what kind of ticket he would like. But Jae Hyun produced a Lotus Guild card and introduced himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informed the woman that a theme dungeon would open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Gian came to Jae Hyun's hostel to see him, and she was told that he wasn't present. The attendant informed her that Jae Hyun had stated he had something to do that day and inquired if something was wrong. So, Gian clarified that there wasn't a problem. Gian wondered how Jae Hyun was already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He wasn't only skilled, but also very rapid at recovering from trauma. So, Gian realized he possessed genuine courage. Before she departed, she asked the attendant to tell Jae Hyun to come see her when he returned. Gian stepped out of the hostel and plugged in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Yeok Sunbinim. Yeok soon answered and inquired how her investigation had proceeded, so she informed him that she had discovered that Gian was behind it. Yeok asked her if Seoki was in charge of the dungeon trial and guessed he must be in a difficult position right now. He asked her to keep an eye on both of them and to call him if she noticed anything. Gian received the orders and also informed him that she believed student Min Jae Hyun, whom she had discussed with him, knew something about what was happening at the park. The park officials announced to their guests that they needed to leave. Jae Hyun was surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realized the Lotus Guild was truly influential. He recalled the call he had with teacher Yoo Sung-gun to inform her about the dungeon that was about to appear. When he expressed total certainty, she granted him permission to mention their guild's name, on the condition that he prioritized his safety if things became dangerous. He was amused by her condition. So, she told him that it wasn't that she didn't believe in his capabilities. But no teacher in the world wished for their students to be in danger, since anything could transpire in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informed our young man that the theme dungeon called Neverland in Ruins had appeared. Apparently, a special item would be rewarded if 3 missions were cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 was added, and his mission was to clear the 3 missions, which had a difficulty of a rank, with the reward of Th Jalfi's Thundersteps. A 24-hour timer began, but the failure penalty wasn't stipulated. Jae-hyun realized things were just as he remembered from his past life. In a flashback, he recalled that another raider had appeared and began to speak about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she stated that she was so clever that she could easily locate some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name was Seoan, a 16-year-old theme dungeon raider. She openly declared that her skill, cognition accelerant, was pretty awesome. To her, there was nothing she couldn't accomplish if she simply applied her intellect a bit. She spoke about how excited she was to hear it was a theme dungeon, but she wasn't disappointed. Jae-hyun recognized her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was utterly exhilarated by her own power and boasted about it, but ultimately ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Th Jalfi's Thundersteps went to some other random person. This time, Jae-hyun figured it would be better for him to acquire the Thundersteps. Soon after, the Nornhair system inquired if he would like to commence the Viking mission, the first mission out of the Big 3, and he agreed. He was soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system informed him that the ending of this story was being altered. Jae-hyun was transported away, and not long after, Seo-on appeared close to the place he had disappeared from. Shortly thereafter, our young man was completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he was told that he was portraying Th Jalfi, a warrior who had survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big 3, called Th Jalfi's Grudge, was soon added to the theme quest. The Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envious of Th Jalfi's quick feet, had kidnapped Th Jalfi's younger sister, Rurskva, as a hostage in order to compel Th Jalfi to work for him. Our young man was to become Th Jalfi and rescue his younger sister, Rurskva, to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission was B rank, and the reward was an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission were Rurskva's death and Th Jalfi's death, but the failure penalty for him was death. Th Jalfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and the fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally human, but he began to despise the Aesir because he had lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jae-hyun was surprised to learn that Th Jalfi hated the Aesir, because this wasn't the original story according to popular knowledge. And Jae-hyun wondered if this was another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornhair. Suddenly, Jae-hyun heard someone call out to him using the name Th Jalfi, and the person asked him to awaken. When he awoke, he felt a sharp pain in his head, but he didn't know where he was. When he looked around, he realized he was in a ship he had stolen in order to locate Rurskva. And when he looked in front of him, he recognized the person who had awakened him as Frederick, the individual who had devised the plan to steal the ship. Frederick inquired if he was all right. And as he was about to reply, the ship collided with another vessel, causing the entire ship to wobble violently. Before they knew what was happening, a group of pirates boarded their ship, and it appeared they were in trouble. Jae-hyun didn't know what was transpiring, but it was clear he would have to postpone locating Rurskva for a bit. Jae-hyun immediately told Frederick he would leave this to him, and he leaped onto the next ship, even while Frederick attempted to stop him. When our young man jumped and landed on the other ship, the men were startled, but one of them began to mock him for jumping into enemy territory when he should have been hiding. They began to call him names and threatened to kill him immediately, but our young man didn't say anything. When he noticed a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognized that it was Seo-on, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities. So, he wondered what she was doing there. Immediately, the Nornhair system informed him that the lady tied up was Th Jalfi's younger sister, Rurskva. Seo-on prided herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider in the making. She considered herself an amazing person, but somehow she had found herself confined in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wished to use the restroom. Now that she was trapped, She calculated that there was a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she was, and a 0.00003% chance that she would get trapped in a dungeon. After lamenting about her misfortune, she decided not to dwell on it, but to devise a way out of her predicament. After shedding tears, because she didn't wish to perish there, she hoped a raid team might have already arrived. As she hoped to encounter one of them, she spotted Jae-hyun standing in the middle of the park, so she trailed him. She wondered who he was because he didn't seem like part of a raid team, so she decided to follow him. In the present, Jae-hyun wondered why he had ended up encountering her again, of all the people he could meet, especially after an announcement for everyone to evacuate had been made. While he was lamenting, the pirates prepared to assault him with arrows. But our young man created a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fired, he wondered why he was always surrounded by abnormal individuals. He soon created a punch imbued with mana and knocked them all down with one strike. Eventually, our young man decided to be optimistic. Even though Seo-on was somewhat troublesome, he knew she would prove helpful for the raid. A new and larger opponent appeared and attempted to slash Jae-hyun with his sword, but our young man slid out of the way to avoid the attack. Since he couldn't dispatch her, he decided that it would be better for him to utilize her. After evading the first attack, he landed a punch on the big guy's face and sent him rolling backward. He would first have to resolve this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo-on. After the other pirates rushed out to deal with him, so Jae-hyun told them he didn't have time right now, so he asked them to attack him all at once. After a short while, he eliminated all the men and approached Seo-on, then told her she could stop pretending to sleep. Jae-hyun asked her if she was supposed to be Rurskva, but she merely hissed and admitted that she had been discovered. With a smirk on her face, she inquired if he was supposed to be Th Jalfi. Jae-hyun affirmed that he was, and he crouched down to speak with her. But he suddenly cracked the structure she was tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jae-hyun told her he could tell what she was currently contemplating. So, he advised her not to attempt any of her clever ideas. It was clear the threat had worked, because she nodded eagerly and hiccuped. Soon after, the system informed Jae-hyun that he had cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he was being sent to the field. He and Seo-on soon reappeared in the park again, and they sat across from each other at a table. In Seo-on's eyes, Jae-hyun was a magic class raider who moved like a martial arts raider. She guessed he was roughly the same age as her and possessed a troublesome personality. As she wondered who this strange person was, Jae-hyun finally broke the silence and inquired what kind of skill she possessed. Seo-on stuttered and eventually revealed that her skill enhanced her swordsmanship. She believed that she should trick Jae-hyun, since there weren't many middle schoolers who possessed skills. Since he had a problematic personality, she planned to utilize him to her advantage. But while she was thinking, Jae-hyun told her that her skill encompassed more than just that. When he told her he disliked liars, she insisted that she wasn't lying and that she possessed a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jae-hyun informed her that her skill was called Cognition Accelerant, and he explained that it made it feel as though time had slowed down and quickened the user's thoughts. It was typically employed in leadership positions, but it was effective for analyzing and understanding an opponent's mind. When he asked her if he was incorrect, she was utterly perplexed and inquired how he had been able to discern her skill. Immediately, Jae-hyun stood up and told her he couldn't take her along with him, because she still seemed to be planning to lie and use him. He told her he wasn't that foolish and turned around, but she pleaded with him to wait and apologized, with tears streaming down her eyes. She begged him not to abandon her there, because she would undoubtedly perish if he left her behind. Jae-hyun inquired how he could trust her, and she offered to prove her trustworthiness. When he heard that, our young man smiled and proposed she draft a contract in that case. She was initially confused, but she soon understood what he was saying when they drafted a contract. The first term of the contract stipulated that she couldn't act in any way that would harm Jae-hyun. The second was that she must obey all of his orders. The third was that Jae Hyun would guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland-themed dungeon. And the fourth was that she would never speak about this contract. She clutched her hair in frustration as she read the contract. This contract was enforceable using Jae Hyun's subordination skill, which came with his indoctrination skill. He could maintain supremacy through a contract, and he knew this was the most effective way to utilize her, since she was genuinely troublesome. Eventually, she agreed to sign it, and a binding chain appeared around her neck and arm after she did. The system declared that Seo-on had been subordinated, and the subordination would not be broken even after clearing the quest, as it was a subordination through contract. Jae Hyun attempted to cheer her up by saying it was a pretty good condition, since it wasn't as if he had control over her mind, but she retorted that there was no way it would feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she said that, he told her she could break the contract, since he had never forced her into this, and he could simply leave her there. But before he could complete his statement, she assured him she would do her best. Meanwhile, in Hell's temple, someone told Hell that he noticed the little adversary seemed to be working diligently, especially since the glares of the Aesir gods had grown quite sharp. He shared that the Aesir gods would definitely be upset if he left now. So he asked Hell to be his eyes, because he would need to stall for time until the adversary was ready. At the park, Seo-on followed Jae Hyun around, and she soon inquired where they were going next. He informed her that they were heading to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieked because she was afraid of rides. So, Jae Hyun inquired if she was scared. However, she asked him if he truly believed she would be scared of that, and inquired what kind of middle schooler was afraid of such a thing. Jae Hyun responded that someone like her could be, but when she insisted that she wasn't afraid, he agreed with her. When they drew closer, our young man told her to prepare to enter, but she pleaded that she needed time to take some deep breaths. The system declared that they were commencing the second mission in the haunted house, and they were soon transported there. Their task was to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills would be locked. Jae Hyun inquired of Seo on what her role was in the dungeon, and it appeared to her she was a cameraman due to the camera provided to her. So, she inquired what his own role was. Our young man explained that he was some horror streamer, and it had been a while since they had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appeared by their side and greeted them. Seo-on looked as if she was about to explode, but the man soon introduced himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explained he was serving Countess Flandier. The butler explained that the Countess had instructed him to greet them, and the Nornir system informed Jae Hyun that he had received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandier Mission, they had been invited by Countess Flandier, the owner of the Flandier Mansion. But this place was eerie and harbored a terrible secret. Their task was to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape. And the difficulty of the mission was a rank, but it had a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission would be a failure if they were unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty was death. Alfred soon invited them in, because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our young man looked slightly tense, but Seo-on was dripping with sweat. Alfred offered to guide them to the dining room first, since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jae Hyun saw a vase with a tag that showed it was for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo-on noticed a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog. So, Alfred informed them that it was a portrait of the owner and Sean the dog. Our young man figured the girl must have been 12 or 13 years old. So, he mentioned that the Countess must truly cherish her childhood, seeing that she had displayed a portrait like this. Alfred agreed that the Countess valued her childhood, because she possessed very dreamlike, happy memories. But he spoke this with such a ghastly expression that it made our protagonist uncomfortable and Seo-on teary. Eventually, the peculiar butler told them to follow him. As they both followed behind, our young man knew he had to remain alert. The system had provided him with the context of the first mission, but hadn't done so for this second mission, which meant he would have to uncover all the secrets himself. He glanced over at Seo-on, who was visibly panicking, and he inquired if she was all right, pointing out that she had been lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo-on interjected that she was only jittery because she hadn't accustomed herself to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred told them they had arrived at the dining table, where he presented the feast that Countess Flandier had prepared for them. Still, with that creepy look in his eyes, he told them to partake and slowly disappeared behind the door, as if waiting for them to consume poisoned food. When Alfred departed, the two of them paused for a while. Eventually, Seo-on mentioned that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food. So, Jae-hyun suggested that they explore, since the butler wasn't present yet. As he was about to move, Seo-on told him to wait so they could gather some information before they proceeded. When he waited, she focused her attention and activated her cognition accelerant skill. The skill made her highly aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informed Jae-hyun that she had discovered a few things about the mansion. Our young man was surprised by how quickly she had acquired information, so he inquired what it was. Seo-on stated that she believed the owner of this mansion was a child, approximately 12 years old. And when Jae-hyun asked her why she thought so, she explained that the nearby chair in the lobby served as proof. The seat of the chair where the owner sat was higher than the others, which meant she was much smaller than the other people who sat in the other seats. Moreover, all the shelves in the lobby were quite low, and only the lower handles were utilized. Jae-hyun considered that it truly made sense, so he proposed that they go examine another area. Seo-on followed him around, and she expressed her wish to take the camera she had acquired back with her, because it was a truly expensive item. When Jae-hyun suddenly stopped, Seo-on approached him and inquired what was wrong, but he tensely told her that this was no time for jokes, because they were trapped inside. Outside the theme dungeon's appearance, raiders and news reporters arrived 2 hours after its manifestation, and a particular reporter mentioned that an employee of the park had revealed that there was a raider from the Lotus Guild inside and a middle school student, Seo-on. She also expressed their concern to ascertain whether the two young individuals would manage to emerge safely. Nearby, a raider named Sunbi-nim stood nearby and cursed when he realized that their inability to enter the theme dungeon early enough would prevent them from getting promoted soon. His colleague, Kyung-hun, the same raider who had appeared after Jae-hyun and Hoyeon had dealt with the goblins, mentioned that there was no way they could have known that a theme dungeon would erupt in the theme park. Sunbi-nim mentioned that if the civilian council's judgment of them declined, then Kyung-hun might also be demoted, despite having been promoted after the goblin incident, and Sunbi-nim recognized that his own promotion would be nullified. Kyung-hun thanked him for the encouraging words, and Sunbi-nim reiterated that they were going to be blamed for all of this. He asked Kyung-hun to ascertain who the two individuals inside the dungeon were, and Kyung-hun was surprised to discover that it was Jae-hyun. He recalled that he had heard that the young man had enrolled in Mill's academy, and he wondered if Lotus had already scouted him. When Sunbi-nim noticed his expression, he grew worried and inquired if there were 2 individuals instead of 3. But Kyung-hun assured him that he believed this theme dungeon was going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo-on was petrified when she learned that they were trapped. She began to tremble and asked Jae-hyun what would transpire if they were confined there and never managed to escape. But he asked her to calm down because this was a dungeon and there had to be a way out. She had no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation. So, she decided to search a bit more for an escape. When he was alone, our young man considered that the owner of this mansion didn't seem to favor them. Secondly, there was no way he couldn't open such a flimsy door with his current high stats. Moreover, Seo-on had escaped this place on her own before his regression, so it was presumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon was low. It seemed to him that another variable must be involved. And while he was thinking, Seo-on told him to come look at something. He inquired what was wrong, so she explained that something was amiss with the camera. He initially thought she must be exaggerating. But when he stepped closer, he discovered a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them there on the table they were supposed to eat at. And he realized the Alfred who had guided them there was a fake. Immediately, the system notified them that they had revealed 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realized that the camera was showing them things they couldn't see, they understood this camera was a key to solving the mystery. Our young man realized that if they assumed the Alfred they met was fake, then this screen was either displaying the present or the past. Since this was a dungeon where they had to solve the mansion's mystery, it wouldn't show them the future. So, Seo-on concluded that it had to be the past. She believed the camera was revealing the mansion's secret through glimpses of the past. If that were the case, she realized all this food definitely wasn't meant for consumption. Jae-hyun realized that it had been peculiar that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which implied all of this was an illusion. Illusion was a type of magic that occasionally appeared in dungeon traps. So, our young man placed a finger on the table and activated his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system informed him that there was a failure in activating the absolute calculation skill, because the skill was not permitted there. When he realized that wouldn't work, he turned to Seo-on and inquired what she was searching for under the table. She mentioned that she felt like some device for opening a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that was different on the camera was Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believed the key to escaping had to be there. So, it sparked an idea for Jae-hyun to solve the mystery. Our young man immediately activated his mana detection skill, and when he focused on the table, he noticed a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirmed his suspicions, since locking magic was fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, one needed to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informed Seo-on that the key had to be inside that pudding. But for some reason, Seo-on was scared of approaching it because of the gory image of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jae-hyun taunted her by asking if she was scared, she screamed at him that she wasn't and proceeded to plunge her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she found a key, and the system informed them that they had succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the seal of magic illusion. So, they would receive extra rewards once the dungeon was cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred observed the two guests from a mirror in another room and grew worried that the guests hadn't enjoyed the meal. He stated that they couldn't be lacking in how they treated their guests, and he promised that he, Butler Alfred, would never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walked out to address the matter while laughing maniacally. Inside the hall, Jae-hyun and Seo-on made their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo-on looked through the camera, she saw a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon discovered a door through the camera, which Jae-hyun surmised was the guest bedroom. When Jae-hyun proposed that they enter to see if there was anything strange, Seo-on recoiled because of the blood in the room, but Jae-hyun reminded her that they had to find a way to escape or remain in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agreed that she didn't wish to remain in the mansion forever. So, our young man told her to be silent and look around and to call him if she saw anything. After stepping in, Jae-hyun decided to search for clues. Not long after, he looked backward and saw a girl in shiny white clothes with bloodstains on her body. When he looked closer, he noticed that parts of her face had been torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon pointed her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appeared behind Jae-hyun, but he wasn't aware. Soon after, Jae-hyun awoke and saw a strange figure looking down at him. He gasped, but soon realized it was Seo-on who inquired if he was okay, but he asked her to stop yelling because his head hurt. He had anticipated this, so he couldn't comprehend how they had managed to subdue him, and he wondered if this was how this dungeon was supposed to progress. Seo-on informed him that she had attempted to ascertain their situation using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposed that they were in an underground jail, and there were traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jae-hyun approached the iron gates, and he mentioned that there had to be a key somewhere, too. He decided to activate his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punched the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo-on's shock, The gate shattered like it was made of cardboard and even cracked the wall they were confined within. When Seo-on exclaimed, Jae-hyun told her to be as quiet as she possibly could, because it would be dire if Alfred or whoever he was discovered them. She taunted him by saying he had destroyed the wall quietly, but he told her to be silent and to think of ways to escape. While he was speaking, they heard a dog bark, and Jae-hyun was shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wondered what on earth a puppy was doing there, and noticed a key in its mouth. Frantic, Seo-on told him to put the puppy down immediately. But Jae-hyun asked why, since it was just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guessed that it might have been trapped there too, since it had a key in its mouth. Seo-on protested that there was no way the dungeon would grant them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy began to growl at her. The growling puppy silenced her, and the system notified our young man that they had received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's Diary quest required them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission was B rank, and the reward was the undoing of the theme dungeon skill locks. The failure condition was if they perished before the time ran out, or if they failed to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jae-hyun reasoned that removing the lock on their skills was a good reward, and he figured that Flandier's room must have a connection to the mansion's secrets. They all sneaked around until they made it to the 3rd floor. Jae-hyun eventually stopped and admitted he didn't know where they had to go, and the dog jumped down from his arms. Seo-on also lamented because they no longer possessed their camera, but she stopped speaking when she noticed that Jae-hyun had frozen on the spot. She called out to him to inquire what was wrong because he was making her anxious. But when he didn't answer, she turned back and saw the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jae-hyun had seen before. Upon closer inspection, her eyes seemed to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jae-hyun attempted to speak to the girl, but Seo-on grabbed his shirt and proposed they leave because they didn't have time to converse with a ghost. However, Jae-hyun brushed her hand away and asked the ghost girl why she was still there. And he inquired if she harbored regrets related to this mansion. The girl shook her head, so he asked her if she was there to assist them, and she nodded affirmatively. Eventually, our young man inquired where the room on the 4th floor was, so she pointed in the direction behind them. Jae-hyun thanked her and promised to help her transition to the afterlife if he was given the chance. So he asked her to wait as they all turned around, and the dog soon returned. Jae-hyun signaled to Seo-on that it was time to depart, but she looked slightly worried about the entire situation. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbi Nim sat with manager Sunjae, and he asked to confirm if he had stated that the Lotus Guild would assume responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sunjae affirmed that this was true and said he could direct the scrutiny of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild. But in return, Guild Master Yusongin had requested that they not release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbi Nim hesitated for a while and finally admitted that it was difficult to comprehend why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths merely for a Mills Academy student. Sunjae said he couldn't reveal the reasons, so Sunbi Nim agreed to accept the offer, since they wouldn't incur any loss by accepting. However, Sunbi Nim asked him what would transpire if he failed the dungeon raid. But Sunjae assured him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have gone to all this trouble for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of endeavor. Inside the dungeon, Jae-hyun eliminated the last living armor with one strike, and Seo-on, who was standing nearby, was shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jae-hyun explained that this was the shortest route, and these monsters were inconsequential. They opened the next door, so the system informed Jae-hyun that they were entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they noticed it was super creepy. So, Seo-on attempted to examine the desk first. As she moved forward, Jae-hyun stopped her and mentioned that it was obvious that something would be on the desk. He proposed they examine places where one wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jae-hyun found it. The system explained that he had found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he found was from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentioned her skin was looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts did not seem to be working. She wondered if she would end up perishing without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she spoke about how she was excitedly awaiting her great-grandparents, who had promised to purchase her a doll she had been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she wrote how she had received a letter stating that her parents had died from an attack by thieves. The page was stained with her tears, and she wondered if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she wrote that the funeral was over, and she had become the owner of the mansion, since she was the only remaining member of the Flandier bloodline. She explained that she wasn't happy at all, because she was alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the fourth day was written where Flandier explained that a girl had been apprehended who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently, the girl was approximately her age and resembled her doll somehow, so she had taken a liking to her. She said she was going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentioned that the girl said she had no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expressed how happy she was to make a friend and hoped this would continue every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentioned that Alfred had departed the house without a word. Apparently, Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he had gone to the next town over, but she mentioned how anxious she was because she didn't know why he had left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentioned that Alfred had returned, but he seemed different. Moreover, Sally seemed to be concealing something from her, and it appeared something must have transpired. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentioned that she kept hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently, the kitchen lady, Selina, and her maid, Michelle, continuously screamed, and it seemed like their throats were going to rupture. She wondered if she was dreaming, but it seemed too real and she was scared. The page was covered with blood. And in another part of the entry, Flandier wrote that Sally and Alfred were knocking at her bedroom door, and she was certain that they wished to kill her, but she didn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informed Jae Hyun that the restrictions on skill use were no longer in effect. Our young man realized that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had usurped the mansion. He realized that the monster must have been a doppelganger. And when he turned to look at Seowon, he realized it was actually a doppelganger monster that had been following him around. Behind the monster were several other Alfreds that were also monsters. The system notified our young man that he had discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he had completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informed him that he had succeeded in uncovering all the secrets of the mansion, and he was now to safely escape the mansion. Our young man turned to the monsters with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster released deadly extensions from its body and moved in for the first attack. So, Jae Hyun scooped up the puppy and jumped out of the way. Our young man told the monster that it was finally revealing its true self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so deceptively. The monster laughed for a bit and told him he was pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jae Hyun told him it wasn't difficult, because he was simply intelligent. Apparently, Jae Hyun could perceive the monster for what it truly was because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our young man told the doppelganger that it was also possible that he wasn't that intelligent, but the monster was simply foolish. That statement annoyed the doppelganger, and it asked him how he dared to insult it. In a rage, the monster destroyed the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jae Hyun to flee the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our young man activated his lightning chain and fired it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it didn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy began to feel queasy because of all the rapid movements. The doppelganger was a B-rank monster that was dangerous because of its ability to replicate another being's skill and appearance. But when considering only its combat skills, it was more akin to a C-rank monster. After the monster regained its form, it told Jae Hyun that it would consume his body, and it demanded that he surrender his body. Jae-hyun didn't move an inch, so the monster rushed toward him, and Jae-hyun still didn't move even when the monster was mere inches away from him. When it came closer, our young man surrounded it with another lightning chain and inquired how it felt to be manipulated after having manipulated others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burned the monster, and it let out a loud shriek. As the monster melted into a puddle, it mentioned that envy had led him to this, because he, too, yearned to be human. Eventually, the heat burned into the ground until the monster fell through. With the monster out of sight, Jae-hyun turned to the dog and told it was pretty good at barking and talented at being a dog, which probably meant the dungeon had transformed Seo-on into a dog. Eventually, our young man headed to the nearby door, but he soon noticed the spirit of Flandier again, but this time she looked exactly as she had appeared in the painting. She had a smile on her face and waved at him, which made Jae-hyun smile back at her. As he opened the door, he bade her goodbye, and the system informed him that he had cleared the second mission. It also added that he had cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission and would be given extra rewards. Jae-hyun and Seo-on were soon transported to the real world, and our young man examined his rewards. One of the rewards was called Commander's Shout, which increased morale in allies to boost mana and stamina. The second was Illusion, which created illusions for enemies. Jae-hyun didn't particularly favor the Commander's Shout skill, because he wouldn't frequently use party member support skills, but he liked the Illusion skill because he could use it to turn the tide in a battlefield. When he turned to Seo-on, she told him he should have said something, since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentioned that she had been incredibly scared that something terrible was going to happen to her. Jae-hyun reminded her that she had emerged alive in the end, but she protested that she was still upset. Our young man told her to stand up instead of whining, because they had to proceed to the next destination, which startled her, because she had hoped they could take a break. Surprised, he inquired if she was tired, since she hadn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell. So, she explained that she was experiencing mental fatigue. However, Jae-hyun agreed that he understood that, but he was sure it would dissipate if she moved around. Utilizing the subordination skill, he instructed her to walk, and her legs suddenly began moving on their own. As she began to walk to the next mission, she screamed aloud in frustration and told Jae-hyun that she would never forgive him. After walking for a while, Seo-on became short of breath, and she inquired of Jae-hyun if this place was a parade. Our young man consumed a potion and confirmed that it was, but he also warned that they needed to remain vigilant because they didn't know what was approaching. Suddenly, a voice emanated through the speakers and welcomed everyone to Neverland. When they looked in front of them, they saw a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduced himself as Bruin. Bruin invited them all to his parade and approached Jae-hyun and Seo-on to welcome them. He congratulated them for successfully completing the 2 missions, so Jae-hyun got straight to the point by asking him what the last mission would entail. Bruin explained that the last mission was Tag, and he pointed them to a gate that was not far away. Apparently, both of them would have to flee from the monsters that would emerge from it and reach the final destination. Jae-hyun replied that he didn't believe that was all there was to it, so Bruin complimented his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explained that the game of tag spawned monsters depending on the number of challengers and their strength. Jae-hyun realized this was problematic, because if his skills were considered, there would be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it would be difficult to fight and protect Seo-on simultaneously. When Bruin conducted an appraisal of their skills, he congratulated them because they were assessed to be S rank. Bruin marveled because he hadn't encountered such high ranks before and mentioned that he was impressed, but Jae-hyun protested that this didn't make any sense. However, Bruin merely wished them luck and transformed into fire. The Nornir system informed Jae-hyun that he had received the quest called Last Festival, and he had to flee from Surtur, the fire monster, and reach the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, had a difficulty of S rank, and the reward was Th Jalfi's Thundersteps. The requirements that typified failure included being killed by Surtur, but they were told there were 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently, there was a hidden quest to both eliminate Surtur and remove the potential threat, which had an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called unbelievable performance. Jae Hyun was stunned that there were three of them, and he figured that something was amiss. While they were watching, another fire monster emerged from the gate that Bruin had pointed to. Surtur was a being whose purpose was to engulf the entire world in flames before even the first giant Ymir was born. The sword of flames in his hand was said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jae Hyun quickly began to run, and he dragged Seo on with him as Surtur began to set everything nearby on fire and rain brimstone over the entire place. Seo-on, who was now weeping, asked how they were supposed to escape from that monster. But our young man told her he was thinking about it and advised her to be silent and run if she didn't wish to perish. Fire continued raining down on the area they were in and began to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat told Hel that she believed this was her fault. She wondered if she should assist them, but Hel jokingly accused her of being cruel because she knew she had no intention of helping them. Hel eventually asked her to leave them be because she wished to see how Jae Hyun would survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur continuously rained fire on the ground, and Jae Hyun kept attempting to escape. He realized it was too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he had to avoid a head-on confrontation and locate the objective. Seo-on soon informed him when she found the destination. So, our young man rushed there and told her to hold on for a bit longer. Our young man activated his skill called Haste, which increased his speed, and he dashed toward the final destination. His plan was to distract the monster and utilize Seo-on to reach the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur inquired which fool had summoned him, and he rained down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost two players narrowly missed. Jae Hyun cursed, then told Seo-on to remain alert and listen to him. He told her that they would split up and continue running, so he instructed her to run directly to the merry-go-round. Seo-on asked him if he was going to distract this entity, so he inquired if she wished him to use her as bait instead, then told her to simply run. As she made her way toward the final destination, Jae Hyun found himself face to face with Surtur and signaled to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looked down at him, then blasted him with fire, but our young man quickly jumped out of the way. He jumped onto the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asked Surtur how he intended to catch up when he was so slow. The monster began to release fire from his mouth due to rage. So, he smashed the building Jae Hyun was standing on with one strike, but Jae Hyun jumped out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seo-on almost reached the destination, but before she could get there, Surtur sent down fire to destroy the destination. She was forced to stop, confused as to what on earth was transpiring, and Jae Hyun wondered the same thing. Soon enough, the system announced that the goal had been destroyed. So, the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, had been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur called Jae Hyun an ignorant fool and asked how he dared to consider himself a match for him. Our young man realized that the only way out was to eliminate Surtur, so he stood his ground. The next time Surtur sent a ball of fire at him, Jae Hyun easily blocked it without moving out of the way. Surtur commended his impressive skill, because there had only been a few other individuals who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reached for his sword and swung it toward Jae Hyun to see if he could block this, too. Regardless, our young man didn't move out of the way and prepared to block it. Nearby, Seo-on realized they might truly end up perishing at this rate. So, she decided to utilize her cognition accelerant skill to find something she could do to help. While Jae Hyun was defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo-on called out to him and informed him that she had found a way to defeat the giant. Jae Hyun departed the battlefield to go meet Seo-on. So, Surtur inquired how he dared to flee from him. When our young man ran far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo-on, she explained they could utilize the water tank. Apparently, there was a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland. And if they lured the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they used water to extinguish its flames. Jae Hyun reasoned that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they could deal with the flames. And Seoan further explained that this could only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believed that this monster would perish if they were to destroy his weak points. She explained that she would utilize her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him so he could lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jae Hyun went out and ran toward the water tank, but he relied on Seoan to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur was going to direct at him. At one point, our young man stopped, so Surtur called him a weak human and inquired if he had given up on running. Jae Hyun turned back at him and told him he wasn't running. Our young man mentioned that he had heard that Surtur was nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and he was just working as a gate guard right now, so he wasn't in a position to call him weak. That statement stung Surtur, and when he only exclaimed, Jae Hyun asked him if he was also afraid of him, who was a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, called our young man a bastard, and when Surtur struck him with fire, a surge of water burst out toward him. It turned out that Jae Hyun had activated his illusion skill. So Surtur didn't know he was standing directly in front of the water tank and not Jae Hyun. The volume of water was so immense that it covered the monster and temporarily extinguished the fire around its body. Without hesitation, our young man leaped into the air with his mana-packed sword and struck it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accused him of employing a dirty trick, but Jae Hyun said it didn't matter since he had won. The giant warned him not to be arrogant, because he had only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form wouldn't be this easy. Shortly thereafter, Surtur dematerialized. So, the system informed Jae Hyun that he had cleared the last mission of the Big Three. And he had cleared the hidden route and would receive extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seoan, who was standing nearby, was glad that it was all truly over. The cat that had been observing them realized that Jae Hyun hadn't needed help after all. He found him interesting and admired his willingness to grow stronger. But Hel mentioned that Jae Hyun was nothing more than just a vessel. The cat didn't believe what Hel had said because she was the one who was always curious about Jae Hyun's progress, and he also believed that it was too early to inform the Aesir about the young man. But they needed to focus on helping him become stronger so he could grow powerful enough to eliminate Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our young man was given the S-ranked Th Jalfi's Thundersteps, who had ascended to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment would reinforce strength and dexterity and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which was also S-ranked. Jae Hyun was shocked by how amazing the equipment was, but he soon noticed an odd expression on Seoan, so he wondered if she was attempting to deceive him. He utilized his subordination skill on her to compel her to reveal that she had acquired an item called Rurskva's Seal that increased one's strength and granted a skill called Courage, which resisted the state of fear and increased dexterity. While Seoan lamented about how annoying he was for using the subordination skill on her again, Jae Hyun considered how he didn't possess any interest in any of her rewards, but he was more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decided to postpone replicating it since he could summon her anytime. Shortly thereafter, Bruin appeared to congratulate them, but as they were about to depart, he called Jae Hyun the great adversary, just as Hel and the other gods called him. That surprised Jae Hyun. But when he turned back to inquire why he had called him that, Bruin disappeared. Meanwhile, everyone waited eagerly for those who had entered the dungeon until the shield around it dissipated. When the two survivors emerged, people began to rejoice, but Sunbi Nim forced his way through because they needed to discuss some matters with the survivor. However, he reached the front to discover that Jae Hyun had vanished. Much to everyone's surprise, Seoan was left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turned their attention to her. When Kyung-hun appeared, he suggested that Jae Hyun might have concealed himself if he was an assassin class. But Sunbi Nim protested that Agent Kim Gi-eun had informed him that Jae Hyun was a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Yoo Sung-gun was impressed when she learned that Jae Hyun had vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Some time later, our young man was glad to see there were no articles about his accomplishments online, and he figured the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by utilizing the thundersteps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another item he acquired from the mission was Surtur's Undying Flames, which was single-use and could imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jae Hyun considered how this incident with Surtur made him realize that he was still weak. He didn't want to have to resort to dirty tricks to defeat his opponents or win without having someone by his side. He wanted to be someone others feared to approach, and he wished to leave behind his weak past so he could protect his friends.